Welcome to Tuesday, November 4th, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic. I don't know, does anybody use pagers anymore? I don't know, maybe they still do. Okay. All right, well, I'll leave that in there. As I say, but we do need that. Oh, thank you. Okay. Communication devices, agenda, speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. If you want to speak, it's just a courteous to fill them out. We try to, if you do want to speak, we try not to forget about you, but but if you fill it out and we have it ahead of time, it helps get you scheduled in. We'll give you about 3 minutes to speak. So we'll have a roll call because because there is one person missing today. Gary had some business to take care of and handle. So Jordan, if you wouldn't mind just doing a roll call, so we.
Absolutely. Commissioner Durr.
Here.
Commissioner Drews. Not here. Commissioner Hadcock.
Here.
Commissioner Roskinicht.
Here.
And Commissioner Weifenbach.
Here, thank you, Jordan, for that. Are we missing our person over here, or are you doing the?
I'll have to do minutes, I suppose.
Okay. I know they're out in the new building, so we've got some, as we transfer over, this will be our last meeting here, I believe, unless something doesn't work out over there. But if you get a chance to head out that direction and check it out and get an understanding of what's going on. So today, I'm going to handle the moment of silent reflection. And I thought about this, and I think there should be a reflection into each person to just look in the mirror, become a better person, and try to work with people that argue with you or whatever the case is, and maybe we can find some compromise along the way. So we'll have a moment of silence and reflection of that, and then we'll have the pledge. Thank you. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, he did. I forgot about that. My colleague just reminded me that the Vice President Dick Cheney had passed away today, so the flags will be at, Trump ordered the flags at half-mast, but so that to keep in consideration. So, and I appreciate all of you coming today for sure, and some of your patience with us. So we're looking to review and approve the agenda. So
moved.
A motion from Hadcock and second from Roskinicht to approve the agenda. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And item 6 is veterans recognition, Pennington County employees veterans recognition.
Morning, Kara.
Good morning.
Morning. What time is it?
Well, this having to, yeah. New building, old building.
You did good.
We're just happy to have you here.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. I'm happy to
Now that
be
we've all made a big deal out of her coming in late.
Now we can get started.
And now we can, now the
Now the
ball
real
is-
meeting
Let's go back
starts
and
for
do it
Kara.
all over again.
We have several Pennington County employee veterans that we wanted to recognize today, so there's a whole list of them, and I don't know if you want to read every one of them, or
I don't know.
we'll just move. That is available to the public. And Pennington County Veterans Service Office, Barry Teich, Director of Human Services. Sir?
Chair,
Yes.
it's a point of privilege to thank the men and women in uniform and their families, past, present, and future. Thank you for your service to our country. We appreciate everything you've done for our country and our people of our community. Thank you.
Barry, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Barry Tice, the Director of Pennington County Human Services and the Veteran Service Office. And Commissioner Hadcock, I think, echoed what I would say is we appreciate the service of our men and women in uniform across this great country and world. And I'm fortunate to have a fantastic office of 4 veteran service officers, and the individual who oversees that office, Alex Purcell, to share a little information about the office. And Alex is also a veteran, started off as a veteran service officer in our office. So turn it over to Alex, and then he'll turn it over to Heather Funk, who's one of our outstanding VSOs.
Perfect. Alice, you have the floor.
Right. Thank you, Commissioners. Alex Purcell, Assistant Director, Human Services in the Veteran Service Office. First, as always, I'd like to thank you guys for the continued support, all of the Commission's support for the Veteran Service Office and our initiatives there. Couldn't do it without the number of VSOs that we currently have. There's just too many veterans in our community. Mainly though, as we approach Veterans Day, obviously we like to extend a sincere message of gratitude to all those who have served. Sacrifice and dedication are obviously the cornerstones of our freedom. So as we said, Pennington County, we proudly operate the busiest veteran service office in the state of South Dakota. We lead the state in actionable items and submissions to the VA every year for as far back as I've been in the office. Beyond the numbers, though, we lead in outreach, advocacy, and boots on the ground support, engaging with service members that are exiting service from Ellsworth Air Force Base, National Guard campuses, providing support in nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, and local veteran events, partnering with community-based initiatives such as Veterans Treatment Court. We really leave no stone unturned in the pursuit of veterans' care and support needs. Just a couple more key points that I like to highlight whenever I get the chance. Our VSO team, the 4 VSOs that we currently have in office, we see between 10 to 20 veterans coming through our doors each day for dedicated appointments only. 10's a light day, 20's probably more average. That doesn't include the dozens of phone calls, email correspondence that comes with those appointments, because today's veteran is tomorrow's work, as far as the VA goes, and that's a timely process. 2025 to date, over 5,000 forms submitted to the VA by 4 VSOs. Hundreds of VA healthcare enrollments, getting veterans plugged into the care that they need in our community. More than $2 million in new monthly VA benefits for local veterans just here in Pennington County, and more than $5 million in retroactive benefits that are placed directly into the veterans' hands. So I like to highlight those points. Those are outcomes that are life-changing for veterans, whether it's disability compensation, enrollments into VA healthcare. They strengthen our community. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Heather Funk, who's a United States Air Force veteran and Pennington County VSO, who's just going to share a couple of updates, and that'll be it.
Thank you, sir. Heather, you have the floor.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to let everyone know we're going to be honoring Veterans Day on Monday, November 10th at our office, 321 Kansas City Street, inside the Care Campus. We're going to be having our annual coffee and cookies for our veterans in the lobby, and they can have a chat with us when we're available. And we're also doing a photo tribute, so we've had submissions throughout the county from veterans and from family members of photos and information about their veterans service. And so we're going to be running that in the lobby on Monday, November 10th as well, just honoring our community veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all, I mean, for the service. I think that veterans are well-served in our community because of people like you guys who take real honor in your service, so. But I think we may have some comments from the commission here, so.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross.
I think we all are aware that Pennington County outshines the other 65 counties relative to how we treat veterans, and I think it's just very admirable, and I appreciate all your work, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Durr, you have.
Yeah, anyway, the numbers you gave, I mean, yeah, it's pretty staggering. And so, and I think, I would imagine anyway, you're seeing an uptick in the veterans served. So I believe anyway, we're having more veterans move into the community as we established on South 16, and there's been a change in the VA healthcare system, and veterans travel from out of state. Maybe they go to treatment at Hot Springs. And I'm seeing a lot of the vets that go to treatment at Hot Springs that come in throughout the country that look to stay in this area, one, because of how they're treated, VSO. And I'm just going to give, I know I pushed some vets your way, and I think you do a great job. And, I often hear, from veterans in other communities or coming in from other states about the problems they have, working at the local level to get to the VA to make that claim and go through that process. And, when the feedback that I get once a connection is made with your office, that they're shocked. And so it's obviously you're doing a great job and, it's much appreciated. And I know it's appreciated by the veterans in our community, so thank you.
Thank you. Barry, did you have anything else to say?
I do not.
We just want to thank you guys again for what you do for our community and the veterans.
What kind of cookies?
It's going to be a mix. Surprise, you have to come see.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll move on to item 7, which is a consent agenda items. The Board of Commissioners uses the consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote for the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items, and so I would look to see if there's any items that need to be removed from the consent agenda according to our board up here. Does anybody want to remove anything?
I'd like to remove C.
E?
C.
Okay, D, approve the
D.
second half, okay. We'll remove item D. And
Public?
anything from the public, anybody wants to remove anything? They're like, no, just get on with the meeting.
Move approval A, B, D, E, and F of the consent
Okay,
Agenda.
removing item D, right?
C.
with removing item C.
Charlie.
Charlie, C, wow, I'm
Yeah.
way off, sorry about that.
We're approving A, B, D, E, and F with the removal of item C, sir.
We have a motion from Hadcock,
I'll second that motion,
a
Mr.
second
Chair.
from Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries, and we'll move on to item C is in Charlie.
Jordan, could you throw
Commissioner
up
Durr,
the
you do have the floor, sir.
PDF?
Can do that. All right, 1 second.
So our voucher registered, and it's a change from Springbrook to go to Tyler. Anyway, and I have talked to Jordan about this, but I just wanted to point out that it's difficult to follow this invoicing. And I'd like to see it in a different format that you can go by budget. And so it's in here in different categories. And I believe anyway, Jordan, you've talked to, if you would just talk about this a little bit, there's a different way to format this so it's easier for us to read in some of the expenditures and vouchers by budget.
Absolutely. I can quickly touch on what I've discussed with the auditor's office, is that as you kind of see, you get a vendor name up there, you get the payment date, payable date. Some of this stuff is not helpful to the public. It's not an easy report to read. And the way we're breaking them up is we do them basically by the packet date. And so this one for the post date, it was all for October 22nd, for example, for this first one. And then if you wanted to find any of the rest of them, you have to scroll through everything. We don't necessarily have to break them up this way. There are ways to manage the criteria within Tyler that'll give you a little bit more detail that's relevant to because even with the vendor that it was purchased from, we don't have the purchased from vendor there. As you see, we've got Pioneer Bank and Trust several times. That was anything purchased on a credit card. So that doesn't really help you figure out what we were buying, other than you can look at the information over there. You see Pizza Ranch, you see Amazon, Holiday Inn. You can get the vendor purchased from vendor as a column within this. And so I will be working with the auditor's office to help set up criteria just to run these same reports a little bit differently that are going to show a little bit better information, I think, for the board and for the public.
Yeah, because you get a lot of, and again, when it is off credit card, or, you'll just see that, but you're not seeing the vendor. And it's also good just to see, who we're doing business with, and then get a description as to what is purchased, but categorize that by fund, and then go through fund, and then you can have a roll-up at the end, which we already have, but it makes it much easier, because right now, you have to go to to get all this information pieced together, you've got to hunt and go through the multiple PDFs to get that. And in the Tyler system, there's a way to capsulate this so it's easy for us and the public to see what the expenditures are.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
Jerry, I think that's a really good idea. So when could we effectively see this, this change if we go that route?
Oh, boy. As soon as the move has calmed down, the auditor's office is currently moving out to concourse, and then I can, continue to work with Sabrina and their staff to make sure that we get this stuff changed. I would anticipate by December, we should have, it's not going to take much to get it set up the way that we think the board and the public would like to see it. So I'll just have to collaborate and coordinate with them.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and the good thing is the auditor's office is on board with getting help to
Sure.
make these changes in the system, so that's good.
We got a new auditor, and then we've got people leaving on maternity leave like this week. So maybe the expectation might be a little aggressive,
Yeah.
but I get
No,
it.
no, no.
Because if you look at the top page right there, and I have to sign this thing and reading this thing's pretty much.
Right. But no, I mean, basically, what you just go in is into our software system and you can set up specialized reports and the formatting, and it's not really that difficult to get it that way. And so, you know,
All right, great, we appreciate it. So I guess we'll just be looking for it as soon as we can get it, so, all right. So we have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve item C.
Second.
A motion from Durr, second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will move on to item number 8. Items from public per SDCL 125-1, speaker request form is required. Action will not be taken during this section. So this is really just public comment. Speakers under this section will be recorded in the minutes, so you will be recorded in the minutes. And let me see here. I think we do have, we have a speaker request from Chet Ellsworth on item 8. Hi, Chet, if you want to just, we know you, but not everybody knows you. So you don't want to just.
Chet Ellsworth, Rapid City. I'm here to discuss, I brought some things over to Jordan, and he seems to have answered my question concerning the auditor last week that we talked about.
Great.
Hopefully. And I do want to take up from that same meeting, Mr. Bellatti's arguments on the secret meetings. And I want to point out that in the crowd at last week's meeting was Richard Williams from Gunderson Palmer. With that in mind, with him in there, I saw the Tyler, your attorney here, run to 125.2, Section 4, preparing contract negotiations or negotiations with employees or employee representatives, with those people in the room that have access to any litigation at the time. And I want to bring out and point out that one of the reasons that he may have done that, which I think leads to what Mr. Bellatti is talking about, is that any discussion that any individual claims discussed in that meeting that will lead to a host of absurd results. The disclosure of any information could impede an ongoing criminal investigation. And I think that's what Mr. Bellatti was leading to, that there's been some meetings, a host of meetings possibly. I'm reading to you from Mr. Jackley's appeal in the matter of an appeal of an implicated individual, Mr. Sanford. And of course, it's widely known now that Mr. Jackley and the mayor's planning these opioid settlement money, that you're involved with a committee on that side of it, that you go, and I'm not saying everybody, but at least you go back to 2021 with that committee and the mayor that's picked out you. During the election, this last election, a doctor was picked and elected, and a separate individual that also had interest in there that seemed to conflict with the meetings that you've been having and had to have had, as your name is mentioned there. And this could go back a couple of years. So we got an ongoing situation there. The Mr. Jackley and the money that's been proposed out there includes money that's been missing for over 2 years, $506,000. I think it's pertinent to understand who's been discussing this. And we do see that somebody that has personal involvement with this and also is on the board of Sanford Health, Henny Safi, is been working with you along for all that period of time. So there is no doubt that secret meetings have been held and that the local attorney here is trying to get
Wait a minute.
around that.
You're up past your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up, I'll just give you.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that 125-2-4 doesn't preclude discussions leading to criminality. It doesn't. It's just a ploy to say, oh, don't look here. And you had people in the crowd that represent all of these people, including Mr. Sanford. We've got a serious situation here. I'm backing Mr. Bellotti and whatever he can do to try to make a breakthrough on this. This should help you clear up the problems. We're looking for the missing money and why the money is there and what these folks have to do with our county. Thank you.
For the record, I have no idea what he's talking about. So, I don't think any of us do, but we'll move on to, more public comment here from Sam Brandon. Did you want to speak at public comment, Sam? Okay, perfect.
My name is Sam Brannon. I'm not here for anything, and I think it's more important when I'm not trying to be here to convince you to do anything. So I hope you know that my heart is authentic. And I was here last time, and I saw the name calling and some of the things that were happening, and I want to thank you. You deserve a break. The staff deserves a break. I have been on city planning, and it has gotten worse and worse and worse every year. I think people in the public, like me, that appreciate what you're doing, you're not hearing from. You're hearing from a vocal few that are very hard-hitting. I'm a broker, and I want to say that Shannon Rittberger and his assessors have done a fabulous job. I would bet Commissioner Roskinick would agree with me. They are doing a great job on property tax assessment. I'm an old gal, so 40 years ago, it was way off. It was 50, 60% of what the actual market was. It's so much closer today. I do think they're doing a great job, but they're not to blame for the rising costs of property taxes. It's because we don't have sales revenue to offset it. So as the person that was the brainchild for Liberty Land and brought in Deb Hadcock and Gary Drews in 2019 when we tried to say, what does this community need? I just want you to know, it doesn't matter if people are for or against it. We want the city to speak. So we're thrilled about the public vote that's coming. We are fine running our cows. We have been fine running our cows since the 1950s. We wanted to try to raise sales revenue. So there's a lot of misinformation about what we were trying to do and what we weren't trying to do, but I just had to say thank you today. And to me, what the most important thing is you start by leadership. You start by thanking the people in uniform. You do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm doing this for my World War I grandfather and my World War II and Korean War vet dad and uncle, and they wanted to do something big for Western South Dakota. So if this fails or passes, please help us understand what we do with some of the most critical land in Rapid City. We need your help. So thank you, and I appreciate everything you do, and I hope you get a lot more thank yous like me.
Thank you. Now, Jordan, I had another speaker request form from Mr. Alexander, but I can't seem to find it.
Mr. Chair.
I grabbed it back. It's for a future item.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's for one of the items coming up that Vic might want to speak on.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss him because I heard his pager going off. I'm just kidding. Okay, we'll move on to item, well, my computer.
I saw the sheriff perk up when he heard you had a pager.
Item number 9, items from auditor, budget supplemental resolution.
The auditor has asked that I
They asked
present
you to-
this.
I know they're in the middle of moving everything and they're getting a lot of pressure to run that election. So they will start 15 days prior for early voting. That's about all we can do. We'll work on the state's new new program also, so we're trying to get that vote to happen, so, but go ahead.
All right, so the auditor, as normal, has presented all of the department heads' requests for budget supplements and the ones that they're aware of that didn't come from a department head. We do this every year. Usually, we hold all of the supplement requests until the end of the year unless something comes up in the middle of the year that it's usually out of the norm. But, so this is all of the budget requests that need to happen to make sure that we do have a balanced budget at the end of 2025. You have an opportunity to hold off on approving this if you didn't want to do it right now, but if it needs to be done before the end of the year so that they can close the budget out and make sure that all the specific budgets remain in the black and none of them run into the red.
So Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Hadcock.
so explain to me what's taken, is any of this is all, like, first one's general fund, human services, cops micro, are those grants? Because I was trying to read through some of the papers, but, and then the bottom line is, Jordan, how much does that affect our budget for this year? I understand the assigned and unassigned were probably put in there. I know capital project funds and the bonding. I guess maybe I might have to have Davis come up and answer a few questions on that, but you have a cumulative building, jail annex, courthouse security, natural resources, cold storage, capital project budget from restricted, is that bonding? Is that
The
what that
capital
is?
project budget would be from the bond for those, those items there. The accumulated building is from the tax, the levy that we generate for accumulated buildings.
Right.
And to answer your question as to how this impacts the budget, it increases it. All of this is an increase to the budget. Some of these were somewhat known expenses, but maybe we didn't know the exact amount. But that has been the practice of Pennington County in the past, is to, for building projects specifically, not include anything in the budget until you basically know the costs, and then do a supplement once you're aware that you've got all of the expenditures spent.
So if the 12% cash applied, that takes away from that 12% that we had last year, or this year?
Not in those two funds, because those are not the general fund. And so those two funds are the restricted funds that have their own balance, and so it'll be pulling down those fund balances.
Okay, so
You'll
through
still
this
have-
supplement, this budget supplement, SP 25-005, where is it pulling the budget down from? Or is it, like I said, is it undersigned or assigned? The bonding, on this supplement, I also like to know where the bonding's at after this supplement. So it tells how much it's taking out of the bond, but it doesn't tell how much is left in the bond after you take all this out. It also shows, if you look on the bonding, maybe Davis Purcell can come up, there's a 6.3, and maybe they go together. A 6.3 number, and then an 8.6, if I'm correct. Now I can't find the dang paper, but
Mr. Purcell, I don't know if there's a question there.
Bring that down a little bit for me, sir.
well, what it is, what is the bonding? And there is a question because there's bottom line is, what's the 6.3 of the concourse? And then what is the 8.6, which I can't find the dang paper now, 8.6 of the county administration? What's the difference? There it is. So it says on expense department, concourse 1613 concourse, it's 6.3 total. Then you have at the bottom, department 1616 administration building remodel, 8.6. So is it a total of 14.9 for that building to have it remodeled plus the supplies, contracts, and architectural? Or is it the total is 8.6 at the end?
Yeah, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. So that total that is currently on the screen of 8.6 is the total for concourse in the year of 2025 of this year. And Jordan, can you go back to the sheet you had up earlier?
Absolutely.
Davis,
so I
is
can
that-
clear it up.
Is that a supplement of 8.6, or is that the total amount that it costs for us on this
So-
remodel?
So right there where his cursor is. So
Yep.
if you look at anything under capital project budget, that is all bond money right there. That's
Okay.
all bond. So the
Okay.
8.6 is concourse. strictly concourse. 64,000 was some of the remaining stuff that we did at the PDO building, the bank building. And then the 3 million was the jail tower project, and then the administration building remodel, which is this building. Those are the design fees that we just signed from the last commission approval to move this project forward. So that is strictly from the bond. And that item there that he just scrolled up to, which is accumulated building, that is
Right.
we have roughly, it's around 3 to 3.5 million in accumulated building that we use to do that jail annex roof replacement. The courthouse security project was something that was approved over a year ago for the courthouse project, and that is being reimbursed at 75%. So the total cost will be just over $100,000 there.
And is it the jail annex roof? Is that the
Jail
one
annex
that
roof is
also
also,
gets
we,
reimbursed,
we,
right?
we will, we
Okay.
did, that is an insurance claim.
Yes, sir.
That we did, that we will get money back for on that project as well. The natural resources cold storage was a request that came in early this year after we had already allocated a lot of our capital improvement project dollars to other items. And so none of that is being reimbursed, but that was to put concrete and insulation in the weed and pest building for Scott Guffey and his crew to be able to work on their vehicles. And
But all the capital
stuff there.
project restricted fund, all the 8, the 64,000, the 3 million, and the 215 are all bond.
that's all bond.
So what's the amount left in the bond at that point?
I don't have that right now.
Okay.
And this, and also, just a reminder, we are asked to give these budget supplements in October and try to predict what we're gonna spend from October to December 31st, which is very difficult to do. So we may not spend that I mean, it's not like we fluff the numbers a lot, but we also have to cover ourselves to make sure we can get all the work done. But concourse may come in a little bit under that number, depending on how much we spend by the end of the year. But we don't foresee spending any more for concourse right now through 2025.
So the
So
building stuff is covered by a cumulative building and the bonding, which is going to take that bond down pretty low. Number 2, again, Jordan, any of the general fund, if they're not under, because I think how she put some of this was in the restricted and unrestricted fund that supposedly we're not going to do anymore. Is there anything that's going to take the total off that 12% of cash applied? Meaning, because I think those were already in the budget with the totals, if I'm correct with the signed and unassigned? Does any of this take out of the 12% that we already are low on?
There are a lot of variables that play into it, but yes, the ones up at the top there, the ones that say general fund budgets from current year revenue, what that is that they had extra, usually grant funding revenue that came in that they're now requesting be spent. And so, but that does kind of impact, the general fund reserves at the end of the year. And then the unassigned fund balance is something that is just being pulled from those reserves. That would be the 112,000 for court administration, the 300,000 for court appointed attorneys, and the 58,000 for the sheriff.
Okay,
And-
so I'll ask you, did we, because of these supplements and because we know usually court-appointed attorneys, the court-appointed administration usually have to come in later, did we put in any extra, meaning in those areas for, because it's basically happens every year, if I'm correct, in any of our 2026 budget?
In 2026, we went with actual trends. And so as the trend is trending up, we went with the trend, not what we had been budgeting. We went with actual expenditures. So I can't guarantee that it won't still surpass what we had budgeted in 26, but we did increase it, anticipating that, this happens, it seems to happen pretty much every year for the last 5 or 6 years.
And I appreciate that. Just because we wanted to make sure that we were ahead of the game for next year and that this stuff doesn't happen, and hopefully people budget a little bit better on some of their areas so they're not supplementing. Mr. Davis doesn't really have a choice. He's doing remodels and doing some stuff that comes to pass on some of it. So hopefully we can get ahead of that game so we're not supplementing as much. But thank you for that explanation.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
Yeah, Davis, if you could come back up. So on these capital projects, for example, concourse, the remodel, some of these projects that we know that we're going to be spending, we're not putting that in the budget. So we're not anticipating, let's just say concourse at, 8.6 million or whatever the number is going to be. We're not budgeting for that. Getting back to what Jordan said, we don't forecast, we don't budget capital improvement projects. And so then we come back, and even though this is coming out of the bond money, then we have to supplement the budget. But we're not forecasting these projects in the budget.
Correct. I would say not part of the budget process. We do forecast the budget based on what we have available in the bond funds, right? So we have never looked at it as like we are now, which is our approved budget and then what we have available in our bond fund. It's just very difficult to predict what we may or may not approve for next year on some of these capital projects. I understand this is the direction we want to go, and I think it would be good because, again, our overall county budget has shown that we're over budget, but it's really, we were spending a lot of that bond funding and other funds that were coming in through COVID and things like that. So it was, to me, it painted the wrong picture. We may have over budgeted what was approved, and I put that in quotations, because there was never really anything ever approved for capital projects, no.
Okay. So this is what I'm in disagreement with as to how the county has been budgeting, and I'm going to use an example, and it's nothing on you. So the highway department has multiple projects. They do road projects. We're going to pave. We're going to work on the Windward Road 1416. We have bridge projects. And the highway department has restricted funds that are not tied to the general fund of which they operate out of. So what would it look like if the highway department put in their budget, but they didn't budget road improvement, bridge improvement, all of that stuff? You have to forecast that. You have to go out to bid. You have to wait for the bids to come in. But if you put none of that, and let's just say if you had $5 million worth of projects you knew you were going to do, but I have no idea what it's going to come in at, so I'm not going to budget for it because I know I have the funds in my budget. And in this case, when you add up all of these budget supplements, this is actually my biggest irritation with historically how the county has done a budget. So you passed a budget in 2024, 2025 of 131 million and change, and that included the 5% that we had to hold back. And so we tell the public that we're going to operate, and we have operating expenditures are going to be $128 million, whatever that number is. And for example, this year, I believe that number for the 2026 budget's right at 128 million in expenditures. But then we haven't budgeted knowing we're going to have these expenditures because we have this bond money, getting back to Commissioner Hadcock's point. We've looked at the bond money and some of these restricted and reserved funds that we've set aside. And so we've done off-the-books accounting is what I call it. And because it's bond money, we're not treating it like part of our revenue projection in the budget. And so we're drawing bond money down for capital improvement projects, but we're not budgeting for it. And so all of these budget supplements, I just did quick math, or just a tick over $14 million that we're supplementing a budget that we told the public was going to be $131 million. And so it's likely going to be, the highest budget in 2025. Getting to the end of the year, this would likely be the highest budget in expenditures ever for Pennington County. But we told the public, and we're levying property taxes, and we're doing our restricted funds, and we're saying we're going to spend, 128 million, and then we're going to come in, we're going to add 14 million on top of that. And this is stuff that we talked about in the 26 budget process. And some of these things, even I'm going to get back to the cold storage. And so, and I brought that one forward. And so I asked if we had the money for that project to do that $70,000 project. Do we have the budget for it? And I was told, yes, we could make it work. Getting back to supplementing the jail annex roof replacement from restricted fund balance, so the 546,000. So where is that money going to come from for this supplement?
It'll come from the 233 fund, the accumulated building fund.
Okay.
Now, as David
But we're
had
putting the
mentioned-
insurance proceeds in there.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes. And
So then if we're moving the insurance proceeds in there, Yeah, because I have a question about forecasting, getting into October and then forecasting what the expenditures are going to be at the end of the year. And so for me, in the future, what I would like to see with all the budget supplements, I want to see actually where that fund balance is at the time. So if we're saying that we're going to supplement, 101, the COPS micro, 1010234, to the tune of 14,200, or court-appointed attorneys, we're going to supplement 300,000 at 101, the fund, 1010155. I want to see exactly where we're at as of today, the 1st of November. I want to see what, along with the budget supplements, what all of those fund balances are, and then have a discussion, because when we're forecasting these supplements, I'm not saying it's happening. I've seen where departments will over-forecast and get supplemented and then come down and go, oh, I've got that money to spend. And it was money that was never budgeted in the first place, but you've given it to them in a supplement. And so these are the things as we move forward that I would like to see change and have the information up here so we can actually see what the fund balances are. And then getting back to Commissioner Hadcock's point, the bond stuff has been talked about almost every meeting it comes up, because we're polling or we're projecting out of the bond fund. And then we have the jail project, of which we said we were going to have a certain amount of bond dollars to operate and do the infrastructure at the jail. And, we're asking to make these supplements, and we don't know what those other fund balances are. Nothing on you. It would go back to, and again, this is just how it's been done, but I would like to see, Jordan, in the future, exactly where all the funds are at, and have a conversation about the fund balance, and have departments come up and talk about where they think they're going to be, at the end of the year. And so
Chair.
Commissioner, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
So the
Commissioner
bot-
Hadcock.
So the bottom line is, whose job is it? I don't think it's Jordan's. I don't know if it's the department heads, but someone's got to keep track of the budget. So isn't it the auditor's office job to kind of tell where the budget's at, and show this is where they're taking it from and this is why we have to supplement? Should be our commission director. I don't know if it should be a department head. Maybe it should be the auditor.
Yep.
At this time, I would like it broken down, and it should have been broken down with this. Some of this is confusing, putting this little typo stuff, trying to read that stuff with numbers that look like, I don't know, dots. So it's a pretty easy explanation of, this is what the sheriff's budget is. When you use the sheriff as an example, this is what he's got, this is what he's using it for, this is why he has to use it. It shows right here. That's pretty simplified. For me, it doesn't have to have his whole budget. It just has to have his total amount and why he needs it. I don't think it's that hard. We're making it too complicated with some of this stuff. And then having our buildings and grounds guy come in here, Mr. Davis, and guess how much a bond is every time, and he doesn't even got a total. That's not his fault. He's been trying to get this, I don't know how many years it's been, we've been trying to get a hold on how much the bond is. Who's gonna do that for us? That's not his job. That's not Jordan's job. We're putting a bunch of stuff on Jordan. He's a commission director. He is not the auditor. He's not the IT director. He has a job description of doing other stuff. If he wants to help do budget and numbers, that's fine, and people need his services. But at this time, if we're gonna have somebody doing numbers, I'm gonna keep saying this, I wanna see the numbers straight up. We haven't had that for a few years, and you're right, Jerry. It's hard to budget. It's hard to see it until the end of the year, and then you find out later that we're how much over. So the departments need that help. Commissioners need that help, and it breaks it down for them and makes it simplified as well for this commission. So hopefully in the future with our new auditor, that she can break down those numbers and get those numbers for us before we come up and have to supplement stuff. Because again, Mr. Davis, I have to keep asking, how much is in the bond? Well, they told me it was 30, but what I'm looking at is maybe 26, whatever. That's a hell of a way to try to do business when you're trying to run a department as well, so.
Just one follow-up. I absolutely agree that we should try to forecast things that are being paid through bond, the prior, or have it ready by budget season. It is difficult to do in some sense. And again, some of those items that we've seen from the past were building acquisitions that would have been impossible to to predict that we were paying $7 million or $4 million or whatever for a couple buildings, you know. It was, some of those things came out of a needs assessment that we adopted. So again, I'm not saying it's impossible, it's doable. It's just, we really have to try to understand what the commission wants to do for the next year by budget season. And really, that's only halfway through each year, because we kind of have to have a plan by June and July to have something by August and September for you guys to actually look at. So we will certainly work on that as we move forward. Just wanted to make that clear, so.
So, Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
I just have a follow-up. So when it gets down to the budget is what the commission does, and it's in statute. And so, you know, this is what we're supposed to do. Look at the budget, get the numbers for the budget, and that's what we asked. And that was a change in what we did this year, wherein our director, Jordan, did the budget for the county. And so we directed him to do the budget and the finance, and he did the entire budget and presented that. So I think working with the auditor's office is a reasonable request to come back and follow up on some of this.
I think that there's been a lot of dynamic changes, and we're all heading towards more of a conducive style relationship where we're more client-served and we're more, with the department heads and all the elected officials working together in unison to provide numbers to Jordan or whoever and do those things in timely manners. So this is part of the growing pain of the process that we somewhat expected. So, and it'll get better as we roll through. And if we find that we've made some mistakes along the way, we're not adverse to fixing them and moving forward. But having this information available and making it, like Commissioner Durr and Commissioner Hadcock have talked about, being as transparent as possible, brutally transparent, to make sure the people in the community know what we're doing and what's going on with the numbers and everything. So with that being said, can you explain just real quickly, I've seen a $914,000 TIF number on there. Can you tell us how that works so nobody gets a misconception of how that might work?
Yes, I can speak to it kind of generally. The county has had in the past up to 6 TIFs. There are still 2 that are active currently, and what happens is we levy for those because we get the growth off of, all the properties within the TIF district that the county has levied, and then we pay those out to those TIF projects. And so there are TIF number 4 and TIF number 6 that still exist, and they are still getting levied amounts.
This is the money that's accumulated over the increment.
Yes.
That will be paid out towards
Correct.
whatever that
And then
TIF
it
was
goes into the
established for.
project.
Then once that TIF is paid off and those numbers are available somewhere, then that money will come to the county.
Correct.
The city and the school district.
Yeah, those funds then close off and everything goes back to a normal levying process for the valuation of that increment. That
I would direct the commission to either we can continue this item and get some more answers if you feel necessary to do that, or we can vote and
Mr.
accordingly.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner
Maybe
Rossman.
we should wait until we have all 5 commissioners here.
Okay, that'd be fine. I'm good with that. If is that a motion to continue to the next
I'll go ahead
meeting?
and
And I
make
think
that
maybe give Ms. Hadcock or Commissioner Hadcock some opportunity to check over a couple
Numbers.
things if she's comfortable with that, so.
Or to come up with 14 million.
Yeah, she'd just write a check. We'll make her write a check.
Done it before.
So we have a motion from Ross Connect, second by Hadcock, to continue this until,
The 18th meeting.
what would be the next?
18th.
18th of November?
Yes, sir.
That'll be my motion.
Okay, perfect. So, did you get that, Kara?
Yeah.
Motion to continue,
By-
motion from Ross Connect, second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. Number 10, publicly submitted items. Request to vacate Gold Dust Road. Okay, here's the, okay, thank you. Thank you, Jordan. So, request to vacate Gold Dust Road, Miss Leanne Olson and Miss Michelle Maroney. Michelle, if you're in the room, if you want to come forward, give us an explanation of kind of what's happening here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My mom, Leanne, Michelle
Hi, Mom.
Maloney. Michelle Marwani, and this is my mom, Leanne Olson. She's a property owner in the Hill City area, providing 13 very reasonably priced rentals in Hill City. We rent to the greatest group, many retired folks, teachers, grocery store workers, food service workers, construction workers, correctional officers, and more. These are people that need affordable housing, as we all do. On Gold Dust Road in particular, we have a late 70s widow that's lived in her home since the Jasper fire 25 years ago. We have another single retired gentleman that's lived in his home on Gold Dust Road for decades. And we have another long-term renter who's a single father with a darling little girl. So I would just ask that you hold on to that visual as we contemplate this matter. So my mom had the property subdivided in 1995. Actually 4 different lots, certainly unaware of the long-term implications of a public dead-end road. As with the rest of the Black Hills, we are struggling keeping side-by-sides out of our private property. This has become particularly egregious since the short-term rental properties. Rental cabins directly to the east were allowed. Gold Dust Road is identified as a public road on Onyx. It is misidentified on ArcGIS as a public road that flows within feet of the single father's front door. On your phone, there's no distinction where the public road ends. Our tenants have placed no trespassing signs on the property to no avail. In hitting the dead end, traffic mostly side-by-sides, and particularly from those cabins that you can see right along Pink Cabin Road, trespass while turning around on private property. This occurs very often. Very often. We spoke to an attorney this summer about the matter, and given the short road, the lack of public dollars spent, and the few houses on the road, of which we own 3/4 of, he recommended asking the commission to vacate the public road. Given there's been no cost to the county, other than road signs that I can see, in 30 years. 30 years, this has cost Pennington County no money except a road sign. There simply is no reason, as I will illustrate, in Gold Dust Road remaining a public road. We met with a member of Planning and Zoning this summer who stated that our office would recommend denying vacating the public road, but it might make it through you, the commission, if we provided emergency easement for the property to the south and adding easements to all our properties for the future, as well as the property on the road that does not belong to us. We are exceedingly willing to do so. My mother and stepfather, who just recently passed, are the only people who have ever put any money into this road in 30 years. Until recently, where an individual that does not live on any of the 4 properties on Gold Dust Road moved the road, trespassed, cut down trees, moved dirt onto portions of the road that could not possibly be on the public road without surveying anything, simply saying after the fact, I can just tell where it should be. After that incident, ordinance enforcement arranged a meeting with Planning and Zoning and Highway and told us there's actually no ordinance that somebody can't just trespass on your property, cut down trees, move dirt, all kinds of, with no survey. So there's no ordinance that they could find he violated, but suggested we put up a no outlet sign and place a gate at the end of the road to keep side-by-sides out. They stated that they would object to vacating the public road as there are subdivision applications on Palmer Gulch Road, and they implied that Gold Dust Road, which would logically have to be improved and pass within 20 so feet of one of our houses, would be a public road providing thoroughfare from 385 at Dakota Stone, whatever might become of the sawmill property, 19-plus homes on Palmer Gulch Road, and that's before it's subdivided. So what was implied is that they are going to move traffic from between Dakota Stone and the sawmill through our front yard to get to Pink Cabin Road. I would ask that the commission see alternatives that are actually in the public good. If you are, I'm a teacher, so I teach ArcGIS to my students. I love maps, and the visual that they provide is significant. You can see that the property to the south of us has easy access to Pink Cabin Road if it were to be subdivided. Immediately to the east, there's actually a quarter section line that runs from that property that is directly south of ours across the section line, and it is US Forest Service. If you look at the topographic maps, it appears that the road would not be as steep as the train that gets to Gold Dust Road. It would cut the distance from roughly 2,300 linear feet to less than 1,100 linear feet if the road went directly east along the quarter section line. This would also free the public to access public land currently encircled by a neighbor's private land. Those two, there's a triangle there that's right above that private driveway. That's public land that is currently off limits and heavily nobody can get to it. There's two pieces of public land that are encircled. This would eliminate that problem, so that, in fact, the public good would improve. With all due respect to the Highway Department and Planning Department, this alternative is actually in the public good. It's faster. They're worried about egress. So it would be faster. It would have less drop in altitude. What we're asking for is approximately 870 feet of road that has cost the county virtually no money in 30 years. And with the easements we will provide, it's truly of no benefit to the public. In speaking to the one other Gold Dust property owner regarding our request to vacate the road, she stated, "I can't imagine we'd have a problem with it as long as we have access to our property." Lastly, in regards to the Highway Department letter that was submitted with our request, Mr. Miller acknowledges that this is, and I quote, "a low-volume, low local access route." We have offered to provide an emergency easement to the property that has randomly built onto the road. He actually, Mr. Miller suggested we put a gate in that at that point as well. But we've offered to provide that emergency easement, so that concern is moot. We have fiber running up the current road and certainly amenable to providing a utility easement as well. Our tenants have placed no trespassing signs in desperation, again, to no avail, so we appreciate Mr. Miller's suggestion, but it's already proven for years to be ineffective. So there's a better short-term and long-term solution that is actually in the public interest, and we respectfully request you approve our request with the conditions we have described.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to the commission. Commissioner Rochnick?
Ma'am, that public right-of-way, how wide is that?
I believe it's 66 feet.
Okay. And it seems to me the crutch of the problem is just the ATV side-by-side traffic.
Initially, it was. Since talking to Highway and Planning and Zoning, they're now talking about moving all of the traffic from Palmer Gulch Road through this property as egress. So it got even worse. And then the trespassing, just people thinking that they can move dirt whenever they want. So it's accelerated very rapidly. But if you see those cabins that are right along Pink Cabin Road, that has, I mean.
Which one's Pink Cabin Road? Is it the one that goes off to the?
The blue. So, I don't know that it was you guys, no pointing fingers, but you did approve a whole bunch of short-term rentals there. So those are all nightly rentals. And it is nothing for the renters to let their kids just drive right around the corner because that's safe, except it's not. It's terrible. It's terrible. Our renters are being terrorized by the side-by-sides, and then we find out it's going to get worse with subdividing. And then we find out that there's no ordinance that says anybody can move a road, cut down your trees, and move dirt on your property.
Yeah, and we'll address that, I think.
So I guess it seems to me from what I've read is that the side-by-side traffic is excessive and it's annoying the landowners off of that Gold Dust. So I guess my question is, what do you have? And evidently it dead ends at the private property to the south.
Correct.
So what kind of signage do you currently have to let people know that that's a dead end? What kind of signage do you currently have?
We have no trespassing signs right by the road, actually, just in an effort to try to keep people out. And I wouldn't say it's annoying. I would say it's dangerous. If you look at that property that is at the northwest corner, That's not even Gold Dust Road, but that's our driveway. But they drive right up into our road, into his driveway. It's dangerous. He has a little kid. He has animals. Rita, who's been there for 25 years, she's an old lady. She's living by herself. Steve has been there for decades.
Well, I was up there last week and I didn't see any signage.
There's
I
the
would s-
the ordinance man, Daryl,
Dwayne.
Dwayne.
But Highway recommends more enhanced signage that let these side-by-sides know that that's a dead-end road, and there's no sense in going up there 800 feet and then turning around.
I don't entirely disagree with that, with the exception of it's still a public road. They can still go on it. It doesn't matter if there's a no outlet sign. Legally, they can still go on it. Unfortunately, when they get to that dead end, they have to turn around on our property. And
Someone point to
Where's
where
your-
her property
where's your
is? and
property?
then
Is yours
where-
the pink
What's
one
this
at the
dead
bottom?
end?
if I could pull it up here,
Where's yours?
Her property's there?
so oh yeah, sorry.
Joe, you want to come up and help? Okay, because we're gonna probably talk to you too. Try to figure out why this road isn't where it's platted. That's a big question.
That's a 1995 issue with a builder that didn't do what he was supposed to do.
Well, if it's not platted, it's on somebody's property.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna have Joe come up here, because I'm really thoroughly trying to understand how this could get on somebody else's property. The plat clearly shows the road to the north, not where it's at, so it's obviously on somebody's private property, or what's the deal here?
So, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. So, I forget your name. Leanne. When Leanne platted these properties in 95, I assume, since it's a 1995 problem.
One sec, she platted all those? That was
So
all your
so
land?
the 4 lots that you see on Gold Dust Road,
Okay,
she platted those 4 lots in 1995, from what I understand, correct?
okay.
And then there's one that's been sold to another individual, and they've retained the 3 on the southwest portion there. When she platted that in 1995, I assume what happened is, and Brittany can probably confirm this, is the Planning and Zoning Department, which was probably paired with Rapid City at that point, forced her to plat a public right-of-way in there to gain access to those properties, because had she sold all of those and to all of those different owners without either that public access or an easement of some sort, those pieces of property become isolated tracts. Now, to Ron's question as far as why the road isn't where the road is platted, she simply, I would assume, and she can answer for this, but the road was put where, it looked good on a piece of paper, not necessarily where the road was easily built. So it was platted, and then the road wasn't built where the right-of-way was platted. So then it's been like that since 95.
Well, that's what I suspected, but the problem is if there's not an easement on that private road, it don't matter. Can someone explain that to me? Brittany, can you explain that to me?
So that might be a question for Laura
If
or
the road's
Jay.
not where it's supposed to be,
They just put it on.
Mr. Chair, at a certain point in time after that, it's going to be a prescriptive easement.
So, correct, and that's why I was going to say Laura or Jay may be able to answer that question, and I believe 3131 is the statute that you're referring to, and it's by mere use of the public for more than 20 years, it becomes a
have
public.
you ever taken that one to court?
I'm not going to answer that, I would allow Laura
I
to.
can tell you, if there's a platted road and the road's not there, that means the road's not built.
Where do
Simple
you
as that.
live, Leanne, on those plats?
I'm not, my husband passed away a
Yes,
year ago.
Which one of those properties are yours, ma'am?
Where
Where does she live? Where are the 13 cabins?
The 13 cabins are here.
Okay, and where's the problem area of
This
the
is,
people?
so we rent these. These are the 3 long-term renters. Rita's been here for 25 years.
Okay,
Steve has been here for over, I think, 20 years, and AJ's been here for probably going on 10 years. Initially, we owned this property as well, but that has been sold to Dr. Sandra Bernard, who I did talk to, and
Okay.
seemed amenable to what we're proposing.
And where are the ATV problem people at?
Black kids.
Primarily here. These are the nightly cabins.
I thought those were the ones you just said you owned.
No, we own this house.
Oh.
We own this house.
Okay.
And we own this house.
How do those people get to their lot, I guess is the question.
How do our renters?
Well, that's not your renters, right?
This is the nightly rental. I think there's a half dozen cabins here,
How do they get in and out of there?
right here. They have direct access to Pink Cabin Road
Oh,
right
so-
here,
But that's the people you're having the problem with?
primarily.
So how do they get onto that back road?
They just go down Pink Cabin Road.
Oh, then they think
a couple hundred
going to
feet.
their property and they're,
Well, because you can see it from the cabins, right? So you can see our road from their cabins, so how convenient.
how do they get there then? They cut across your private property?
To my knowledge, we've never heard or observed them, but they just go here, come out, and they go down Pink Cabin Road a few hundred feet and then go up our road.
And then where are they going, I guess?
Into our driveway. So Gold Dust Road ends here, but this guy in particular, this is a really steep road, and they like it.
So can I ask you something, Leanne?
Commissioner Hadcock, I'm sorry.
If it is an easement, and it's your easement, it is not on the Gold Dust Road, you can gate it, can't they? If it's an easement, unless that easement, because it's your property and somebody else's private property, isn't it?
Joe, why don't you
They're
come up?
people that they sold it to, if it becomes an easement? It's not on the road.
So I think you should allow Laura to come up and speak to that.
So,
Go ahead, Jerry.
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
Jordan, could you move the map up so we can see the entire road and where it egresses? All right, right there.
Yeah.
So,
The road goes all the way through.
correct, and you can hit the other public right-of-way. And so, Joe, this question's for you. So when you're talking about alteration of the road, and so when you're speaking, you're saying your own private road was altered?
Correct. Our private property was altered, yes.
Okay, did any of the alteration occur on Gold Dust Road in the public right-of-way?
That depends where the public right-of-way is. Is it where the plat is, or is it where the road is?
It's where the road is.
No. There was probably there was gravel put on it.
Okay, because getting back to its question for Joe, because if anybody goes in, and again, it might not be an ordinance, but there is other avenues to pursue that. If somebody came in on your property, because you could look at it, I mean, it's between a civil and a criminal issue. But when you're anybody that goes in and alters a public right-of-way, that is a criminal offense in statutes, not an ordinance. It's a criminal offense under statute. Anybody that goes in, so let's just say if you were going to go in and you wanted to alter the road and put in speed bumps, that's a criminal offense. Somebody goes in and we gravel a road and we fix it up and somebody says, I want to take it back, because I've experienced this, where, no, I'm going to take it back and make it so that it's basically impassable because I don't want that traffic. That's a criminal offense. And so my position on this, I can understand it. My suggestion is where your private road goes up and going up there, instead of people coming up there, you actually put a gate at your entrance and gate it off.
Yep.
And I'm not in favor of giving up public access. That's my position.
Laura, I guess the question comes down for me is, they platted the road, there's no road. They've had some resistance to the people using that road, so it's not like people have freely used that road for 20 years. They've had resistance, you put up signs, don't use this road, basically. So I guess how, if it was platted, and I guess they would have to build that road.
Pull up the picture, please, with the pink road on it, if you would, Joe. That way we can see where it could be an easement with the pink road and where they can't touch the road, or where they've touched the road and needs to be, because I wouldn't vacate a road, I'll just tell you that. But maybe we can help
So
solve
my
it.
background is that I owned all of that property. We owned all of that
Right.
property. And so when we were doing those houses one at a time, we went to the planning, and they said, it's your land, those are driveways. If you put in a driveway, so what we have over the years considered that a driveway, knowing that we had a platted area. Now the people up above, Victor, have decided to start using that road. They have built a portion of that road onto my driveway, and they're using that. So in my estimation, it should be one or the other. If Victor's going to start using the Gold Dust Road, then he should build it. But if he's going to continue to use my easement, my driveway, how can you have both? You're just taking
Here.
my land away
Can I
from
say
me.
something?
Commissioner Hadcock.
Okay, so Gold Dust Road, you have some of that pink on Gold Dust Road, he can use the road. Once he hits your private area of the plat, then you can gate it, and you can gate it on the other side, if I'm correct, because it's an easement, or basically it's their property. It's their driveway once it hits their property, if I'm correct. Because there is no road on Gold Dust. And then the other properties would have to build on Gold Dust to add, Jerry's right, to add onto that other road that comes down and through there. Long story short, you built a road, you sold properties to people, and they thought that road was Gold Dust Road, because that's what you're calling it. So now it's not Gold Dust Road, it's only off Pink Cabin is Gold Dust Road. That part, and then you have a whole Gold Dust Road that isn't developed. The other part you said is your property, that's your private property. If you put an easement and you let people, I don't know what's on your plats that you guys put on there, but if you put an easement on their properties when you sold them, so they could use that, then it's different.
We never sold them.
That's why I'm saying, so they would have to, for some reason, they believe that when you sold them the property, that they could go through it.
I have never sold any of that property.
You haven't sold any above.
So this right here, this is the only property we have sold, and Gold Dust Road is in the proper place right here. So
Okay, so
we've
who-
never sold
Who
it.
owns the property with the big driveway to the left, that goes off to the left?
We own this,
Yes?
we own this, and we own this.
Okay, so you guys all live there.
We rent them to long-term renters.
So actually, on the road, if they wanted to, they could follow the road, get off your easement, you could gate your easement, and then on the road, they could follow the road all the way around, because it's called Gold Dust Road.
Yeah, and I think you see where the pink road is, and you see where the road is platted. I guess the question to me is, if that road was platted and that plat was approved with that road being built on that plat, where's the road? I guess that would be the question.
So if I may, we ran into this with a bridge project out on Thunderhead Falls, where the bridge was actually placed a little bit outside of what the platted public right-of-way was. In my experience in that endeavor, working with the state's attorney's office, is the platted public right-of-way also stays, but the part of the bridge that was outside of the right-of-way, the county also gets at that point, because it's a prescriptive easement through, I believe it is at 3131. And in this case, from what I can tell, similar to that one, would be by mere use of the public, it doesn't matter if it was, them or whoever, right? The public was allowed to go up there by mere use of 20 years or more. The platted public right-of-way becomes what is currently the road, 66 or 33 foot either side of center, and the platted public right-of-way also stays.
Okay, and I get that part
They
of
can
it.
do a taking on both?
No, what he's saying is because it's an old law that I don't think's ever been really challenged a lot, but because
I don't know the answer to that question.
because I ran into this, and trust me, I went through this, and one of the things they're going to ask is if they ever adversely argued that anybody could use that road. They put signs up said, don't, the road's a dead end, don't use it. But my concern is in the platting process, and maybe Brittany can answer this question. When somebody plats a road on the parcels that they're platting, who follows up to make sure the road got built? Because obviously they intended this to be a road, so by platting it off as a road. I mean.
Brittany Hand.
And I
planning
know this was
director.
before your time, but at what point does that road have to be built?
It does prior to the building permit being,
So somebody built on this without having a proper building permit.
well, no, they got building permits. I just can't speak to it because I was not in the office at that time. If it was current, yes, it would have to be in the correct location, or they would have to relocate the right-of-way to where the road is. But right now, what we're looking at is that road has been there for a long period of time. Building permits have been issued with the understanding that that was the road.
Okay.
And it's been there for more than 20 years.
So
So,
basically what she has here is a legal issue beyond and above us.
Right. And where's the section line? Anybody know?
it runs north and south.
So if she
It's-
closed it off, then the people that wanted to use it could try to sue her. Or if she left it open, then somewhere, this has to get resolved. I think the only person that could really resolve it is the judge.
Mr. Chair.
And that section line isn't going to help them any.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I think we're here today to vacate or not vacate, and I'm not in favor of vacating
No.
simply because highway doesn't support it, neither does planning and zoning.
Right.
I don't know that the question is the road in the right place? I don't think that's what we're here to discuss today. I think we just need to know, are we going to vacate legal access to these 4 homes back there? For an example, the one ID number 47615, that has an address of 12702 Gold Dust Road. You vacate that, all of a sudden, you call 911, what do you got? I just can't support it.
You are correct that we are talking about vacating or not vacating, so we should probably stick to that. And so,
So,
go ahead,
yeah,
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair. So, question, Joe, is this on our county road list as an unmaintained road or an other?
It is not on our county road list at all. Just because it's platted public right-of-way
All right.
doesn't make it our jurisdiction.
All right. And then a question, let's say that the road got vacated, and how do you plan on enforcing the traffic on the road?
We would gate it at the entrance of the road. So if,
At both points?
Can I change my base map?
Yep.
Okay.
I was trying to get it to, I don't know where the Rapid City aerial, there should be some county aerials there somewhere.
It's a
Maybe that one?
2023 one, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. So right here is what I am suggesting that should the subdivision happen. So this is Palmer Gulch Road. And what the county is implying is they're going to start moving traffic all the way through here. What I am suggesting is, this is public land right in here that is encircled by private land. This is also public land. This is all U.S. Forest Service. I recommend that should the subdivision happen, it come right through this quarter section line. That's where I said it will move, the terrain is less than what is currently randomly built onto Gold Dust Road. Additionally, it will cut the egress that the county is concerned about in half, getting out to Pink Cabin Road. It will not disturb this property, nor will it disturb the 4 properties down on the current Gold Dust Road. I offered to provide utility easements. I offered to provide an emergency easement, access easements. We will do that all at our own cost. I think in an effort to solve the whose road is it, I would respectfully, with every single highway issue that they brought up, it can be solved. It can be solved. The public would then have access to the public land in here. It would by far reduce the length of the road to egress for Pink Cabin Road. And so I understand you have that public road and it's hard to get rid of, but every single solitary issue can be negated by easements and access. If you look here, there's already a public, or a driveway down here on this piece of Forest Service. I would have contacted the Forest Service, but for the shutdown. But just going in on this quarter section line would be so much easier. I have no idea where the subdivision on Palmer Gulch Road is being proposed, But that is at the crux of what we heard was the county's argument, is that they want egress. It is easily done. This is not a safe road for egress. We are happy to
I don't know.
continue emergency, an emergency easement right here. We don't want our neighbors to burn. Under no circumstance would we ever keep that, keep neighbors from going down that road.
I got a speaker request for him on this item, so I'm gonna let him speak.
Okay.
Victor, and then the other question I have for Joe, is that section line, is that a right-of-way section line for a road or a highway? Or, I mean, most section lines are used for movement up and down.
Are you talking about the quarter section line that she was referring to?
Yeah, it goes all the way through.
So the quarter section line is actually not public access. The only public access or the public right-of-way is the actual section lines themselves.
Yeah.
If you see the up and down, the red here, and then so that's the north-south section line, and then the east-west section line's right here.
This is the north-south that goes.
So there
through the
is
property.
there is no platted public, private, or public right-of-way other than Gold Dust on the north side, and on the west or south side of that 70-acre parcel would be Palmer Gulch. That's the only public access to either county road.
Can I say
Victor,
one thing?
if you want to come forward, then just state your name for the record and,
My name is Vic Alexander. I own the 70 acres that I'm not sure where.
point it out to us, Vic. Can someone give him a hand? with
Yeah.
that? Thank you.
It's this big piece of property right in here.
It's the seven, and I don't know where the idea of somebody doing a subdivision came from. I'm not doing anything. I own that 70 acres. My family's been here for 7 generations, and we own that acreage. I have no desire to develop it or whatever. In fact, I've added to it multiple times because it is an ag property. When I bought that piece of property, well, the piece of property where the 2 Forest Service pieces got locked in between, years ago, got locked in between the mining claims. Those are Forest Service pieces. I've tried to acquire those two, but you guys all know what that process is. But when I bought that access, Gold Dust Road, comes up to that section line. You can see where it ends near the section line.
What I was asking.
For whatever future purpose, Gold Dust Road, somebody went through this process years ago, and it was Leanne, and they went through that process to get this Gold Dust Road is a public right-of-way. They got the right-of-way in there. They just never did build the road on the right-of-way. I, several months ago, started trying to figure out the process because that road was becoming quote-unquote somewhat impassable. And I wanted to make it better. Years ago, I was driving old broke-down Broncos. Now I'm driving my wife drives a nice Expedition and doesn't want to go down on that road. So I wanted to improve the road. How do you do that? In Pennington County, you go to the road process. I went to the auditor's office. I went to the planning and zoning. I went to the road. All of them are here, and they know that I've been looking at it, trying to figure out how to make that road better. Finally, I just decided and Leanne at the time didn't want to build a public road or didn't want to build an unorganized road district road. And the process to do that was expensive and long time consuming, that sort of thing. I said, well, I can put my time and energy into improving the road. I understand that Leanne did not want me on her property, but the 2-track that run across her property was the substitute for the non-existent right-of-way. So that's the trail that we've been using since I've been there for 25 years. And you can drive right down that trail, right onto Gold Dust Road. I've been doing it for years. So it's not a matter of, it's just that I have improved the roads from my private property. My house is the one in the middle of your picture there. I've improved it from that point down the hill because it saves, if I decide to leave my house, I go to Rapid City, it saves me 3 miles to drive down the hill and go to Rapid City than it does to go halfway back to Hill City and then go around Three Forks. So I wanted to improve the existing public right-of-way to get on Gold Dust Road. I've been on the fire department for 46 years in western Pennington County and Hill City, and we've used that that road, that trail got used during the flood when it was 43 days that Pennington County didn't have, the creek was too high and the bridge was closed at the sawmill. Well, that bridge maybe won't have any more floods because that bridge got fixed or got built. But fires, it's the same thing. You know, you have those going on. So I always like to have a second option to do things, you know, and that second option, and it looks nice and flat here, but that's anything but nice and flat if you study the topography on there. So I just wanted to improve the public right-of-way, and I was not getting anywhere with any of the different county agencies as far as how to do that. It's a long process, and it's an expensive process. I said, well, shit, for $6,000, $8,000, $10,000, I can build the damn road, and the public can have it. I'll just use it. It's existed for 20-some years as a two-track. I don't call a two-track a road. I'd call it a two-track. A road is a built road. That two-track never was ever built. Doesn't have structures, doesn't have ditches, doesn't have culverts. It's a two-track, and it could be a driveway. I understand that. But I just wanted to improve Gold Dust Road to be a road because that's the property that I bought had Gold Dust Road ending at it. That's where it ended. And I knew that that was my access to Pink Cabin Road.
Chair, I got
Always
a
has
question.
been.
Yeah, so you're saying you don't want that road vacated, is that correct?
Yeah, but that, I can
Commissioner
start at the
Hadcock.
beginning of my spiel. I'm kind of surprised. I was not notified
So
of this meeting today.
Vic, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Do you have a lot of ATV traffic on your road?
I'm not there all the time during the day, but I don't have a lot of ATV traffic up on my part of the hill. Now, I did flag down and stop a UPS guy. See, my road looks like a public road. It's because I have pride in my road and I build it and I maintain it.
Do you come off Palmer Gulch or do you come off Pink Cabin Road to get
It's
your?
gotten to be about 50-50 since I've improved the road
Okay, so
to
that
the
tells
extent
me
that it
you
is
need the
now.
access. Okay.
What's
and
that?
That tells me you need the access and not to vacate it.
Yes.
And also, Michelle needs to know that that red line is a section line, and that section line goes through some of your properties, and that's public right-of-way. So if people wanted to access through your property on that section line, they can. So if you vacate the road, they could still access off of Vicks or that area and legally go through the middle of your property, unfortunately. But long story short, I'm listening to both sides at this point, and vacating the road would be not pertinent to what's going to help the general public in this case. If it was just an area where it was just your properties, I would agree with it, but when you start affecting other properties with vacating that road, I just can't do that. So,
Is there any process here maybe to be able to start a process for a road district? An unorganized road district?
I think that'd be
Joe,
between you and
you
the
can help.
property owners.
Joe can tell you how to do that.
And well, I know
but-
how to do it because I've learned it from all of the different agencies. We just need to do it, and I finally, I'll get this thing off the ground a little bit and I'll build a road, so I did.
Well, you got to get your other properties in.
And the tree that got cut was about this big a round tree, and it got cut, and it was on the public right-of-way. And it's gone, burned it in a campfire, and a few minutes later, I mean, it wasn't trees. Let's not think like a red,
Thank you, sir. So we're talking about vacating or not vacating, so is somebody making a motion here?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we not vacate Gold Dust Road.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion from Ross Connect and a second from Hadcock. I'm going to allow you to speak one more time. Go ahead. Come forward. So the motion is to not vacate, so.
So just to refute, Victor has not been driving on that road for 25 years. You can look at the satellite imagery.
Okay, I'm not here to argue anything,
Nope.
and we have a motion about
Okay.
vacating,
Let's
so.
hear about the vacation,
yeah.
not his road.
We got it.
So what I would point out is that Victor said
Ma'am,
No,
the public can have it, so can they have the
Ma'am?
rest of his road?
I'm not gonna allow you to come up here and argue with what he said. We're over that. What we're talking about is either we're gonna vacate or not vacate. I think you got a bigger issue here than what you realize. I think that it would be probably imperative for you to visit with Victor, You guys come up with some sort of conclusion. If you can't come up with some sort of conclusion, I think that it's beyond us. At this point, you're talking about, you think it's a private drive, he thinks it's a public drive. I'm not sure where we're at on this thing. It looks to me like it was platted as no, Vic, sit down. Vic, sit down, please. Thank you. Okay, so, and that's my point, is it's platted, there's a public driveway platted there, it's not there. We're gonna vote on whether we to vacate this or not, so I'm gonna, if you have something to say about that, I'll allow you to speak that. Thank you.
So in conclusion, I would ask that you consider, we have offered every concern from highway, emergency egress. We will leave that road open to victors with a gate, with emergency egress attached to the property. We will put an easement on all of those properties so they can, for the future, they can access that. With that, the concern between the road not being in the right spot, will be gone forever.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to call the question.
Commissioner, you call the question? Okay. Ma'am, thank you. We're gonna vote, so, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're not gonna vacate. We'll move on to the next item. And thanks, everybody, for the patience, so the road remains open and unvacated.
Next one.
Next item is 10B, request to reduce speed limit on Antelope Road, Mr. Dwayne Miller. Dwayne, thanks for being patient with us, and you're gonna have the floor, sir.
Okay, Dwayne Miller, 15560 Antelope Creek Road. Here to represent the people on the first mile south of Highway 44 on Antelope Creek Road. There's currently now 12 residents there, and there's also potential for 5 more on the west side of 44. And the speed limit now is 40. You got a continue, or suggested speed limit at 30 on the road there on the corner, and we're asking that you reduce it to 25, that 1 mile. I don't know if you've got a picture of the map or anything. Yeah. And we'd like to get it down to 25 there would be good. Because there's a lot of kids there. There is people that come there and jog and train for cross-country running, and also for a lot of bicycle riders that come through there. And in that area there, it'd probably be better, because it's pretty much a kind of a residential area. So, you know, and the speed limit would reduce accident risk, increase protection of pedestrians, equestrians, bicycle riders, joggers, and improve driver reaction time. And south of us, probably another 5 miles, they're doing a lot of construction for houses and lots going out there. So there is a lot of heavy traffic has increased here in the last 4 years. And we have had the sheriff come out, and he went down and talked to the people to the south, guys that were building stuff like that. And he got them to slow down. Well, that lasted till they didn't see the sheriff anymore and stuff. But that's our main goal, is just because of the safety for people on that road. There's a lot of kids on that area too, and grandkids.
Right. So, we lost somebody.
Ron.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Joe, could you come up?
Jerry's area.
Joe, how are you? Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, so I read your memo, so what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, the current speed limit is set adequately. Our highway department always recommends setting the speed limit at the 85th percentile, which means 85% of the individuals that travel that road are doing that speed. And I believe it was 40.37, if I remember correct. We just did a traffic count after, I believe, what was your name, sir?
Dwayne. No.
Dwayne, after Dwayne reached out to our office, and requested that the speed limit be reduced. I said, okay, well, let us do a traffic study, and then you can submit the item to the Board of Commissioners, and it's ultimately you guys that decide. I would suggest leaving the speed limit at that 40 mile an hour for a couple of different reasons. You reduce that to 25 mile an hour, you're going to increase the washboards, because after they come out of that 25 mile an hour, what are they going to do? They're going to step on the throttle, and they're going to get up to that 50 mile an hour as quickly as they possibly can, most likely. And that's where your washboards come in. The material on this road, unfortunately, it was an early crushing, and it's not adequate material. The binder is gone. We are looking at ways to try and add some binder to that to get it to stick together a little bit better than it currently does. But to answer your question, I would suggest leaving the speed limit at the 40 mile an hour.
Right. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bureau.
Sheriff.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. So it comes down to, because the goal would be to reduce, the speed to 25 as far as the traffic. You can have a sign that says 25, 35, 45, and it looks like, based on the current speed, the public is adhering to that 40-mile speed limit. Reducing it to 25 becomes an enforcement issue, because if it's reduced on that mile of road to 25, and then you're going to get the complaints. And what's your position?
Well, I had Captain, I appreciate Joe reaching out, because usually we don't get notified that these are even going to be on the agenda, but I had a little bit of time to have some staff do a little research, so thank you, Joe, for reaching out. I had Captain Craig Wood went out last week and spent a little bit of time in that area. We reviewed our call for service data over the last several years. We have relatively few issues on that road. He did believe, with the fact that the road is, there's a lot of washboards and stuff, and with the amount of driveways on there, that 40 felt fast to him driving on that. But he said he tried to go 25, which is recommended. He said it's very painful to try to get your vehicle down to 25 in that section. And he thought if we were going to do a change that we might compromise at 35 miles an hour, that would be enforceable. It felt safe. He drove that several times. It would reduce it a little bit. We could put a little bit more presence out there.
I agree.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Chair?
Any more questions for the sheriff?
Nope,
Before he
I'd like
sits
to
down?
make a motion to make it 35 miles an hour, because that's what I was
Motion to make it
thinking,
35 miles an hour.
based on coming off the highway.
I'll second that.
Have a second? Okay, so
I believe in your memo there, it would be to direct the highway department to draft the resolution to be 35 mile an hour for that first mile.
Thank you.
definitely we'll keep the sheriff's loop. And I just want to make one comment now, because I've been at this for a long time with speed limits in the city and the county and whatever. And the road's got a lot of washboard on it right now. So if you fix that road, then people are going to go faster. I'm just going to tell you that. If your group of people out there come out there and start complaining to Joe about that washboard, then just expect the people to go faster. We see that in the city all the time. They want to complain about the roads, and then so you go and fix the road, and then all of a sudden it's complaining about the traffic. And then there's the expectation of traffic enforcement. It's going to be limited. I mean, it's just, they can't be everywhere. People speed everywhere. 35, they're going to go 45. There's no doubt about it. So I understand part of the rationale of lowering it, because if it's 35, they're going to go 45 to 50, no problem. And people have like Joe had said, they have a consistency of driving how they feel when they're driving. Sometimes the speed limits are too low, sometimes they're too high. So just that being said, we got a motion on the floor to go to 35. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. So we're
I got one
done.
question for Joe, though.
Yeah, you can go ahead and ask Joe right there if you like. On or off the record, that's fine. We'd like to move on.
You
But
said that they speed up and that increases the washboard?
Correct.
Okay, so you got a mile there. They won't speed up until they're past our place, till they're heading south. And they can, it's 50 miles an hour. I've drove gravel roads all my life. I know what it's like.
No,
So
he does it for a living.
why don't you slow down that first mile like they suggested? I agree with that.
And that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
We're gonna make that suggested for him, so thank you, sir.
Did you get the pictures?
Yes.
We got everything. We appreciate it, and
Seen the accident and everything?
yep, there's accidents all over town. We get it.
Okay.
And it's unfortunate for the people involved, for sure. So Joe's he's gonna go make a resolution to drop it to 35, so hope that'll help somewhat, so.
Okay.
We
Well, thank
appreciate
you
it.
for your time.
Thank,
Appreciate
no,
it.
we thank you for you coming in.
you,
Seriously,
Dwayne.
have a great day, sir. Okay, we're gonna move on to, item C. Request position for road repair on St. Joseph Street, Silver City, Victoria, and William Donahue requested to withdraw the petition. So,
Want a motion on the floor?
yeah, let's put a motion on the floor.
You don't have to make a motion
Commissioner
on
Ross,
this.
do you have a little bit of knowledge of this?
We don't need one,
You don't
Jordan
ever
said?
have to make
We don't need one?
We just do nothing?
No,
Yeah, because we never made a motion to fix it. We left it with the highway department to review this with
so
the property
we'll
owners.
just leave it at that. We'll let Joe work with the people up there. They've come to Joe and they had some of the same concerns that you've heard earlier about widening the road or making it too big or whatever, and they have a fix, and Joe's working with them. Thank you, Joe, for that. So we'll leave that item. And
Mr.
we'll-
Chair.
Yep.
I think if I understand these folks from Silver City, what they're trying to do is save the integrity of Silver City and not go overboard on creating roads, but take some of the existing roads and put a little gravel on there so they're more passable.
Yeah, I think they talked to Joe a little bit about that. He's got that under control. He's
don't
gonna
know
help them gravel it up a little bit. They don't want the county taking that road.
Right.
Don't have any speaker requests on that?
There's no speaker requests on it, so.
Okay, so we'll.
Unless somebody
withdraw
want to
the
visit on it,
petition.
we're fine.
Thank you,
Okay, perfect. So I think we're all on the same page on that item.
thank you.
So,
Thank you for coming.
Have a great day, folks. Sometimes that's how you get things ironed out. Talk to Joe. So,
Good job.
and then we'll move on to item 11, items from the sheriff. And Brian, thanks for coming forward. And Brian will also be speaking on my behalf on this. He's very knowledgeable of what's happening in the addictive community within Rapid City. It's been an ongoing issue. The people in the city are clamoring for some options. Brian is working with the city, and we are on a committee together. And so, Brian, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Brian Mueller, Sheriff. And thank you, Chairman, for letting me speak just a little bit. And I was talking to Chairman Weifenbach last week at a committee meeting, and I think there's a little bit of confusion out there when it comes to the opioid money. There's a lot of the public is a little bit confused. Our different entities are a little bit confused, and I just wanted to provide just a little bit of really brief background on where we're at with the process, and then invite all of the commission, obviously, to get as involved as you want in the process. So it's a little bit confusing, but there's different pots of money available through the opioid funding. The county gets a piece of that each year. The city gets a little bit of that each year. The county has an opioid budget that's set up, and a majority of that, a little close to just under $300,000 next year, is allocated towards the care campus for counseling services over there that are related to opioids. And then I think the state's attorney's office has a little bit there, so I think the total budget, Jordan could pull that up, is just under maybe $330,000 roughly, is what the county has put in for the county funding next year. A little bit less than that, I think about $250,000 this year and a little over $300,000 next year for the county funding. And then the city was recently looking at, they've been sitting on their city money for a couple of years now and haven't allocated very much of it. There might be a little bit of history of projects that they've done with that. But what they decided to do last month was to create an opioid committee, a local opioid committee, to look at how they were going to allocate the city dollars. And Chairman Weifenbach and I are both on that committee. I'm actually the co-chair of the committee with Dr. Tamang from the City Council. And we met one time and just talked through the logistics of what that committee would look like. And I think the city presented some of the funding options last night at the City Council for spending some of those city opioid dollars down. One of the recommendations that we had put forward was about $250,000 of the city money to get allocated towards the care campus also. So that process is moving through. Maybe, I'm not sure exactly. I didn't get a chance to look at the vote last night to see if they approved it or if it goes to city finance next.
They did approve it, yep.
And then the other part that I just wanted to talk briefly on that's going to be heavily advertised this week, I think maybe today, the state opioid funding is underneath the Department of Social Services, and they have submitted micro grant processes in the past. Today, they're rolling out a bigger grant program for that. And several of us entities are working together on sending several of those grants forward for consideration. Again, we're looking at some more funding through the Care Campus on that. I've talked to the commission about that in the past, potentially expanding our partnership at the Care Campus to also include Monument Health to be a medical player in that. So we are going to apply for some of that funding to help with that potential transition into a three-way partnership to ease some of the burden of the financial burden of the Care Campus from the city and county tax dollars, share that a little bit with Monument Health, and also provide a little bit different level of medical detox and possibly some different treatment options. And the city is looking at several different proposals that they're going to be submitting for that grant funding. One other one that we're putting forward that's related to the county on that is funding for coroner body transportation vehicle. Our pathologist here in town has tried to retire a couple of times. They can't get him replaced, so we're having to travel out of state to do autopsies. The entire region is facing the same issues, our neighboring counties, the FBI with the autopsies that they do, mostly on the reservation. So this would be a joint venture for funding to buy a vehicle that could be used by all the neighboring counties for doing body transport. There would be no cost to Pennington County. So there's just a few things that'll likely be in the news here as these applications continue to roll forward. I just wanted to make sure that the commission was fully aware of that, and then create an opportunity for any of the commission to participate in any of the processes that they would like moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Brian? Pretty much leave it at that. Brian wanted to come forward and just explain to you guys how it's all working, and it's amazing to watch this work because it's one of the big gaps in the community that we've been facing for a long time, and they're taking since we've been here, we've been really working hard at bridging the gaps between the city and the county and the overlapping and non-overlapping services that we provide. And this is one where Brian thinks he can really synergize and really, a springboard off of what's happening with opioid money. The opioid money was set aside to help people who are addicted, and that's the whole plan. So appreciate the update, Brian, and I would encourage any of the commissioners to at least spend 5 or 10 minutes with Brian to have you understand what the overall picture's looking like as it unfolds. It's very exciting. It's one of the biggest things I've seen, think that could happen in the community that would be very positive, not only for a working relationship, but also tax saving dollars and actually targeting what's really part of the problem. So thank you. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item. There's no action required here. Items from Building and Grounds, 900 Concourse Drive, new administration building move update. And do you know what the fund balance is in that bond? I'm just kidding you.
I do not. All right, so
Someday.
just wanted to give the commission a brief update. Jordan, if you could pull up that calendar that I attached. Thank you very much. And this isn't just for the commission, it's also for all of our Pennington County employees and the media and people that have been asking about how the move has been going. I just thought I should better bring this forward here. Obviously, today is November 4th. So if we're looking at the calendar, we have already moved out Human Resources, Register of Deeds, and Commission as of last week, and then they were open to the public starting yesterday, Monday. Currently, we're moving the auditor's office out. Then we will start on equalization. That's what EQ stands for. And then treasurer and planning will follow. We've tried to keep everything as close as we can, and really the movers are doing a little, they're moving a lot quicker than we had thought. So things are moving. We will actually be fully operational on the 10th. It's no longer on the 17th, as you see there. That means every single department will be open to the public starting next Monday. Some things that we just need to tie up is we still have some exterior signage that will be going on the outside of the building and in the approach. We have some Pennington County specific artwork that we are working on getting hung up in the public corridor areas. We do have the site work, which is the south and west parking lot that will be completed over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So yeah, I just ask for patience and understanding as we move through this transition. There may be some subcontractors out there doing some work still. Right now, we're trying to section those areas off so the public doesn't get in there. But again, we've already, I was out there yesterday, the first day that we were actually open to the public with a few departments, and there was quite a few visitors to Register of Deeds already. So people are finding the location. We will continue to blitz social media and media outlets, as well as have some information here, which is a postcard that has the new building location. It has a QR code that people can scan on their phone that will take them to Google Maps and take them directly to 900 Concourse. So right now, again, we should be fully operational before Veterans Day, which is next week. And then the first commission meeting will be out there on the 18th. And then we will also have a ribbon cutting it'll be on the agenda. So it'll be on the 18th at 9 a.m. at 900 Concourse will be the ribbon cutting for that. So I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. And I'd mentioned earlier about, I put the angst of this move on Mr. Purcell, so the pressure's on him, and he seems to be really delivering. I visited the building yesterday, and everybody's been very happy with what's they call the name of the moving company?
The Moving Guys.
The Moving Guys.
Yep.
It's extraordinary, and you come today and you tell us they're ahead of schedule.
Yep.
This morning, the auditor came in and said all her people will be over there today, so I'm hoping that we have someone over here directing traffic to send them over there. They're getting set up, they're diligently unpacking their boxes. It's really nice. Whoever picked out the decor in there did a really nice job with the colors, the carpet, the furniture, all look great. I'm expecting a whole new level of service when we get there, just from the feeling of the building and changing the hours to meet the needs of the community. So appreciate all your hard work on that, Davis. But I'm going to open it up to any questions here, and he doesn't know the fund balance, Ms. Adcock, so don't ask him that.
So Chair, main thing is the hours of operation, so that people know when does that start and what are those hours?
Yep, when the departments are fully functional at Concourse, those hours are 7 to 4, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I would count on Monday, the 10th, all of those departments will be functioning on a 5-day work week at that point.
That's been the most question that I've been asked is it open 5 days a week? And that's what the public has been wanting for a while, so I'm thankful that's happening, so thank you.
And that is part of some of that exterior signage. We will put that on the front, on the main entrance doors that shows our hours of operation.
Catch that, Frank?
So, yep.
Okay.
And here's the bottom line, Mr. Purcell's been working on weekends and stuff doing this move, so he's not just working during the week, so he has been working above and beyond, so I appreciate that. So I said, what'd you do this weekend? He said, I moved a bunch of the stuff and get ready for Concourse. We got to get this done for the public, so thank you for your service and doing everything you've done. You came on this building and grounds director, hitting the ground running, correcting a lot of issues that we needed to have done, and plus getting buildings that you went, holy cow, this is something I didn't know I signed up for, but you took it and you ran with it, and you've done a great job. So thank you for doing everything you've done. The departments have nothing but praises to say for what you've been doing. So, Mr. Davis, you've been moving us pretty quickly, and they've appreciated all your work. And that's what I've heard from a bunch of the employees and department heads.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
Yeah, Davis, I think it was Rapid City Journal that I read, you did a article on 900 Concourse, and thank you for explaining to the general public our actual cost per square foot when we bought a used building and we decided to repurpose it into a county commission building, opposed to what that would have cost if we went out and bought another piece of land and built new. Substantial savings, and I think we're very prudent buying used and trying to bring it up to the needs that would fit a county commission building. So thank you for putting it that way in the article. It made a lot of sense to me, and I'm sure it did to the readers too.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Nope.
Okay.
Davis, you're free to go
Thank you,
until we
Davis.
see you again. Items from Highway Department. Resolution 2025-1104, South Rochford Road speed limit. Joe, are you in the house?
Where'd he go?
I leaned on him and said, ask Joe a question, so I'm sure he's out there getting barraged by questions, so.
Do you have
Yep,
any
here he
speaker
comes.
requests?
Do we have any speaker request forms? I don't have it. Does anybody in the audience want to speak about the speed limit in Rochford Road? I know it's been the county and state has spent a lot of money up there. And Joe, maybe you can talk about this resolution.
Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. This resolution comes to you that our now 20-year project is complete. As stated in the memo there, the late Heine Junge had a vision for this back in 2004, and it is now finally complete. With that being said, we did a traffic study in a couple, 3, 4 different spots there. The 85th percentile in 2 of the 3 locations was 50 mile an hour. So that is what we are suggesting we set the speed limit at, is that 50 mile an hour. That's what the entire corridor was designed for, was a 50 mile an hour speed limit with some speed advisory plaques. So that is what we are suggesting setting the speed limit resolution at.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
And, the last meeting that I attended on this speed limit relative to the South Rochford Road was at the fire department in Rochford. And I agree that a lot of that is probably 50 miles an hour would be good. But I do know that when you start dropping down into the Reynolds Ranch subdivision, starting with 22904 South Rochford Road, and you traverse through roughly 13 lots, and that would be address 22844. And I mentioned to Joe that I would suggest that we try to reduce that to 35 miles an hour because you're in what I considered a fairly substantial residential subdivision. Whether folks go 35 miles an hour, I don't know, but we've talked about you do 35. It'll slow them down a little bit, at least an awareness for the folks that aren't familiar with that area. I think the folks that live along that area of South Rochford would really appreciate that.
What were you recommending, Ron?
35 miles an
35.
hour, it's roughly a 1.4 mile stretch from if you're going north from the south. So right there, Joe, that, next one up, yep.
Somewhere in here. So, yeah, and I had a conversation with Mr. Roskinek and Ron prior to the commission meeting here a little bit about this issue, and I don't have necessarily any heartburn on that. I think the heartburn's gonna come from Sheriff Mueller and his crew and what they're gonna have to do out there for enforcement. Because as it seems like this meeting is our speed limit meeting, so we can put up the sign, and the people are generally going to drive how they feel safe, and with it being, it's a 28-foot wide road now with 2 12-foot lanes and 2-foot shoulders. It's a fairly wide and substantial road. They're going to drive how they feel, and I believe our highest actually recorded speed limit was down in this area, or highest recorded 85th percentile speed was actually down here in this area was that 59 mile an hour, so.
And Mr. Chair, I think, the bottom line, safety, and so I'm not doing this or not suggesting this as a convenience. I just think it's a safety measure that people, when they get to this particular area on the south, it's 9 miles long. We're just asking 1.4 miles, slow people down through a residential subdivision.
Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Hadcock.
So it seems like if you're going to do that 35, you'd take it off that curve. And then how do you usually do that? Like you'd take it off the curve that came around into that subdivision,
So
wouldn't you?
are you talking this curve or which?
You said the fastest was that.
And I need to review that.
Okay.
I
Why I'm
believe that's
saying
where it was
that
at.
is you probably hit that bend and then you take it to the curve at 35. It makes more sense. It looks like the subdivision goes there. It seems like it would.
And
for me, if I was going through, kind of like when you go through a school zone or something else, it's telling you there's either residents or children or something when you have to slow down. And maybe they don't want to slow down, maybe they won't slow down, but it also shows in that corridor, to me, anybody who wants to think about it, that I should probably slow down in that area because there's either animals, children, or something in that area that they're asking me to slow down for. So tell me where is the best place to start the 35, because he wants, Ron says 1.4 is residential. Where's the best, smartest way to start that 35 if you're going to do it?
And I think if you allow us in our traffic department to take a look at it, when we bring the resolution back to you, we can have that recommendation, but I'd like to take a look at it. Because after you come up, this curve right here kind of starts downhill, and you're dropping down into the bottom, and you're in the bottom all the way through here, and then you start climbing out of the bottom right here, and this is what we call Yellowbird Hill, climbing up to the peak, which is right about here. So this is a downhill or an uphill, depending on which way you're going there. This is a pretty substantial hill. This is all flat down in here, and then this is another pretty substantial hill. So if you allow us to do some research and figure out where the best placement is, we can bring back that with the resolution if that's what you so choose.
That's perfect. Joe, now, down on the bottom down there where all the dark spot is on the road there, is that where all the people congregate in the summertime? I mean.
Say that one more time, where at?
Down, go up there farther up, yeah. No, he's
going
right around once you get around that curve where we're looking at putting it down farther, where the town's located. Isn't that where the town's located right now?
The town is actually quite a ways north here.
Yeah, two different areas.
Oh, these are two different areas.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, so these
All
are,
right.
this is North Rochford Road here.
I just had concern about the area where, I mean, people are actually walking back and forth across the street.
That's another subject.
That's a whole nother
Okay.
subject, and I
All
believe
right,
Carol
all right.
Pitts is in the
I don't
audience,
want
I
anybody to
believe.
Your sheriff wants to speak.
Okay, so fine, I'm good with that then. But I also want, the expectation's got to be limited on thinking that the sheriff's going to be out there. He's not going to be out there checking for 35 mile. I think it's more of a deterrent. And if he is out there, if his guy is out there, then, or if there's a lot of, but if he wants to speak on that, Brian, you can, or.
Yeah, and we had a
We're
very
not
good-
making this change to have an expectation that you're going to be out there with a radar gun all the time. I think we're looking at some other devices too, just to get people to slow down, but.
Road spikes.
I was thinking maybe 3 additional deputies, we'll just put them out there in Rochford.
You know, Jerry's not gonna let that happen.
Mr. Miller and Commissioner Rosknecht and I spent some time out there at a community meeting here last month, and I think it was really time well spent just listening to the people that live out in that area. I mean, we really have created a bit of a racetrack in western Pennington County in an area that it hasn't required a lot of law enforcement presence out there in the past because the residents kind of take care of their own issues. This is going to be a real issue for us moving into next year. They're going to put this on the rally roadmap. So people that are coming here from all across the world to ride their motorcycles are going to find a new road that they haven't been on, and it's new and exciting, and it's going to get a lot of traffic, and we are going to spend some time up there. I told them I could send a deputy up there right now, but we would just be catching the locals speeding every day.
And they'll be mad at you.
We have put the speed trailer up there, spent some time, and we're going to continue to put a little bit of extra time up there. Our Hill City deputies are swinging out through there a little bit more frequently now also. I'm not opposed to the 35 mile an hour for the 1.4 mile section. I think the other thing that's worth probably talking about, and maybe Joe and his staff are already dealing with it, there are a couple of real kind of unique situations with some horse crossings, some kid stuff on some blind corners that are going to be problematic. A couple of the residents requested some specific type of signage that you do see in other areas of the county. I think it's worth probably spending a little bit of time to make sure that we're able to help them with that process, and whether we cost share that or the county pays for it, I don't think it was an unreasonable request, and I think it could make a big difference in a couple of these kind of blind corner areas that when we get these crotch rocket motorcycles and the other stuff that we experience during the summertime in our county up there, it'll help us enforce things, but it'll really be a safety issue for those residents that are living there. So I'm not opposed to this proposal.
Well, I appreciate that approach. It's not an approach where you're trying to get people speeding tickets, an approach where we're trying to keep it safe for a lot of people, especially in the summertime. I think Commissioner Rosknecht mentioned that to me earlier about what happens in the summer. There's going to be difference. We could be proactive.
in the winter, this 1.4 mile stretch, Mother Nature is going to take care of the speed limit of this in the winter
And
time.
there's no doubt about that, and I appreciate
Yes.
that, Sheriff.
Just one comment. So if you're going to do the 35 miles per hour, maybe take in context what Sheriff Mueller had said on the safety areas, on the signage, and maybe brings back some suggestions on
if I
that as
may-
well.
If I may comment on that, so after our public meeting that we had up there in October, I did come back and we directed our staff to find the best place to put, so Paul Larson there down in the corner, put a pedestrian, or not a pedestrian, but a horse crossing sign. She requested, and then there was one other sign that was requested, and we've put those up, and I've got a couple quotes back for dynamic speed signs, which Carol will probably bring back at a later meeting to put in Rochford. They're very reasonable. They've come down in prices here in the last couple of years, so we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger and do that here. Probably, if it's not this fall, it'll be next spring. So we have taken into the consideration some of the comments from that public meeting and are already acted on some of those, so.
Well, and the residents in that area, we have spent millions to do that road, to make it right. And we want the residents also to be able to enjoy the road and be able to feel safe on that road. So anything they have for their input makes sense for us. So thank you for doing that, both of you, and having the meeting with Roskinek.
The horse crossing sign got me thinking about something that's funny, and I'd like to share it with you guys. When I was on the city council, and someone came forward and we're talking about the Bighorn sheep crossing on Mountain View Road, and how much of a concern that was to have, that those mountain goats were crossing there, and one of the city council members asked, "Can we just move that sign?" I had to share it with you guys. I was like, so, that being said, we need a motion.
Motion?
I would ask for a motion to direct us to come back with a
Motion
resolution.
by Jerry Durr for 35.
I'll second that.
No, you didn't make that motion? Oh, okay.
No.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and
His
make a motion.
recommendation was to let them research it and come.
Oh, okay, so the
Yes.
motion would be to have you research it and bring it
Continue.
back with the signs that,
We will bring that back at the next meeting at the new building.
perfect, which is
Thank you.
November 18th.
Yes.
So that's my motion.
So that's Jerry's motion.
I'll
and-
second that
and
motion.
Ron's second, so Kara, did you get that? We were asking Joe to bring something forward to us on the speed limit and some of the signs that are needed up in that area for the safety issues that the sheriff had a concern with, so.
All right, 14.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Barry, you have the floor, sir, and thank you. I know you have some important information for the
Going to be snapping.
commission to, he looks a
Snappy?
little, he looks a little snappy today. He's
Sure.
like,
Good morning, Barry Tice, Director of Pennington County Human Services in the Veteran Service Office. And in front of you is a memo regarding kind of our response through Human Services with our partnership with the Vakurovich Foundation. We've had a long-standing partnership with the foundation to address community needs as they arise. And this came on our radar here over the past couple of weeks, is working through this SNAP benefits and kind of our best approach through our office. We become kind of the hub of trying to navigate through issues that face our community, this being one of them. And so we felt like we might be able to adjust the way we assist with rent assistance, following some normal guidelines that we have followed for decades, and try to offset some of the cost with the food expenditures so that we put a little more money in the rent assistance. There's additional funds available for folks on SNAP benefits to cover the cost of their food. As you all know, and everybody in this room, there's still some decisions being made on what those benefits look like. And I received an email from a administrator from DSS from South Dakota today that explained that it's a fluid situation and they don't know yet. There hasn't been any direction on what that looks like. And so I felt like it's still a good time to move forward with the plan. And then as we hear more, hopefully over the next few days or couple of weeks, we will have a plan in place if we need to utilize it.
Chair,
oh, you done?
if we could,
Wait, are you done, Barry?
Yes, yep.
Commissioner Hadcock.
motion to move approve a board chairman's signature on the agreement with John T. Vakurovich Foundation to accept and utilize up to $100,000 in rent assistance funding to support community members affected by a reduction in SNAP benefits.
So a motion,
Second that motion.
second by Ross Connect. And I just want to make one comment, because Barry bringing us forward in our relationship with the Vakurovich Foundation is been strong, instrumental in how we conduct business when it comes to helping with rental assistance in the community. They're a key partner in this, and they're stepping forward to help fill a gap that may or may not happen, and it seems like it's happening to a certain level here, and the proactiveness of that, the Kirovich Foundation is well received from you guys. You guys do a good job working together with them and dispersing the proceeds to help the people in the community. I do have several properties in the community, and I have had some of my rental people work with you guys, and it's been nothing but super fantastic, and kudos to the Vakirovich Foundation for everything they've done in the community here to support the people who are struggling at a point in time in their life that they're trying to get back on their feet. So that being said, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
For bringing that
Mr.
forward.
Chair.
And thank the Vakirovich Foundation.
When we were talking about the South Rochford Road speed limit, I do think we got some folks here that wanted to talk about, when we were talking about right downtown Rochford and
Okay.
some of the plans. So I don't know if they filled out speaker request forms, but they're here, and I think.
Okay, how would we do that?
That's not on
Jordan?
the agenda. Unfortunately, they would have had to came for.
Are we going to talk about that item tonight, or can we talk about it like during, what would be appropriate, I guess, or, I don't really want to send them away without having,
Folks here.
Public comment, but
are they here?
yes.
Is there folks here that want to talk about it? Joe?
Good morning again, Joe Miller. I just spoke with Carol Pitts, who was the individual that wanted to
Okay.
discuss downtown South Rochford, and she's going to go back and get a presentation.
Okay.
I directed her to get a hold of Jordan when she wants to put that item on the agenda, so that will come back to you. So there's, I don't believe there's any
Perfect.
need to
Okay.
discuss it. So.
Appreciate that. I didn't want
Thanks for
folks to come
handling
here
that
and-
for us, Joe. I knew you were the right guy for that job. Okay, items from planning and zoning. Planning and zoning agenda, so Brittany, are you here?
Yep. Move to go on Board of Adjustment?
Second.
Are we early though?
No, we're supposed to start at 10:30.
Okay, so move to go on the Board of Adjustment second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion.
Could we take a quick 5-minute recess so they can get things set up?
Yeah, we're gonna take 5, which leads into like 10, so we'll try to make it as short as we can.
Board of Adjustment.
Thank you. We are in the Board of Adjustments, so.
Okay.
We are moving to item number 15. Item for planning and zoning.
15A.
Move to convene is okay. Christian Harding.
Morning, Commissioners. Agenda item number A for Christian Harding, variant COVA 250014 to allow more than 40 dwelling.
What's your name, ma'am?
Oh, I said Christine Phillip, did I say that?
I didn't hear you.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Christine Phillip, Assistant Planner. The variance is COVA 250014 to allow more than 40 dwelling units on a dead-end road system. The applicant was Christian Harding. The new owners of the property are Matthew Brown and Amber Clasby. The location is 24090 Pine Grove Road. It is an agricultural district, and there's no flood hazard on the property. When staff considers a variance, we take a two-prong approach. That is listed on the screen. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. There were no objections or concerns received. The original septic system for this property was put in 1978. The garage that the living quarters is presently in was built in 1996. We did not have any building permits or septic permits for this, but it is attached to the original septic system, which does actually is big enough to supply that accessory dwelling unit also. Staff recommends denial of the variance COVA 250014, as there are no special conditions on the property that would support the approval. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends 3 conditions be included. That this variance allows for 1 accessory dwelling unit on the subject's property, that the applicant meets all criteria of the Pennington County Zoning Ordinance 324 for the accessory dwelling units, and that a fire mitigation plan approved by the Pennington County Fire Administration is approved at the time of the building permit application.
Thank you.
Speaker requests?
Yeah, no, let me see here on this one, we don't.
Not on that one.
Not on this one?
16C. We're on 15, so no speaker request form, so I'm going to go to the commission for a motion or
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm going to recommend approval for the variance for, it is an accessory dwelling. It is already built. It does have a septic. That the variance allows one accessory dwelling on the property, that the applicant meets all criteria of Pennington County zoning on the accessory dwelling, and the fire mitigation plan based on that 40-unit rule approved by Pennington County Fire Administrator must be provided at the time of the building permit application.
So I have a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
So the fire mitigation plan,
You need a second first.
Oh, we have a second for discussion.
I'll go ahead and second it for discussion.
We have a.
Thank you.
First by Hadcock, second by Roskinek for discussion. So, and
Yeah.
Mr. Roskinek, you have the floor, sir.
I think one of the reasons people are concerned going over 40 units is safety, fire safety, whatever. And the fire mitigation plan, I totally agree with that, but would that be like putting a sprinkler system in that particular dwelling? I'm trying to figure out what that plan entails.
Good afternoon,
Jason,
Commissioners.
you have the floor.
Jason Fennison, Assistant Planning Director. So we cannot require by law to have anybody sprinkler a residential structure. So more or less what that fire mitigation plan is tree thinning approved by the fire director.
Okay.
It's basically a plan that allows for an option if something comes up, people can get out of it. I mean, this 40-year unit rule had been around for a while, but there's always a variance is available if there's no mitigating factors that stuffs people into this property, like if they can't get out. I mean, and
Right,
so
and-
the fire mitigation is saying, is there an emergency plan to get out of there?
It's more of a fuels mitigation.
Their
plan
property's
than
gonna be
anything.
split right by the road right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so, just, yeah, I could see that, and it's right by the exit. I mean, it would not, I mean, to not allow the variance wouldn't make any sense to me, so. So we got a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Variance granted. We'll move on to item 15. B. John and Linda Licht to allow a lot. So Jason, you have the floor, sir, if you.
Morning again, Commissioners. Jason Fennison, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item 15B is variance COVA 25-0017 to allow a lot size less than 10 acres in an agriculture district. The applicants are John and Linda Light. Their agent is DC Surveyor, DC Scott Surveyors. Location of the property is 10585 Wheaton Road. As I said, the property is currently zoned agriculture district. Existing land use is residential and a greenhouse nursery. Access is off Wheaton Road, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, staff does take a two-pronged approach when they consider variance requests. You can see those on the screen. Staff found that there is a special condition on the property. There is a greenhouse that has existed on the property in operation since 1961. What the applicants are proposing to do is subdivide the property as it sits today, create lots 1 and lot 2. Reason for that is finding insurance for the residential structures that are down here on proposed lot 2 is difficult when you have a business associated on the property. So what they're trying to do is get the lot size variance for this 2.55 acres to remain zoned agriculture district, because the established use on there is a greenhouse that is an agriculture use. So staff recommends approval of this because rezoning it to a residential zoning district would not be appropriate.
Motion to approve?
A motion from Hadcock,
Second.
a second from Durr to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
before we move on to item C, we want to explain to the audience that a variance requires a supermajority vote and that we're missing a commissioner.
I'm sorry, what was that again now?
Before we move on to item C, do we just want to inform the audience that a variance requires a supermajority vote?
Okay.
And we're shy one commissioner.
Okay.
So far, you've had all 4.
So if we get all, that means they got to have all 4.
Yes.
Okay. So
Just wanted
what-
to let
what
everybody know that.
Commissioner Roskinek is saying is for this variance to happen, that it requires a supermajority vote, which we're missing one commissioner, but it would take a full majority today then to pass. So we'll move on to item 15C.
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 15C is subdivision regulations variance, CUSV 25-0006. It's to reduce the minimum width of the right-of-way. The applicant is SD Saratoga LLC, Mike Roth. The surveyor is Long Branch Civil Engineering. Kayla is in the audience if there are any questions. So staff is actually going to recommend to continue this to the November 18th Board of Adjustment meeting. Staff missed a portion of Ordinance 14 that needed to be waived for sidewalks. There's no sidewalk on this property, and it was advertised just for the width of the right-of-way. So instead of making the applicant go through this variance and then another variance, we're just going to continue it for 2 weeks and re-advertise for Ordinance 14 standards and bring it back in front of the board.
So has the landowner been notified about your?
Yep.
Okay.
Kale was notified, and I did talk to him today. and
Move to
he did
continue
notify
to
today.
November 18th.
Motion from Hadcock to continue to November 18th.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item 16.
You could come out of
And there's
Board of
A
Adjustments. if
being,
you-
oh, we have to come out of planning and zoning.
Move to come out of executive session? Or
Second.
executive session, Board of Adjustment. Whoops.
We have a motion from Hadcock,
I'll second that motion.
second from Roskinek to come out of Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item 16. Planning consent agenda, so we're going to handle all these at one shot? Is that correct? Okay, so it looks like I do need to remove 16C, because somebody wants to talk about 16C, so we will remove item 16C. So whoever makes a motion here, remove item 16C.
Do you read those in the?
Can I read them into the record?
Pardon?
Can I read them into the record? The consent agenda items, just read them into the record.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing up here.
Asking you to read them into the record like she usually does.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you want me to read each one of them? Or
No, she does.
you want to read them? That's fine, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Hand, Planning Director. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The planning and zoning consent agenda items contain the following 4 items. A is approved mining permit review, NPR 1801, for the Pennington County Highway Department, and staff recommends approval, and Planning Commission concurred. Item B is approved plan unit development amendment review, PUR 1002, to review a plan unit development to allow for 2 accessory structures without a primary structure, and staff and Planning Commission recommended approval. Item number C is approved plan unit development overlay review, COPUR 24-0002 for Daniel and Chandra Knoof, to review the use of an agritourism, and staff and Planning Commission recommended approval. And item D is to approve the name change for DJ Perkins to rename a 66-foot wide right-of-way from Pascflower Court to Moonrise Place, and staff recommends approval.
So I have a speaker request form on 16C. Do I need to remove that?
Yes.
I'll make the motion to remove C off consent.
Second that motion.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve all items except for C, which would be removed. Is that correct, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and we'll go to 16C. And I have a speaker request on 16C from Shonda. And I'm going to take, is it Noof?
Shonda Knoof.
Knoof.
Yes, Shonda Knoof. I just had heard that there was some concerns regarding a citizen on our property, so that there had been some conversation with the commissioners. And so I just wanted to come today to see if I could answer any of those questions if you have concerns, or if they are here, or I know I have seen at least one of the commissioners come by with some binoculars, and I know I've seen this individual camp out on the freeway and in other places watching us as we're working on our property. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
So Brittany, you guys are recommending approval on this item?
Yes.
Can we pull it up? I might have misheard you. Did you say a commissioner?
I'm pretty sure. When I saw the pictures, I'm pretty sure that I recognized one of you up there that drove by, and it's been interesting.
Okay, it's my district, it wasn't me.
Okay.
Wasn't me.
Well, typically, if a commissioner has a conversation about property rights or something with one side or
Let's go
another,
down the line so we know it wasn't Deb and I.
Might have been a planning commissioner too looking at the property, guys, because they might drive by it just to see kind of
Yeah.
what's going on. Yeah.
No, if we're out there, feel free to come in, and we're happy to show you around.
We would disclose that conversation with you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
After the planning commission meeting, I did receive an email from a neighbor basically complaining about considered it an eyesore. They referred to it as Pallet City. I then reached out to our planning and zoning department just so that we had that full transparency.
Yep.
They did go out there and look at the property and sent me some pictures. So that's and then I also deferred them to Commissioner Durr, who is the commissioner for that area. So I just want to I did not go out there, but I just wanted to make sure that I responded to the lady that was concerned about the condition of the property.
Yes.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, she's, not yet.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Hadcock.
I want more discussion before I consent.
Okay. You want to?
Still second for discussion.
You want to?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, we have a second for discussion from Durr. So, Commissioner Durr, you're free to have some more discussion.
Brittany, can you pull up the picture on the left and blow those up a little bit?
And I can give a little context too if you need to.
So yeah, just explain what you're doing with the property.
So what we started, so let me just go back to when we first bought it. So when we bought our property, we bought it when it said, I understood that it had no covenants. So I will absolutely say that we started forward and now we are kind of going backwards a little bit because we found out as we've been moving forward that there's some things that we have done that we need to remove, and we're in the process of doing that. So if you see pictures right now where there's a stack of pallets, we are getting ready to move those. Are our structures created with pallets? They are. Some of them are, some of our animal ones. They are covered. We have used fence panels, like wood fence panels. They actually look quite nice. The ones that we have up at this time, the ones that didn't are all taken down. Those are removed. That pile that you see there is because we have had construction now on, the part of it is having 3 RV sites. And so that is being dug up for our electrical, our septic. All of that has been passed and approved and inspected by the state. We do have some things here in the back. Those circle panels that you see right there is we have goats. And so our goal is with those, the reason that we have those is to have a pasture and build like a little playground for them with those. So that is there. We have hauled water for our animals because we don't have a well. We have a cistern that's going in there. So that is where you see the white containers. That is from our from hauling water so that our animals have enough water. We have started some different projects that we've done and taking them out when the weather is appropriate. We have been burning to get rid of any of those extra items that are no longer in use. So we actually just moved the haystack that you see back there. We have moved it around and we've been doing a lot of I know we have, I think it's 3 years that we have to be able to have this property set up to where we would like it. And as I will be the first to say that to have guests, I don't want it looking like that. But in the process of what we're doing, it's kind of in that tornado mode to go forward. So I won't argue with what it looks like at the moment, but we have definitely cleaned up since this picture. In fact, all of that dirt is gone and it's flat because that was part of, like I said, the septic and the electrical lines going in.
All right.
And I can show you some current pictures if you do want to see what it looks like today.
Brittany?
Yeah. Right now?
So you guys have looked at the property and you don't have any issues?
Staff has been out there. Megan, the other planner, has been out there, and she did communicate with the property owners that they did need to do some cleanup.
And do you know, has that been done?
Since the last time we were out there, since this picture?
That picture looks a lot
So I communicated with them before I went out to take this picture. And since I was out there in between when I communicated to them and when I was out there, there was progress and cleanup in between then. If they've done even more between this picture and now, it would be great.
All right.
Sorry.
Brittany, it looks like she has building permits for all this to happen, right? The storage, the solar panels, single-wide mobile home, all this stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
So the building permits aren't the issue. It's just the pallets and the condition of the pens, I think, was the concern from the citizen.
And do you have an overview, pull it up as to where this is located?
Do you have a formal complaint?
Yes, it was forwarded to us
Okay,
from Commissioner Ross Connect had received it.
okay.
And I would just like to reiterate too, is I did read under our 21 conditions, what animal pens should look like, and all of our structures meet all of those needs. They may not be the most beautiful, because we are not millionaires, but they are dry, they are protected from the wind and the rain and the snow, and they have plenty of food and water. There's times in the wintertime when we've been, because we're not out there all the time, I mean, it feels like we're out there all the time, but is we have come even in the middle of the afternoon when it's cold to make sure that they have water and that they have plenty of straw and hay inside their pens. Let's see, I have the one where the RV sites are now all smooth. I don't know if I have, but I can definitely email you more if you need them. I can go take some more. I just have the one where our RV sites are at is, now that is all smooth. And so the only dirt that you will see in a pile, there's some extra dirt up in the front. There's a small pile. And then there is still where our electrical panels are, there is still a little hole there because we're having that worked on. And so that's really all we have.
Chair, I would recommend that we continue this item so staff can go out and do another site visit and get some additional photos for the board.
So move.
Second.
A motion from, substitute motion from.
Substitute
Jerry
motion.
Durr.
Yeah, I'll second the
Durr, and a
substitute
second
motion.
On the substitute motion from Ron Ross Connect to continue the item till November 18th. Does that give you time? Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to continue this item.
Sure.
Ms. Knut. Yep.
You
Commissioner.
might let the audience know that next meeting will be in a new location.
Yeah, the next meeting will be at Concourse Drive. So we'll look forward to seeing you all there.
We're on regular.
Okay. We'll move on to item 17. Right. Public hearing and
We got a
plan.
vote on that?
Oh, all in favor, say aye.
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 We did.
Opposed, same sign. I voted in my head today. I guess I have to, excuse me, I apologize. I have tinnitus, which is ringing in the ear, and for some reason today, it's really ringing. So it's like almost overtaking my,
Which is?
wow. It's crazy stuff.
It's
but
your side, Jerry.
Not my side.
Actually, it is
it-
your
it is
side.
my side, your side, Jerry. Say,
Jerry, look what you did to him, dude.
item 17A, public hearing of planned unit development. Jason, you have the floor, sir.
Morning again, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item 17A is Planned Unit Development Amendment, PUR 94-20, to amend an existing planned unit development to define the established use of cabin, to allow 2 caretaker residences, and to allow long and short-term rentals. The applicant is JV Gulch LLC. Agent is Isaac Almanza. Location of the property is 23774 Highway 385. It is 153.67 acres, zoned planned unit development. Existing land use is seasonal cabins and a mobile home park. Access is off Highway 385 in Gordon Gulch, and there is 100-year special flood hazard area and floodway on the property.
Jason, how many old single wides and junk did he pull out of there?
He pulled out a lot. I think he said he only has 4 or 6 left to go. And then the property will be vacant.
The number's like 40 or some crazy number of.
There were quite a few back there. There were old outhouses and things like that. There weren't septic systems. So he's come a long way since he purchased the property in 2020. What he's looking to do today, like I said, is to better define what a cabin is on the property. And I did include a condition of approval in there. He's fine limiting those to like the size of an accessory dwelling unit, 700 square feet. He did want attached garages on there. The Planning Commission did recommend approval on this as well. They did, with the conditions that I have listed in front of you, they did want to omit condition number 2 and also modify condition number 5 to allow attached garages on these small cabin structures.
It'd probably be helpful to do that so it can, I mean, if anybody's seen this place before.
Chair.
Right. Commissioner Hadcock.
So I move approval for 17 conditions, and Jason, did you already modify number 2 and number 5, or do we need to now?
I don't know if those got modified or if those were just recommended to be modified to
So
you.
we'll allow that in our motion to have you modify that if necessary.
I'll second Commissioner Hadcock's
Motion from Hadcock and a second by Ross Connect. Kara, you good with that motion?
Well, number 2, tell me what that is, modification.
Number 2 would have been deleted. That would have said that no development be allowed on the area designated future development on the site plan until specific plans are approved through the amendment to this planned unit development. And so that was, the original conditions of approval for this are listed on the screen. There were 5 of them.
Okay.
I carried that one forward. The Planning Commission didn't see a need to keep it in there.
So we only need 4 conditions?
Nope. I have, I believe, 18 conditions.
I'm sorry.
Subtracting
Sorry,
number 2, that would leave 17
and
conditions.
then, so how many conditions are there?
17 total. And also, they wanted to amend condition number 5
Okay,
to remove the attached garages, where it says "and not have attached garages." They wanted to allow attached garages.
okay, so we'll put that in the motion, Jason, how you just said it.
Sounds good.
All right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And I'd like to thank that group for cleaning that mess up.
I'd like to thank Jason for going out there and working with Isaac. He said he was nice to work with, and he really did a lot of work on the property, so I appreciate all the work you did with him, Jason.
And that's coming from the guys doing the project about Jason?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Okay, B, 17B.
This item, this board has seen on several occasions. At the last meeting, you approved a subdivision regulation variance not to improve Reno Gulch Road to commercial standards. So with that, this comprehensive plan amendment, COCA 25-0009, to change the future land use from rural residential district, suburban residential district, and highway service district to commercial district. The applicant is Shane Schreiner. The surveyor and engineer is Long Branch Civil Engineering, and Kale is in the audience. If anyone has any questions for him, they are requesting to basically rezone this portion. This is already highway service, which is already commercial now because it's got converted to the commercial with the change in our comprehensive plan. But it's this 1.3 acre portion right here to rezone this to commercial and change a comprehensive plan amendment to commercial. And with the approval of that subdivision regulation variance, staff does recommend approval of comprehensive plan amendment to allow the commercial.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion from Hadcock, second from Ross Connect for approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item's approved. We'll go on to D.
C.
C, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Shane Schreiner.
C is the rezone, the CORZ 25-0010 to rezone from agriculture district, suburban residential district, and highway service district to commercial district. Again, these are the same properties. This is just the rezone. So since the comprehensive plan amendment was approved, the rezone is in harmony with the comprehensive plan. So staff is recommending approval.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I'll go ahead and move to approve CROZ 25-0010.
Second.
I have a motion from Roskinek, seconded by Dur to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. D.
So item D is public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 25-16 for Pennington County to amend section 317 alternative energy to amend and supersede the existing 317. The planning commission did recommend approval of this ordinance amendment with no changes. I know that there is significant amount of public comment. There have been presentations submitted. There was a request by the public to have equalization here to discuss the taxing on that, so there is a presentation for that. Staff from equalization is here for that. So staff is just looking for direction if the board wants to just take public comment on this at this time, and then look at the merits of some of the items from the public comment and changes to the ordinance.
I'm going to look for some comment from
Mr.
our
Chair.
commission here, because I know how my feelings are, but I'll explain that.
So at the Planning Commission, I don't think we really understood the direction. It's my understanding that there was a task force or a committee that was put together for about 1 year to dial this in and work on it. And it's also my understanding that we had stakeholders from both sides along with planning and zoning. We certainly heard, but I don't think any one of us had the knowledge to sit there and make an amendment to any one of these criteria. So we just thought we'd pass it on to the commission because we just felt that was the right direction to go.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. Is there other comments here?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would just, yeah, and I was at the couple of the planning commission meetings on this, and, the chair of the planning commission, said and told the public that showed up that we were going to go through this, that they were anyway, page by page and incorporate the discussion as they went page by page, and my understanding is that did not happen. And so how we move forward, I would like to see because again, it wasn't a year, it started in April, and so it went through the summer on the kind of committee task force to look at the ordinance changes. And anyway, what I would like to see is the public, again, with the commission, have the opportunity to present, and we go back and look at this, and not that I'm looking to take action on it today. There is a request as well that we have additional public hearings in the public. I think there's a communication about one at the Canyon Lake Senior Center and one in December in New Underwood to have some discussions and get more public input. Anyway, at this point in time, we have people that have showed up to speak, and I would like to hear what they have to say. I believe, and some of the comments I heard last time was, well, if you, in front of the Planning Commission, if you would be specific about the changes that you would like to see take place, let's address those specific changes instead of I'm just against it or I'm for it. And I know in one case, the Planning Commission was given a document by Eileen Peterson that highlighted page by page, and she spent a lot of time going through what she would like to see those changes. So I think that the public has a voice and we need to listen.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, do you
The
have
only
the floor,
other
sir?
thing I'll add is that at the time that we made that motion, we realized that there's a 1 year or up to 1 year moratorium. So if there's things that need to be changed, we can certainly do that. And once this ordinance is approved, nobody says you can't go back and amend it just like we do every other ordinance if we find something that doesn't work.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So when you do an ordinance, I've never seen it get passed off the planning commission in, I don't know how many years I've been here, that quick. Number two, that's the right of the public to go through it, and I think Charlie was right. I don't always agree with Charlie, which is funny because I like Charlie, but they should have went through it. They should have at least took public comment. Doesn't matter if you're not knowledgeable. You should always listen to your public first. It saves us time so we can look at those meetings and see what the public is thinking. And then also to do the research of what the public's thinking, if it's correct, if it's not correct, if we need to call them and do our due diligence after we see what's at the public planning commission. So to say you're going to have a chance at the state, that was stated, you have a chance at the planning, you have a chance at the commission. No, there's a process in which we do public hearings. I agree with what I've heard for the night meetings. I'm in agreement to have that November 20th meeting. I'm in agreement in the December 10th because they wanted night meetings. I think the public needs more meetings for this. It's a huge undertaking. It's health, welfare, and safety of the public, whether it be Rapid City or outlining areas. So the senior citizen group that meets there, sounds like they volunteered to do that with this group. And hopefully with our planning, we can get some help with that. And then the other one was, I think was it New Underwood or Wall? New Underwood? On December 10th with another night meeting. So the public has full disclosure of what's happening with this. To have 2 meetings and move it on would be a disservice to the public. So it doesn't sit well with people trying to do businesses in this area, but I'm sorry, just like the mining people, Pete Lane and everybody else that was involved, they didn't mind that it was done right, and when it was done, we had a good ordinance, or we had something that was going to work for the public as well as that business. In this case, I don't feel that was well versed of taking it out of the planning commission and give people their public due diligence, saying excuses to me and not knowledgeable and other stuff. I've been dealing this and I've been looking it up for over a year myself. So if you're not versed or you're not knowledgeable in it, then you should have been versing and you should have been getting knowledgeable in the last year on this process if you're a commissioner or a planning commissioner, because it's been going on for a while. When the public meets it, it's a little bit different. Now it's time to change it. The mining, if you looked at the mining permit, when we did the mining permits and stuff, that took a while, and then it took us a while to get through those processes to be not only knowledgeable on one sense on both sides, but find a happy medium on that solution. I was ahead of that at that time. We had haters and we had people that did it for a business, and in that solution, it came up to work for both sides. When you do not vet it to the public like it was not vetted, this is what happens. You bring it to us and then we go, okay, we're the last decision, I get that. But we like to hear from both sides at all times, no matter where or what knowledge you have of it. Sometimes the public has more, or the business has more knowledge than we do up here. So to vet it and to make it and keep saying at the planning commission, there's more chances to amend it, there's more chances to do this, there's more chances to do that. No, this is our time. And then if there's things later that needs to be even more vetted, once you get that process done and we find other things, just like we did on this alternative energy, because we did not have it fully vetted when we first did it, because we didn't know a lot about it. If I'm correct, Brittany, you were with me when we first started this. We've come up with this. So that tells you it's going to be evolving, I get it, but get the bottom line on most of this stuff for what the public is thinking as well, because it's not only you as a business that's being affected, it's your public. So for me, to have more meetings, to have it more vetted through the public, to see what the public is thinking, that's how I make good decisions through being a commissioner myself and being in here a long time. It's worked well for me. I don't know about the rest of the commissioners, how they do their process, but I like to hear from the public. I don't care if 5 people show up at those meetings each time. That's 5 more people I could hear from. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinick.
Going back to the meeting, setbacks, that was an issue. So we need a recommendation. One of the recommendations was 5 miles. Now, if you're going to sit there and do that, we're just wasting our time. That's totally unrealistic. And that's why we thought we'd taken maybe we need to look at that a little bit harder. Another one was to not allow an egg. That's the whole premise of the ordinance. So where do you go from there? What do you take with that? Okay.
copy.
And if you guys don't mind, I'll tell you where I'm coming from on this, because I'll take the angst on the fact that I made the public comment that just let the planning commission pass it on to us. And the reason I've been in this long enough, in politics long enough to know that you're gonna have people on both sides of the aisle. And when you have a bunch of non-elected public officials making a decision for people who have voted for particular commissioners in their region, that's a tough deal. That's tough for the person to handle that's sitting there trying to make that decision. And it's also really tough for the person that's saying, hey, man, I didn't even vote for you. I mean, so you're gonna get a comment like that, 5 miles or whatever, because I get that. And that, there's been conversation I've heard about, moratoriums, that type of stuff, stopping people from doing things. And there's ways of stopping people from doing things that aren't legal either by not stopping them to do it either. So you're walking a fine line on that. I think the commission's best adverse to make this decision. And if we have to take some time to make the decision, I'm good with that. I came here today with the thought process that my consideration would be to continue this item so I could get more information. The next meeting wouldn't be sufficient enough for me. We've had I came on in January. I haven't spent a lot of time with the planning commission to vet this at all. And whether that's right or wrong, I didn't. But when you get a big decision like this, it's not like the planning commission passes on all their decisions. Actually, this planning commission does a way better job of handling most of the mundane consent type items versus than when I was with the city. I'll tell you that for right now. And the fact of the matter is, I think it behooves everybody that wants to speak today. And I think Commissioner Durr made it very adamant that he would like to hear from everybody, because some of the concerns is that the people aren't getting heard. Well, you're going to get heard from us, the commissioners, the people you voted for. That's who you voted for. And I get that. So we are willing to hear you. But I think what would be the most beneficial for everybody is, yeah, you may be opposed, you may not be opposed. But if you have some reason for being opposed, that helps us form this legislation or this ordinance, that would be helpful to us. If you just want to say you're opposed to be opposed, that's fine. Then say your piece, and because there are several people that want to speak today, which we want to hear. I think if we continue, it gives us an opportunity to have some where we can actually set up a meeting with the commissioners. If we meet together as a quorum, then we have to notice the meeting, we have to be prepared for the meeting, and then we want to be productive. I particularly myself don't like committees or other things that are shirking my responsibility to make the decision. I'm willing to do the work to make the decision, but I need some good input. I need some good input from the people that want this project to go forward, and I need some input from the people that have some concerns about the project. But to be productive, it's best to not just say to be unrealistic. If you want to be unrealistic, then you're wasting everybody's time. If you want to be realistic about what your real concerns, that helps. And if you want to, and the same goes for both sides of the people that want it. I know it's a pie in the sky. It's all good if I get all that too. So I'm looking for some direction from the commission about the opportunity to maybe give us some time to do our own due diligence on this, read this page by page. I think there's been some input made page by page that I haven't had a chance to look at. I'd like to share that with the people that are making this happen so they can see the concerns that they can address. I think it's fair to be transparent to both sides, and I would recommend that all of us do that, is to make sure that if we're getting information, we're sharing it with anybody who's opposed, anybody who supports the project, so then we can come up with the best legislation. And I do agree that the mining legislation went through a long period of time, but I mean, there was some mining permits that just went through because everybody understands where they're at with it right now. So today we have several speaker request forms, and typical what Robert's Rules of Order does is takes one supporting, one opposing. In this case, there's majority of them are opposing, so I'm just going to go in order that I received them and allow people to talk and have some concerns, and be mindful of the other people that want to talk. If you keep your stay focused on what we have at hand today, and that's forming this legislation. I don't know if you guys are prepared to vote on it today, or if you want to continue that item, or I think that's important for people to know coming into this.
We're going to do up to a 1-year moratorium, then I think it would behoove us to continue this and go into the deeper into the vetting process. I think when we're all said and done, we just got to look at the property rights of each side, make sure that we're somewhat balanced. It can't just be, a couple weeks ago, Mr. Mueller made the suggestion that there be a perpetual moratorium. Well, that don't make sense. Then you're doing a regulatory taking, and then we're really going to set the county up for potential lawsuits. So we got to be careful that we don't deprive the property owner of their highest and best use rights.
Right. I think through some proper vetting and conversation with our legal counsel as we go along, I think we can handle it. And I think it's probably above the pay grade of the people that were at the planning commission. They're not elected officials, and expect them to handle this at that level is a, I don't know, I think that'd be a big ask. So I think it's in the right place right now. So I think moving forward with this, and we, like I said, we have speaker request forms. I'm going to go through them, and as I receive them.
Oh, Chair,
Yes.
if you want a suggestion, what is the second meeting in December?
I believe that is December 16th.
Okay. Why I'm saying that is because it looks like a couple of the groups, for Rapid City Group and then a New Underwood group, are having night meetings on November 20th and December 10th. So I would ask that at least we just continue it to at least December
So
16th.
if they want to have these meetings and they want the commission to show up, they need to be notified. Everybody needs to be notified of the meetings. We need to understand
Go
that there
through
could
the
be a
planning.
quorum there.
Yep, we have to go through planning and they can help us.
Right. I think that's a reasonable expectation, to be close to having some sort of ordinance sculpted from the information that we gather as a commission and the input we get, so.
Yes, we can just put it on the agenda so it's noticed as a public meeting that there's a possibility that 3 or more of you will be at those meetings. So as long as it's on the commission meeting schedule, correct? So
Calendar, essentially.
that they know that you could
It has to
possibly
be
have.
publicly notified ahead of time, too.
Correct.
So.
We can get the dates and times from the people setting up the meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
And also, Mr. Chair, there was a request from an opposing member in the audience, and I know that Ms. Mader had requested this during the Planning Commission meeting, that the Department of Equalization speak on the taxation of it first, and they would like to see that presentation first.
And we do have Shannon here.
Correct.
And she shared it with me, and I think that would be appropriate for her to share that with everybody, because that is a question that we can put to rest today, and we can ask questions of her about, because utility companies are taxed in a different manner, and everybody needs to understand land tax versus a central taxing entity, such as a utility company. So Shannon, if you wouldn't mind, I almost forgot about you. I'm glad you brought it up, Brittany. So not that I could forget about you, but I might do that.
Does she have a pamphlet or?
She has, I think she's supplied it to all of us,
It's in here?
Should be in your packet, yeah.
Okay.
but I know
You've got
that
it.
it was
I can
on
see it.
Diligent, which,
It's in here?
if you're not looking on Diligent, I don't know what to do with you.
Then you can't write on diligent.
Come on, we're moving forward, we're not moving backwards, so.
You actually
That's all I gotta
can,
say.
yeah, you can write on
You
diligent.
can. Some of us are more blind than others.
Miss Shannon, you have the floor.
Okay, Shannon Champion, from the Department of Equalization, Senior Appraiser, Ag Appraiser. The committee asked me to do this, I think, early on in the talks, when they had the committee. So, the way that any utility is taxed, there's actually 3 different portions that they're taxed on. So I'm going to go through those. The first 2 are actually assessed by the state, so that's centrally assessed, and then one of them is through the county itself. So I'm going to go through them all individually, and then I'm going to, at the end, put them all together, and we're going to add numbers at the end. The first one, everybody should be somewhat familiar with a tag like this. It's on a lot of different machines. It tells you the maximum output of any kind of machine. So it should have it's the nameplate for the maximum output of, so megawatts, kilowatts, whatever unit is being used. So it's a rated or a nominal capacity
This will help utilities estimate the load that is allowed or that will go through this project. And there's two different, there's an actual and a potential that are on there. So like these solar farms, they will have their actual, what they're intending to use, and then their actual capacity. So their, like Wild Springs is, their actual is 128, potential is 144, to give you an idea. Now, the value that comes off of this nameplate capacity tax is a guaranteed amount every year. So keep that in mind. Now, there's a production tax. This will be the actual amount that is produced in that year. So because that can vary depending on what the demand is. And then the value that comes off of the tax from this will also vary. So going to this is going to be an aerial of the Wild Springs project. The stuff in pink is the stuff that actually has a solar panel on it. And then the stuff that just has the outline around it is still leased but doesn't have anything on it yet. It is valued at non-ag, so a market value. Right now they're using approximately 1,430 acres. And the ag was removed from all of the areas in pink. The difference, we're going to look at the ag value versus the non-ag value. So in 2023, it was still considered ag, or the ground hadn't been broke yet. It was, as a whole, $1,293,000 of assessed value. The taxable value was $1,099,050, which brought in $11,321 in taxes.
Here?
A year.
For the year 2023.
Wow.
Now for 2024, it was valued as a non-ag value because they had started to put up all the solar panels. So this will be a market value for the land. It was assessed at $2,290,300. So about $1 million more. The taxable value, because when it goes from ag to non-ag, it also is a different mill levy and a different factor applied to these. So that jumps up to $2,004,012, which brought the taxes collected at $29,565,000, or $500.
A lot of property.
And then Shannon, can I just stop you for 1 second? And this is just the value of the land.
This is just the land so far.
So this is split the same way.
So this is just like regular taxes.
Right, okay.
Property.
No, this is not the centrally.
Not yet.
Okay,
No.
gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So
Commissioner.
earlier I mentioned the highest and best use. So if you look at that from a highest and best use analysis, it would appear to me that the highest and best use of that property is improved opposed to vacant.
For $18,000?
Commissioner Hadcock.
Sorry.
I'm talking about market value.
So,
What their estimate of market value.
Taxes.
so can you explain what you're saying there, Commissioner Ruskin? I didn't quite catch what you're saying. If it's valued at highest and best use,
Highest and best use is what that will, the highest and best use of the land is what the most productive use of the land. So what I'm saying is, as pasture, probably the highest and best use would probably be improved. For an example, your exhibit up there.
right?
That's
yeah.
simply what I'm saying.
You gotta be careful when you say that, because we're going from ag to non-ag. So if it's ag, it has a whole different taxing system than non-ag. So, and I know what you're saying, but
So,
if it, yeah, does that make sense to you, everybody? If it,
getting all the-
you really got an apple and an orange.
right, and Mr. Chair. So my comment, if you just look at that, then how I would take that is saying best land use would take all the ag and the production that we have in the county and turn it into commercial property or another property, and that would be the the fact that you could have more of a value out of that property, assessed value, but we're talking about what the land is producing and getting back to the ag. So, and this is kind of my point about having these in an ag district. Putting those numbers up there doesn't mean that, tearing up native pasture is a better bang for the buck when you're looking at it on paper. Look at what the ag land is used for, production, livestock. So anyway.
Right, and I don't think anybody's going to argue with you on that. I think, but just so we point that out, but I understand what both sides are saying. I mean, if you're a business guy, you're going to take all the ag land and turn it into commercial land and probably starve to death, so, but you'll make a lot of money. So but moving forward.
Okay. Starved to death?
Okay, so now we'll move over to the centrally assessed stuff. So this is how Department of Revenue does the distribution of everything. So when they collect the taxes on the nameplate capacity part, 100% of that revenue goes into the renewable facility tax fund.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Where do you get the nameplate capacity?
So that was like the very first thing that we talked about. That's the capacity.
But who does the developer provide all those nameplates to you?
Yes, or well,
Okay,
to the state.
That's
Yeah.
part of that whole 21-page calculation they do?
Not yet.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Tell us about the renewable tax fund. What's that mean?
No, she's fine. Keep going. Don't-
So
don't
that's
interrupt.
out of my wheelhouse. That's
What?
part of the state. It's one of their funds.
Oh, does it go to the county?
Well, she's going to get to that point.
Yeah, yeah. So the 100% of the tax, or the income from the nameplate capacity goes to this renewable facility tax fund. On the production tax part, so that's the part where their actual production for the year, 80% of that part goes to the state general fund and 20% goes to the renewable facility tax fund. There's gonna be a lot of numbers here, so you can stop me at any time.
Okay, let's stop here for a second so we make sure we all thoroughly understand this. So you get the Department of Revenue distribution, you get the nameplate capacity tax, that's how they calculate the central tax number?
So they, on the nameplate capacity, that is based on that nameplate of the full capacity of the project.
Right.
The production is on what they actually produced and sold that year.
Okay,
So
So
one
you're-
is stagnant and one will change.
okay. So, but they're taxed two different ways then, is what you're saying?
So they
They're
are,
taxed on the nameplate, like
Mhm.
you mentioned earlier, they're taxed twice.
yes,
Once on the nameplate, this is what your potential is.
Yep.
And then you're
And then
taxed
their
on the
actual.
production, which is
Yep.
your actual number.
Mhm.
Okay, so off of the nameplate capacity, renewable, that 100% of that goes to the renewable facility tax fund?
yes.
And who gets that?
I'll get there.
All right.
Okay.
That's what I
I'm sorry for shutting you
It's
down.
okay.
I thought maybe I could slide in there and get some of that.
It's a lot, it's a lot.
Well, I want everybody to understand it's gonna be the easiest way to sculpt this.
Right, okay, so now, then all of this, the payments that are given to the county auditor that come out of the renewable facility tax fund. So the stuff the county receives is coming out of that renewable tax fund. Make sense?
Yep, so anything the county gets is coming out of the potential, whatever, potential that they have off the nameplate.
Yeah, off both, because
Oh.
20% of the production tax goes to the renewable
The
facility.
income and the production tax.
Okay. So we get 100 plus 20, goes into the county.
Okay?
Oh, I got you, okay, yeah, I'm got the cart before the horse, okay.
It's okay. Okay, so now, when the county gets it, 50% of that amount goes to the school district. 35% goes to the county, and 15% goes to the municipality.
Oh, Chair, sorry,
Nope,
Shannon,
nope,
to stop you.
Nope, that's fine, go
Is
ahead.
nameplate income and production tax, or which one are you talking about?
Both of them, all of it goes
The
into
whole
this.
thing.
The whole
that-
nameplate income and the production tax is
The 20%,
divided
yep.
equally this way. Okay,
Yep,
that's
so
what I
that
need.
total amount that is then given to the
Commissioner Ross
county.
Connect, here's your pie. It's where it's all going into that pie.
I appreciate that.
He loves pies.
Okay, so,
Hey, quit.
now if there is no municipality,
then that 15% goes back to the county.
Right. And in this case, on this property that we're talking about, there is no municipality.
Correct. So on Wild Springs and Yarrow Tech, both, it'll be a 50-50 split.
Just so people know when we're sculpting this, that
But this is how it is
Underwood gets none of this
set.
pie.
Right.
Okay, so it's split 50% for the school district, but that goes into. you're gonna
That
get
will
to
go-
point?
yeah, I'm gonna
I
get
don't wanna
to
get
that.
the cart before the horse again.
Right.
You got a
So
great program
that's
going
my
there. I'll
next
let you
slide.
go. Okay.
Okay. So this is how it is supposed to be set up, but then again, if no municipality goes to the county,
So if there's no municipality, where does that 15% go?
to the county. So then that turns it into a 50-50 split, county and school.
Oh, they are? Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Because there is no. Yep.
Okay. So local effort. So local effort is any kind of initiative or action that contributes within a specific area. That is where we're gonna go into the school district. It will directly impact any involvement of any programs or projects in that area. So anything that's coming into the school district is gonna be considered local effort.
I'm not sure I catch that, Shannon.
I'm gonna try and explain it, and then as soon as I'm done, I'll let you. Okay, so that's any contributions provided to the public or local schools are are considered local effort in this whole 10-page algorithm that gets figured out for state aid.
That'd be that 50%?
No, they're totally different. This is a different,
Really?
a little bit different ballgame.
Okay.
Because, because the school gets so much money from the state, they get their state aid. When they are figuring out their amount of money that they're gonna get,
Okay.
local effort is a part of that equation. So the money that they will be getting from any renewable energy will be considered local effort. So essentially what it's gonna
That
do
comes into
is it's going
consideration.
to, say the school is supposed to get $2 million for the year. But if there's more local effort provided, that means that the state has to supply less money. Because the end dollar has to be $2 million no matter what.
Well, it's
They
just,
consider the
Make
local
sense?
effort and part of their distribution.
So,
They're supposed to, I should say. It's more like somebody taking a bag of money, go in their basement, count it all out and say, here's what you get. Because they don't really have no,
they get the same amount, they just use it in a different way for your renewable energy, even though they end up with the same amount.
correct. But
Holy crap.
it's also, so that's, I kind of went into this already. Solar and wind are treated differently. Solar, from day one, will be 100% of that income is considered local effort into the state aid calculations. Wind is a 10-year stair-step consideration. So for the first 5 years, that money coming from the wind portion is not considered state aid at all. It's just a little, it's extra. So it's not considered for the first 5 years. For every year after that, it will increase by 20% until you reach that 10-year. So that one kind of gradually goes into it, but still,
So, can I ask a question?
Commissioner Hadcock.
So basically, they're not really contributing more on the solar, because if it's 100% local effort, they're doing the local effort, the state that would give them money doesn't have to give them money, because they're gonna use it as 100%, and so it just switches the money, it doesn't give extra of that 50%.
correct.
Holy crap.
Yes.
That isn't how I just heard it on the planning commission the other day.
So here are some solid numbers.
That comment's gonna float around. I wanna make sure I understand it. What was that again?
I'm gonna go into solid numbers for money that, like, the taxes that have come in from.
'Cause my understanding of the local effort is it goes into a compensating factor for the school. So if they build a solar farm in New Underwood School District, when that state aid money goes to the state, they gotta look at that and go, oh, okay, well, there's a local effort here from this wind, from the solar that says we should incorporate that into the state funding mechanism for that district. Is that,
No.
am I looking at that incorrectly?
They
So-
don't give you extra.
It's not extra, because at the end of the equation, the school is gonna get $2 million. Local effort is a part of that. So, but the end dollar amount is gonna be the same no matter what.
So
They'll always get two, because the local effort becomes part of that renewable energy, becomes part of the
part of that
local.
dollar factor, all right, so it basically lowers property taxes then.
Well, it will lower the amount of state aid that is supplied,
all it is.
that's coming from the state.
So in essence,
Renewable energy will be paying some of it
right,
instead of.
instead of the property tax piece.
Yeah, but, so it's not gonna add extra income to
They're gonna get the same
school
amount,
district?
but it's gonna
Yes.
alleviate some of the mill levy for the property taxes.
Possibly.
Okay.
No.
And I'm like, I don't know, that's not my part.
Okay,
So-
so then we'll have to figure that one out, because I see
Yeah.
no other reason to do it unless there's a factor of that happening. I mean,
So-
no other reason that they would do it unless that made sense, because what else would they do with the money? Just, why even
All right.
factor it in if it's not a factor? So, I
Mr.
guess-
Chair.
Do you understand how it works?
Yeah, as a former school board member. So this is what the state does. They want, because there are some places that don't get any state aid at the local level, because if it takes $10 million to fund the school and they can raise that $10 million at the local level, the state puts nothing in.
Right.
And so what the state does, making sure that that local effort is collected as high as it can be. And that's why you get back to the property tax system. So everything that their office is following on assessed values and all the mandates put down from the state is mandating by their legislation that local effort, that we're collecting the property tax dollar and that we're squeezing every penny out of that property tax dollar that would specifically go to fund the schools. And so the higher you're funding at the local effort, like she's saying, the less the states put in. And there are some where, some that don't have a tax base where the state's putting in 90% and some that are zero. And so when you get down to this, and she's saying that we're saying that it takes $2 million to fund it, and that you're raising that by, another $250,000, or just pick a number at the local level, the state's gonna put that much less into the bucket. So you just have a bucket, and you're trying to fill up the bucket between local effort and the state. And this goes back to what the state does, and so we have property that we collect no taxes on. So we do abatements, and there's a structure fire, there's a home that's $500,000, we're assessing it, and we're getting a certain amount of property tax from that. That property burns down, we abate it, and all of those abatements that the county does throughout the year, Department of Revenue looks at those abatements, and let's say those abatements equal $10 million. They go back and calculate what that lost tax revenue is, because we're not collecting property tax on that anymore because it's been abated. There is nothing to tax, depending on the situation. But at the local effort, we have lost that revenue coming in from that property tax. The state calculates that lost revenue, and then they come back and say, everybody in this district, lay over that dollar loss. So you have to lay over and tax everybody else in that district to fill up that school aid formula. And that's what the state does to make sure that they're putting in the least amount.
Yeah, that's the way I understand it, so. I mean, 'cause they're,
In this case, they're using renewable energy as the local effort.
yeah, but I'll never be convinced of the fact that if you pour water in that cup, and it holds so much water and it overflows, something's gonna happen to that extra water, right? Okay, that's my point. So,
In this case,
goes to the state?
the state is taking the extra water and saying, I'm not gonna fill it up, so we're only gonna go to the top, and you need to collect as much at the local level.
Through
Yes, you don't get extra of the 2 million with your renewable
The one
energy.
that, the winner on this is the state of South Dakota. So they're the ones that are making sure that they have their school aid formula that the legislature has calculated, and they want to make sure that they're spending the least amount of money at a local effort.
even though they're collecting that levy for the schools,
The state doesn't
Look at
collect
50
the levy.
well, the county does, and then it goes to the school district or
Correct.
whatever, right?
if you get your renewable energy of 200,000, it's 2 million. It's 1.8 that the state's giving you at that point. The renewable energy or the local effort is 200,000, then that's how it fills up the cup to 2 million, is with the renewable energy 200. They will not
So who would
add more
fill,
to it.
who would fill the cup up if that money wasn't there?
The state would pay the whole 2 million. That's what the levy would show.
I can't agree with that, but we'll move on just for, I have a simple mind, so.
The rest of this is just the actual numbers that was paid in 2025, if you want to go over those or not.
That's fine.
Yes.
I
I do.
want to keep going. I think your presentation is very,
very
very
good.
good, and it's part of, helps, because I know there's been a lot of conversation about whether, municipalities or state or county or schools benefit from a wind or solar project, which at some point, guys, maybe we need to look at separating the two, because it seems like they're two different animals, when you talk about wind energy versus solar energy. So that may be a consideration that we take into play to attack one animal at a time here, because, but your presentations are very good, so keep moving forward, please.
Okay, so these are going to be numbers that came out of Wild Springs Solar Farm that were solid, that were paid in 2025. And it was based off their first full year of operation, because for any of these renewable energy farms, they will start on the day of production, but this is the first full year. So their nameplate capacity, their actual is at 128 megawatts, potential of 144. Their nameplate capacity tax was $293,523. The production tax, that's going to be based off of the 128, and this is the one that can vary, is 46,106. So that 293, as Department of Revenue said, that number can actually be budgeted. Like, that is going to be there every year for that nameplate. The production tax is the one that's going to vary depending on demand and production sold. So the total income that they paid in was $339,629.
So at some level, they need to get their production up. I mean, if they got the capacity there, they're not using it.
So, and I don't know the specifics on all of that.
Per pound
I
a
think
person?
right now that is for growth in the farm, but I'm not 100%. And this tax dollar amount is just the centrally assessed taxes that are going to be split between the county and the school. This doesn't include the property tax.
Right, so 50% of this money goes to the county, 50% goes to the school.
So, let's see, so the breakdown, I have the nameplate capacity is the 293, production, so 50%, each piece got $169,814. So county got the 169.8 and the school got 169.8, or is gonna, yeah.
So, not to digress the conversation, but the 169,081 is local tax effort?
So the whole thing was considered local effort. And then it gets split between county and school.
So the county gets to keep their portion of that?
Yes.
And then the school district gets to keep that portion?
Yes.
But
So
then
they-
that goes against what they've collected then?
So so then, like, that's the
Would they waste their
paycheck
time on even
that,
calculating it?
the state sends to the county, to the auditor, and then the auditor splits it between county and
So once
school.
that guy comes out of that dark room out of his basement with his little bag, and that's what he tells everybody they get.
Yeah, yeah.
Here. So basically, the 339, 629 you split, but then when it goes to local effort with the renewable energy facility tax, it's just taken out of each one and made whole through the renewable energy, but they're getting the same amount in the bottom line.
Yes,
At the school.
at the school, yes.
So who's making who gets the benefit is the state from renewable energy. Wow.
So this is the Yarrowtech hybrid. Now, this is a little bit more complicated because the wind is calculated differently than the solar. So this, these numbers came from Department of Revenue. And this is an estimate on what a full year of production would be, based off of the information that was provided in their proposal. So the nameplate capacity,
This is the proposal that's being proposed right now?
yes.
So the nameplate capacity, okay.
Yep, so their nameplate capacity, total nameplate capacity, is 86.8 megawatts. Estimate for a full year would be 260,400. And the production tax, if they reach their full potential, would be 20,000.
Would be how much?
20,000,
Oh,
if they reach the full 86.8.
no, I get that part, but I can't read that number. Is it 30 or, oh, it's 20, okay.
20.
Wow, okay. That's the estimate.
You can see it better.
And that was just the solar portion. The wind portion, the nameplate was 56 megawatts. So the tax income would be 168,000.
Nameplate 168. But so that calculation they use for nameplate is got a lot higher denominator, obviously.
It is, and
It would show me, I mean, either that production's terrible or that number is a lower denominator.
well, and then that is also, that's the one that's guaranteed. Like that number doesn't change because the production can vary depending. So on this one, for the wind, the production tax would be roughly 17,660. That would be a total of $466,060, which then would be split, and the school would get $233,030, and the county would get the same. And that's at full capacity if they met everything at the end of the year.
Which the capacity number to me is such a minute number in comparison to the nameplate that, but I'm just hoping that everybody in the audience understands this because it's a conversation that's taking place. One of the questions that keep coming up. So we're gonna nip this in the bud with this conversation and allow whoever wants your presentation that they can get a hold of the equalization office and request it from you.
Yes.
So there should be no more question about this unless we missed the boat somewhere. Okay.
That's the last slide. That's all I got.
That was it?
That was it.
Super.
Any more
Fantastic.
questions?
I'm sure there.
I was like, I know it's a lot.
No, but you did real well. I think you nailed it. And I'm still questioning the local authority thing, and I'll do some of my own research on that. Because it just doesn't make sense to me to have a calculation that doesn't mean anything anyway, so. But, Commission have any questions for Shannon on this presentation? You got a question? Come on up.
Question. I think that will help for clarification on that production tax credit. If I'm following the presentation correctly.
You need to come up.
Come on up here and introduce yourself and then.
Join me.
Dale Harris, and I'm just asking this question because I think it will help answer some of your questions, Chair. The production tax credit, it looks like that is 20% of the total production tax because you are showing that that is what is distributed to the county. So the total production tax credit would then theoretically be what?
5 times that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So.
That was my
That's
only
why
question.
that number's so low.
Correct.
Yes, yeah, because then that 80% goes to the state, that renewable energy fund.
Where are the state people at today? They want to come in here and tell us how to count ballots and all that stuff, but they don't want to participate here. Yeah, come on up, Shannon. It's here to answer questions. And
Eileen Peterson. Early on, you said that the nameplate capacity tax goes 100% into the renewable facility tax fund. So are you,
So these numbers come out of the renewable facility tax fund bucket.
so that's coming, that tax, renewable tax renewable facility tax fund comes immediately back out to the county?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, so this,
I thought it was sitting with
100%
the
of it,
state and they were using
and then
it.
80 or
Eileen,
20% goes
if you
into-
want, she can make this presentation available to you. She
She
can.
has it.
I have,
Oh, you have it? Awesome.
it was in your
Yeah,
Your
exactly.
packet, so
That's
I
what we told
printed it
Commissioner
out.
Hadcock earlier, yes.
But I thought when it went into that renewable
I like
facility
paper.
tax fund and the
I
state
have to
had
write
it, they
it.
maybe would be keeping it.
I hate computers.
I get it. It's
I know, it's a
I'm
lot.
getting pretty good at it. I think I might be a professional with this pretty soon, but I appreciate any more questions for Shannon? Marvelous presentation.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah,
Very good.
we'll put in a good word with your boss, but he's not here to listen to it today, but,
Try to listen, not
I
lie.
think that we'll move on with,
Public comment.
public comment, because, I mean, this will be part of the public comment or the whatever, so,
Thank you, Shannon.
Shannon, thank you. Eileen, matter of fact, we'll bring you back up. You're the first one on my public comment list. So if you just want to come forward and present yourself and, Commissioner Durr had mentioned earlier that he would break my arm if I didn't let people talk today, so.
Eileen Peterson.
I took him seriously, so.
Well, I'm kind of in a quandary now. If we're going to have these public meetings, there'll be a great deal more input that could go into what I've done. We can present it to you more as a package than as 50 packages. What I've done is taken input from specifically 10 people about what they'd like to see, what they didn't like to see in here. And it's been in your packet in some form or other.
And maybe that's what Commissioner Durr had led to earlier, that somebody had spent some time going
Yeah,
through each page. You can make that available to us if you don't mind.
Well, it's in your packet.
Okay, perfect.
About 16 pages, I've gone back and made a bunch of changes already, but if we're gonna do if you are gonna allow us to do the 2 public meetings before you dig into this deeply, then maybe you would be best served just reading my 15, 16 pages, and
That would be
after
my
the
intention.
meetings,
I'm not
we-
sure if I speak for these fellow, but that would be mine.
because I was at the podium once before and I got sent to my chair, so I don't want to go through that again if we don't need to.
We'll give you all, I mean, today we're gonna give you 3 minutes, but if you want to
Well,
come back
obviously-
again on another meeting, yeah, I get that. If we read it, then it'll be better for us to ask you questions.
Just want to quickly make points of things I found since the last time I submitted this. Meade County and Walworth County, both in South Dakota, do have solar ordinances that have some setbacks that they have passed, and I will put those into my documentation for your consideration.
And if you do that, I would like to know your concern about the setbacks. I mean, setbacks, I mean, we have them for a lot of stuff, but it would be nice to know why you feel that setback is necessary.
Every comment I've made in my packet has a justification following it up as to
Awesome.
why I came up,
Awesome.
why I'm asking for
Thank
what
you.
I'm asking.
Not 5 miles.
And one place I did put 5 miles in there because there is a county in Nebraska that has 5 miles. Doesn't mean that's a good idea, and I don't know if they're suffering for that in the courts, but they passed it. So it's obviously not going to pass here because I think the district attorney's office, the county attorney already said that we can't be taking things willy-nilly, and if it's somebody who has a section of land, they can't have a 5-mile setback. So those things are out there. They're not necessarily something this county should consider, but we really need to protect ourselves.
And I get it. Sometimes the only time things can be actually finalized is in the court of law. So
And
I'm personally not afraid of a lawyer, but I get that. We don't
Yeah.
want to go out and,
You don't want to ask for trouble.
we want to treat everybody fairly, I guess, is what the bottom line is, so. And I let you go a little bit longer because I took some of your time talking to you, but
Okay.
So.
Well, if you're all good with not jumping into the fray too deeply before the meetings, and hopefully some of you will be at some of the meetings. There are 2 that are
we're going to publicly
actually
notify them.
scheduled.
So we can all show up if we like, if we got time and we can work it in our schedule. I'm assuming we will.
We
be there.
haven't discussed it. I don't know how we're gonna announce it in the newspaper, we'll put it maybe in upcoming meetings. We'll send invitations to the commissioners.
They have to the planning has to publicly notice that, the meetings
Okay.
and that the commissioners would be there, Eileen.
We'll let
if
her
they
know
have
the
meetings.
details of the
Yes,
place
ma'am.
and address and whatever.
If you don't mind wrapping up, we'll let the next guy talk. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Eileen. Yep, Commissioner Roskinick.
So the ordinance, the requirements and regulations, they reflect the very minimal. As I said at the Planning Commission, each one of these facilities might be totally different. One size don't fit all, so.
And I agree with you, and that's part of the whole conversation that we gotta have, but we're trying to build a one-size-fits-all ordinance, but, and we're, then we start to cross-reference with solar versus wind, so at some point I would look for direction from the commission to say, do we separate these two monsters?
Absolutely.
From each other, so.
They
But
separated them.
Jerry Mader, if you're in here, oh, I seen that, okay, if you wanna come forward, sir, we're gonna give you 3 minutes, I'll try not to interrupt you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everybody. I'm Jerry Mader from New Underwood, South Dakota. And of course, we have the large Wild Springs Solar Complex close to town there. And another one potentially going in right across the fence from our property. I'm here to, I guess, would encourage you to continue research and investigation and try to find all the pros and cons of these large facilities. They're all still fairly new, and we don't know what the decommissioning process will be, and we don't know how much contamination and what's going to be left. And I guess I'm always concerned that these facilities are always built on leased land and not owned land. It would be a lot cheaper for these people to buy the land and build it than it would be to pay the 20-year lease. So it always makes me wonder why, if they don't want to have to clean it up. I know there's decommissioning clauses and bonds and all of that too, but I'm still concerned with that. And now we're starting to hear that there could be possible liens tied to the land that is being leased through the lease, and a lot of foreign ownership, which I guess I would be opposed to. And I guess a couple of things that bothers me, there's an awful lot of money made by 2 or 3 people and not a lot for the community. Not a lot of community benefit, I guess I should say. And so anyway, I guess that's about it, I guess, for now. I'd just like to ask you to continue it and do more research and study.
I know, Jerry, you just want to make comments, but I got to ask you a question.
Sure.
That last comment you made about, I would want to know what your concern would be about 3 or 4 people making a lot of money and the community not making any money. I mean, can you kind of like give me some reference to that comment?
Well, yeah, I guess I shouldn't say, I didn't mean to say not any money, but not a lot.
Or even not a lot of money, maybe.
Yeah,
But I
not
just
a
don't
lot
know.
of community benefit. 2 or 3 people, the landowner that leases the land, the builders and the people that own the facility. And I guess according to Shannon, with the tax revenue, there'd be some benefit there, of course, but just really not a lot of, I mean, a whole bunch of money made for a small group, which, I mean, I can never really oppose that as a, free enterprise nation, I guess. But the rest of us have to deal with it, and I guess that was one point I made at one of the planning commission meetings, that there's a lot of people in Rapid City that maybe could vote for having something like this for the tax benefits, but they don't have to deal with it. It'll be built in our area out on the plains. So we'll have to look at it and deal with the cleanup someday down the road.
You'd say cleanup is a big issue for you.
The decommissioning, that's a pretty big concern. We're
I'm
talking
sure
20.
that question will be posed to one of our speakers today.
Yeah.
From me, but because I know they're decommissioning a big solar farm down in, I don't know if it's California, Vegas, kind of in that area there. They had $1 billion solar plant that they're decommissioning. And I don't know how they're doing that. It'd be interesting. I drive by that thing and.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I guess one of the questions I have, I know they're supposed to be bonded and in the decommissioning clause, but I don't know if there's any teeth in it to make sure they keep that. I know, like with sale barns, when they sell cattle, they're supposed to be bonded so they can be sure and pay their customers. But if they don't pay that, it's basically, in my opinion, an insurance premium. If they don't pay that premium, they're not bonded. So who is gonna make sure, I think they're only reviewed every 5 years, so who's gonna make sure that they're bonded the day they
Okay.
decide to walk away or leave?
That's a fair question, because, I mean, the state's making all the money, so they should have some law or something, so.
Yeah, just
Terry,
some
I'll
lo-
let you go a little bit longer, because I asked you a couple questions, but,
Yeah, that's right. It's a local concern, and there's quite a few people that were here earlier representing opposition to these, and they had to leave with other commitments, so.
okay.
So, okay,
All right.
thank you for
They
your time.
will, I'm sure we'll hear from them at some point, so I'm gonna go to somebody that is supporting the alternative energy. Elizabeth Frederick, are you here?
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah, thank you. I know in the future, I can tell you, when January starts, the commission is going to look at moving some of these things to the front of the agenda, so we don't have to. We do like having people stay here to listen to us all day, but it's not, I know you guys got businesses, jobs, that type of stuff, so if you just identify yourself for the record.
Elizabeth Frederick, Pro Solar Energy, more specifically, I'm here on that behalf, more specifically than Wind Energy. I'm pro-solar, pro-landowner rights, and pro-ordinances. And last year, when the commissioners, when y'all put in the moratorium and a special committee was assigned, I know that some people aren't in favor of special committees, but we had a special committee that we became aware of it multiple, months into it, but started attending those meetings. And they were knowledgeable people that weren't just people, local citizens who are knowledgeable, but we're talking planning and zoning was in there, 2 members of planning and zoning, a person who had hands-on in a solar plant himself was on the committee. There was an attorney on the committee, although I don't know he was acting in the role of an attorney or just as a, part of the committee. Somebody from West River Energy was on the committee. So with that being said, those that were pro-energy didn't like all the ordinances that were set forth. Those that were not for the solar energy didn't like the ordinances that were set forth. But there was a gradual meeting of the minds, and this is what was presented, was the ordinances that are before you that were before planning and zoning just a few weeks ago. So that was a joint and concerted effort, and each one of those ordinances was examined, studied, redlined, went over multiple times. It wasn't within, a week or 2 years saying we need more time. This was months of educated, knowledgeable people going through each one of those ordinances that are presented before you. I like what Mr. Rosknecht said. Not every shoe is for the same person. That's what the ordinance set forth. You're not going to take a solar farm and set it smack dab in the middle of Rapid City because those ordinances have a requirement of a 40-acre. Those ordinances have a requirement that there has to be transmission lines within a certain radius of that land. So when Commissioner Durr mentions, all ag is going to go solar because that's the best bang for your buck, that also can't happen because not all ag has transmission lines on their property. So every permit, every project that's presented or comes up when requesting a permit should be examined in its unique totality and has a holistic project, not one shoe fits all. And hence, that the ordinances presented to this board give that final say to the board for that. So that's just what my input. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And
I
so
could have said more, but my time ran out.
I did, and I didn't ask any questions, I'm sorry, but we'll have more meetings, so we'll have more meetings. Pardon?
Did you have any questions?
No, does anybody have any questions?
Or not a question, you want me to say something?
Why don't you say something, Commissioner Hadcock, because you hardly ever say anything.
I never say anything.
I know.
The bottom line is on this is minimal standards, and some of that minimal standards of what they produced, for me, it sounds like it was more the producers and not more of the public on some of it. So some of it I think should have been a little bit more examined for not minimal standards. I've never done anything, I've done minimal standards when it's not health, safety, and welfare because it's not going to affect the public, but I keep hearing minimal standards, and I'm just not into minimal standards when it's something that's more, for me, industrial.
And I think that's something to be addressed with a couple of more of the experts. I wasn't on the committee. I actually just attended them once I became aware that they were ongoing. But these aren't minimal standards. These are actually greater than some of the minimal standards that were recommended. So the 5-mile radius that some people are requesting, Commissioner Roskinek is absolutely right. That is a taking and arguably actionable. So that's one of the things that people also inputted, hey, how can we avoid spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, on lawsuits? Because there are lawsuits now going on all over the nation because of improper taking, so.
In some of it, I get the taking, but I understand too that minimal is not 5 miles, and it's not a 25 feet. 25 feet is too minimal for me for something that might drop down. And then I do listen to experts. I've been through the alternative energy, the first one. So some of this, there's got to be in between that protects both sides. So for me, 25 feet and a 25-foot barrier for fire, that sounds like someone that has solar farms. That doesn't sound like someone on the other side that has land that might have issues with some of this. So you want to be able to produce and have, basically have property rights, but you also don't want to be affecting the other side with some of your minimal standards. So in some of this, when I look through the ordinance, okay, it doesn't need to be 5 miles, and like Eileen said, and if you read her papers, those were suggestions that other people did. That wasn't her suggestion. So someone took it at, oh, that's 5 miles. That's what Eileen said. No, she put 5 miles. She also put 100 feet on the other one. So when you're talking about something, say the whole sentence of what somebody said. She had 15, 16 pages, and someone didn't read it. They just took up one piece and said 5 miles. So I keep hearing 5 miles. Did you read the other 15, 16 pages that she had some really good suggestions in
I
there?
haven't received any of it.
Okay, so I did, so
It was
that's why I
just an
said.
example.
Well, that's what I mean, Miss Liz, is that there's two sides to both stories. It's not 5 miles. If you looked at it, she had some really good suggestions. She did some major, looks like to me, research.
I'm not here to argue her
No,
paper, 'cause I
not
haven't
argue,
read it.
just to tell you that I'm not for minimal standards unless it's not to do with health, welfare, and safety. If you have a covering of something and it's not going to do anything, I don't really care. If you're talking about a turbine, if you're talking about a solar panel, if you're talking about lithium, if you're talking about all that stuff, and I'll just
Right.
tell you, before I make my decision or say something, I will go to the experts because I am not the smartest person in
Right,
the room.
and I believe there were experts on that committee. Also, I don't know that, those standards or those setbacks were discussed. They went from 25 to 100 or to 300 from a residence.
Yeah.
So they were expanded on quite a bit.
Right, thank you.
All right, thank you. And that, her presentation with the red lines for what she thought from a consumer side are available to you guys, whoever wants them. Part of the reason
Online.
I kind of getting these back and forth wrong is because of everybody checks support. So,
Yep.
and depending on what way you're looking at this, are you supporting, passing it today, or I'm not sure. So if I got a group of people together that I wanted to try to get, what I'd like to do is have one that's, for and one's against the but I didn't get that done, so I apologize. So, this person I know is the landowner that wasn't here last time, and his name is John Peck. So John in the office? John?
Good morning, thank you. I'm John Peck. I would like to start off with, when I did find out about the meetings that were being had, I did try to attend every single one. I think for the most part, all the meetings I did make and help try to set the rules and regulations. I feel like that we did a very good job on both sides and meeting in the middle. However, I feel like I was deceived a little bit, and I'm not trying to point out a commissioner at all, but at one point we were said that we're here to be heard as the public. And I feel like I went to this meeting and the very first, I wasn't in it, probably 5 minutes, when I was told I want you to know right up front, I'm against this, and that I'll do everything I can to get it stopped, which was Mr. Durr. And as we started going through these rules and regulations, meeting and milling, I felt like we did a really great job. I thought we all put in time and effort on this. And it was going good. When we got to the end of it, the very last meeting was the last one to speak, and that's when I found out it wasn't going as good as I thought. I thought the deception was wrong, because the very last person that got to speak was the one that should be listening to the public, us speaking. And it was, I just want you all to know that I'm not done with this yet. And I'm going to keep going on this. And I'm going to talk to an attorney, which I feel like when you're in that position, that's not the time to state that. If you have a comment or you want to work towards something, I thought that's what we'd been doing for 6 months. And I don't know if I'm getting a fair shake up here or the voting's going to go correct. With that all being said, that it was against us on that. The next thing I would also like to point out is they have been having some public meetings. My very first meeting on this private committee deal that I went to, I was handed sheets saying that they had meetings in New Underwood at the community center. I went and attended it right along with some of the neighbors, and so they have been having public meetings, and they have Facebook pages, which, you know, I'm not on Facebook a lot, but they do have Facebook meetings, and they set those up in New Underwood, which that's great, especially since we're trying to put one there. But they're doing it at a bar. I don't know if you guys had a long week and you go to a bar, but it sure doesn't really go the way it should be talked about when you're doing it at a drinking establishment. I think that's wrong. And I know I'm getting short on time, but I asked the committee to describe me ag, and they did how it was crops and cattle. Well, I also then asked the question when it was done, what ag looked like, and I said, I have a housing development, 3 sets of transformer lines, a gravel road, a set of railroad tracks next to an interstate. Sure doesn't sound like ag to me. So for those, I don't mean to keep going over, but my time is up. Thank you.
You're fine. We waited for you last time to come today, so I'm going to allow Commissioner Durr to respond to your comment. Just, you're going to get a fair shake from me. I speak for myself, and generally the commission will give you a fair shake. I don't think that there's any reason to think that you wouldn't get a fair shake. Any of the meetings that, you know, if somebody's having a Facebook meeting on their own, that's up to them. But if I'm in that meeting and there's more than 2, if there's 3 or more of us in that meeting, obviously it would have to be noticed. The other fact is if I had a meeting
Facebook.
with you, I would disclose
I don't have a
that.
computer. Just kidding.
With
I'm sorry.
I would have that meeting, so just to understand our rules, or if we have a meeting with one side, then we disclose it to the other side. Or what we would like to do is actually invite you to the meeting to you know, if you're talking about property rights, a big deal. Typically, a lot of these things don't happen that often, so there may be some of the process that, it could be better, and we appreciate that input, so. But Commissioner Durr, if you had anything to say, that's fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
No, I'll comment. So my comment's going to be when I was not on the commission and Eurotech came up, and I was not in favor of solar wind projects in an agricultural district. So I said that before I was on the commission. When I started the committee, one of the first things I asked, and I'm not sure if you were in there for that one, you guys came, a few meetings while we're into it. And and Liz is correct, there was good representation on the committee, both people that were landowners, and Eileen was one of them that, did a great job of researching this stuff, the maters, that type of stuff. And then you had, the Matt and Matts, and that this is kind of in their industry, and Havenstuck, the attorney mentioned in the room. And so anyway, it was a good cross-section, and so the first question I asked, because I knew the people in the room that were against this, that got appointed to the committee, what do you want to do? And so I asked the question, do you want, as we move forward, do you want zero, solar wind in an ag district. And then some of the people that were on the committee that were also property owners said, well, that could be a taking, and so look at that as a taking, and I understand property rights and that type of stuff. So as we ran the meeting and went through it, and I said this to the planning commission, we met from April until, just about maybe 2 months ago, and every 2 weeks, sometimes 3 times a month. And so I believe anyways, we went through this, you're right, that there was a give and take back and forth. Okay, and so there was input from both sides, and when we had our final meeting, what they wanted was, a vote coming out of the committee. Basically, let's have a vote as to whether or not we support the changes coming forward. And I said, I'm not going to have, the committee make a vote. We're going to take something out of this committee that has been festered out, and this is what we have, agree or disagree, and then it's going to go through the process. And my position has not changed, so I've been consistent all along. Wherein, yes, I can take the information out of the committee and set it up. I'm one commissioner. This is my district, and I am one. I listen to the majority of the people that are in my district that don't want wind and solar. I'm one of those. I understand the whole dynamic about property rights. So I brought it out of committee, and in the form that we have now, which was not, not everybody was in agreement, but it goes back to your points. There was give and take, and Liz is correct. There was a lot of discussion on the setbacks and different things that went on. So I felt that this was the best thing we could get out of committee, and it was time to be done with it. Now let it go through the process and let everybody have their input on it. And when it goes back to the comment about, this is the comment that I would make about the fact that it was in the committee and we spent a lot of time on it. That does not mean the public has had a lot of time on this. It means that the majority of the people in this room that have been vested in this discussion have had time to look at this. And I get your point out of planning. So the planning commission didn't have, 6 months of review of this. The other commissioners, Commissioner Weifenbach, Hadcock, Drews is not here today, they don't have all the discussions that we had in the committee going through. So now it's time to bring it forward and let the public have a look at this that everybody else has had time to digest. Let the public look at it and then go back into the public and hold some of these meetings. Now, meeting at the bar, is it during happy hour or not?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not hardly ever on
Yeah.
Facebook, but if you
So
invite me
anyway.
after 5 o'clock, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I'm just down the road from there.
So anyway, my understanding, I thought the meeting in Norwood was going to be at the community center. Is that not where it's going to be?
On
Gary, do you guys know? Community center.
So it's at the community center, and so anyway, and the other one's going to be at Canyon Lake, I believe, Senior Center. Come on up, Jerry.
I'm gonna break myself for a second. Deb, you wanna?
I'm Jerry Mader from New Underwood. We had several meetings with the Yarrowtech firm, I guess it is, and they were all in the community center. I don't remember attending any at a bar, but maybe I wasn't
I
invited
didn't
to
when
those.
I went there either.
Okay.
I went there for Yarrowtech. They never had it at a bar. It was a community center.
I didn't say I never did mention that the county had it at the bar. They have a community website, Pennington County website, that was being advertised. I would have to look for the text message that I got sent that it was on to give you the actual wording on it, but I did have a text message of that.
Mr. Peck, the bottom line is they want, you had time and to go to the committees and to do your due process. Now let the public, at this time, whether they do it on Facebook or they do it with their other meetings and their night meetings that they wanted, it's just how we do business at the county for anybody, whether it be you or somebody else. You guys want to have a public meeting on how great solar and wind is, have one, invite us and do the same thing. We're not against that. This is, and you're allowed to go to those meetings. Those are public meetings that they are putting out there. So it's the vested interest once the ordinance is done, not why the ordinance is being made. Once the ordinance is done, give it its due process. And to say, I went to one of your meetings, and I'll just tell you, only 2 of you were the loudest people in the room. I really didn't get to hear from a lot of the other people because 2 of you talked most of the time, and you weren't even on the committee. they let you talk a lot. And when I ran a meeting, I let the board have their decisions and then the public have their input. The public wasn't on the committee, but they had their input for public comment. It made it a lot simplified than somebody just keep putting their input in between stuff, and then a lot of times you're not productive. So on some of that, you don't get good production by the time you're done, because what it's doing is sometimes you're intimidating people. So that goes both ways when you're talking about public or a commissioner, sir, because that's what I've heard on some of the comments on some of your stuff as well. So goes both ways, and I only went to one, and then just to see how it looked, and it did look that way. It didn't intimidate me, of course, because, I'm just here to listen and hear both sides as well, but that goes both ways, sir. So saying you're on one side and he's saying this and you're saying that, it goes both ways when you're doing that. So be cognizant of what you're doing as well as another commissioner, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, Ron.
John, I was going to say, I know you're the property owner, so you're going to have a little bit of, more skin in the game than a lot of people, and
Yes, sir.
some of them it's a,
Not that I don't
different-
like your comment.
different type of, but
You
I
get
think
that.
we're going to move on to the next speaker unless anybody else had any other questions or comments. I let you go over, and we had a lot of questions, and because we hadn't met with you yet, we waited last time for you to come in, so, but the next person would be Matt.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, John, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Matt Asvold. I'm Matt, and like I said, I don't know if you support or oppose the agenda, however, whatever your approach is, it is simple. Just let us,
He was on our committee.
oh,
Yeah,
you're on the
sure.
committee, okay, perfect.
Yeah, so Matt Hazel from Rapid City.
Give a little insight on.
Yeah, I was on the task force. So I worked at Black Hills Energy for about 10 years as a power trader, and then moved over to a new company in April. And we're a solar and battery storage developer. So, but I live in Rapid City, work out of here, work from home. So we don't have any projects in South Dakota, but we do a lot of projects all over the country. So yeah, like I said, I was on the task force. It's kind of scary being described as an expert, but I do what I can, I guess. So my thoughts on the task force is that I think we did a pretty good job with the ordinance, so I'm supportive of it. And one of my roles sort of on the task force was taking a lot of questions, taking it to our development folks that work with this stuff in different counties throughout the country and seeing what their thoughts were on it. And by the end of it, they kind of essentially said, our development folks told me that this is about as restrictive as we could be without running afoul of the regulatory taking rules. So I think we had a great back and forth on pretty much everything in the ordinance, all the numbers that you see for setbacks and decommissioning costs and that sort of thing. Were all discussed and debated pretty thoroughly, and I think that everybody got something that they wanted. Nobody got everything that they wanted. So I think the restrictions and the regulations are pretty reasonable. And if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer the best I can.
Anybody have any questions for Matt? He was.
Of course.
Commissioner Durr, you have a question for Matt?
Yeah, we had some public input. I believe it's on the agenda where it was an email that came in this morning. I think Joan got it loaded or yesterday. But anyway, it talks about the ground level clearance that we have in the ordinance. The 12 feet is not sufficient, and that's coming from an individual in the solar industry.
Yeah.
But you self-identified as an expert, so let's.
It did not self-identify as an expert. Yeah, so we do have the ground mounted at 12 feet for distributed solar. And I guess I was remembering the 25 feet at full tilt for the utility scale. So that's one thing that if I'm an expert in anything, it would only be in the utility scale systems, not in the distributed systems. So, yeah, I mean, if he's saying that 12 foot would probably be overly restrictive, I would assume that makes sense. I think that the utility scale, the 25 foot max would be more than enough for anything that we would have. And I think that Gen Pro gal was also there, and she confirmed that 25 feet would be okay. But yeah, I guess it does make sense if the 12 feet's too short. You could amend that for sure.
Because I just took a trip to Arizona, kind of a round quick trip, and I came across the desert solar and some wind, but the solar, instead of individual, like Wild Springs, it had to be 40 feet in the air, and they were big, huge, probably, I don't know if it was 50 by 100, and that was the panels, but they were elevated off the ground like 40, 50 feet.
I don't think I've seen them get that high. We did take a tour at the Fall River Solar Facility, which is down by Ulrich's. And I think, I mean, none of them, I mean, they were over my head, I guess, at full tilt, but I doubt any of them were over like 15 feet. So I've never seen a solar facility that has panels
these
that
were
high off the
huge.
ground. It could have been those, like a concentrated solar farm, so
Yeah.
that's got mirrors, then it concentrates all the energy and it goes to like a tower in the center of it. That's that Ivanpah solar facility.
That's the
we were
one
talking
they're
about in
decommissioning,
California.
correct?
Yep, exactly.
Mhm.
And that's a technology that, it was pretty promising, I think, at the beginning of it, but now that PV panels have just plummeted in price, PV is the photovoltaics, that's the standard solar panels that you see, that's really the technology of choice these days.
Like, Matt, and Commissioner, are you done?
Yeah.
Since you're there, and I know you're not an expert, I'm not gonna say that you're an expert, but you sell solar panels, is that correct?
No, so I work for a company, we develop solar and battery storage projects.
Okay, so
and
you're an
I'm-
engineer, or what are you?
I'm an originator is actually my title, and so an originator basically negotiates the PPAs. So I find off-takers for our projects and then negotiate the contract to sell the power from the facility.
So if you're negotiating contracts, and so, some of the concerns that the people have are just like what you approached about that site down in Vegas. It had big promise and delivered nothing. And now they gotta get rid of these solar panels.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
What is a typical decommissioning in your contract?
yeah, so we would be on the hook for decommissioning everything as the IPP.
You guys ever had to do one? Have you
No.
ever had to decommission one yet?
No, they're pretty rare. Every once in a while you get a huge hailstorm that can come through that can wreck them, but the panels are pretty durable. I think at Fall River, there's 180,000 panels, and I think the guy was telling us that they've replaced like 5 over the years. I think that's been operational for about 3 years now.
3 years.
So.
Okay, so is there,
what's the
in
lifespan?
typical in one of your contracts, do you guys have a decommissioning bond that's set? I think somebody else talked about a bond earlier.
Yeah, for sure. So all that stuff
Who
gets
do you pay
negotiated.
that bond to, and where does it?
Yeah,
is it-
so all that stuff gets negotiated with the county or the municipality, and then, yeah, we typically hold a bond for decommissioning costs, and then I think the way it's written in the ordinance is pretty standard, where it's reviewed every 5 years to make sure that it's keeping up with the cost to actually decommission the facility. But typically, facilities aren't decommissioned, they get what's called repowered. So when you do that, you just bring in new panels and just swap out everything, and you keep it as a solar
That's your
unit.
extent of decommissioning is putting in, that's what you've seen, actually. I'm not gonna ask you to,
Yeah, so typically, once you've gone through the
It's what you've
process
seen.
of like getting an interconnection agreement and getting it so that you can actually flow power into the grid, that's a pretty big ask, pretty heavy lift. So you've got inverters, you've got all the transmission equipment, that sort of thing. But the panels degrade over time. And so rather than just tearing it all out and starting new, they just replace the panels.
as they degrade, do they go out there and like measure their performance or something? How do they know it's degraded?
Not typically, they usually just follow a degradation curve. So any solar supplier is going to give you a curve telling you that they'll degrade like 1 to 2% per year.
Basically.
So what happens when they degrade? I mean, do they just?
They just put out less power, like 2 or 3% per year.
Do they start to?
Like a light bulb, they just get less and less.
Yeah.
Well, no, I get that part, but I'm saying is like they're made out of plastic, right? Some sort of.
Mostly glass and aluminum, and then it's almost all of it's recyclable.
How about the materials in them?
Yeah, so there's an aluminum frame, obviously that's recyclable, and then
Got to
most
be
of the
something that conducts electricity through there. That
copper. Yep, there's some
Copper.
copper in it. Yep.
Okay.
So
there's really nothing that is. I mean, does it degrade into the environment?
no, they've had older panel designs. I think use like cadmium and a couple other heavier metals and that sort of thing. But typically now all the panels are almost all of it's glass, and so it's pretty recyclable and some copper
Have to
in it.
clean them all the time, or what do you guys do?
Typically, no, it depends on kind of the environment, but they'll have, a few of the panels will have dust sensors on them, so it can tell how dusty they're getting averaged over the entire fleet. And then if you see like a rainstorm coming in, what they can do is they can actually tilt the panels to full tilt and then hope that the rain washes off some of the dust, but we don't clean any of our panels.
So you
We
can
don't-
remotely do that. So.
Yep, yep,
But your panels are relatively young in the business. I mean.
yep,
Yeah.
yep,
Okay.
for sure.
Here.
So I appreciate it. Commissioner Hadcock.
So what's a panel lifespan? One of the
About
panels?
25 years is what we,
Okay.
How many?
25 years.
And then the bonds are taken out for how long usually?
Just the entire life of the project.
Okay, and are those bonds under a LLC or are they just on,
No,
how to secure them?
they'd be with some reputable financial institution, whatever the county or the municipality would require.
Meaning if it was a company, it's the company that, and is, what I'm saying is the company's under an LLC where they can drop that company later and drop the LLC like they would any other company that wasn't doing well or went bankrupt?
Yeah, no, it would have to be with like a big bank. So you'd want like Citigroup or JP Morgan, something like that, to actually hold the bond.
Okay, and that bond would hold no matter what happened to that company?
Correct, yeah. It'd be for the benefit of the county if the county were to have
Does
to.
it go away no matter what, even if the company trades or does something else with that?
Right, no, the bond would be unaffected by that.
So, just to segue off that, I mean, I haven't read the whole, so I just haven't had time. Is there a consideration in that ordinance proposal for that, or is that part of a contract?
Yeah, it's in the ordinance that it'd be 120% of the contingency if you were to have to reclaim the site. And so that's held by a reputable financial institution.
Okay.
And then they review it every 5 years to make sure that cost is.
Ask him another question?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, this is
So-
the time for question and answer, because
So
a lot
if-
of people will get an answer that they may have been looking for too,
So
so.
if you decommission, and basically, whether it be panels or wind turbines, where do you take them?
So I think, I'm not an expert on decommissioning solar sites, but they're typically recycled. And I think there's a part in the ordinance that says that if it can be recycled, then the panel should be recycled.
But when I read up on them, they're not recyclable very well, and the firemen and the landfill's been having issues with any kind of thing with lithium. And then the fiberglass that's made out of the wind turbines has caused some major issues for, basically, that's why they're not calling them green projects. Some people are calling them green because it's renewable energy. But just based on the decommission or recyclable, on the lithium and the fiberglass, they usually take it to like,
Commissioner Hadcock, I'm going to interrupt you
Wyoming
for
or
a
something?
second.
Yeah, I think the solar panels, they're
Your
good.
experience is just solar, or is it wind too?
Solar and battery storage. I mean,
You don't really know anything about,
not much about the wind, no.
Okay.
so there you go, you're going
But
down
that,
it.
it has, okay, so that it was, the main thing was the lithium that was in and how does the lithium work in a panel? And when do you have to replace lithium, or what happens to the lithium? Like, if they decommission a $2.2 billion project, what do they do with the panels? What do they do with the lithium?
Yeah, so there's no lithium in the panels. The lithium comes into play when you're talking battery storage.
Right.
And we develop battery storage projects too, but yeah, the lithium for like a battery project would be recycled. It's pretty valuable, so. But yeah, the panels themselves, recycling is certainly an issue, but the technology's gotten really good.
I think he was talking about online then, Matt, about the lithium and what it causes and everything else from these panels and what it has caused, because it was a battery storage that maybe they couldn't recycle or something. There's something to do, when I keep reading on it, that the lithium is a major issue as well
I think
on these panels.
You're probably seeing cadmium was probably what they were talking about with those issues, but yeah, I don't, as far as I know, there's no lithium in solar panels.
Okay.
But older panels did have cadmium, and I think that was one of the issues, but all the panels now, like the ones that are manufactured by First Solar out of Michigan, those are all cadmium-free.
So you can recycle the batteries,
Yeah, yep.
and they haven't caused fires or anything else like other things that we've heard about
No, I mean, not like in a landfill or something like that. Any
on the
battery,
properties?
any large battery storage project would be recycled. The lithium would be recycled from it for sure.
But it doesn't cause any fires or anything from the lithium, or do what they say the cars and the other things? That's what the firemen were telling me to ask.
Yeah, I mean, there have been cases of battery, large-scale battery storage facilities catching on fire, but they've gotten better with time, and the technology's gotten a lot better with it.
Okay. If you could send me that information, how they got better with time?
Yeah, for
I'd
sure.
appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, the Tesla Megapacks 3s would probably be the ones to look at. Those are kind of new, and they just came out, and they're, yeah, way better about fire mitigation stuff.
That'd be nice for that information, sir.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Batteries are basically contained, right? I mean, they're not each panel doesn't have its own, the batteries are the storage for the
Correct.
the power.
Yep. Yeah, the batteries, like a typical battery is just gonna be like the size of a
Station.
storage
Yeah.
container or a shipping container. And yeah, a typical solar field.
How much is lithium worth today?
I don't even know. I know it's dropped in price recently, but yeah, lithium prices are kind of all over the place.
Talking the drug or?
Well, I mean, I know that there's been a lot of challenges.
Yeah, the inverters, I don't think they have any lithium in them either, but yeah, the inverters take it from DC and make it into AC and step up the voltage before it goes to the
Substation is where your battery storage is.
Yeah, typically, you wouldn't necessarily have the batteries right at the substation. You could have them distributed throughout the site, but yeah, typically you're gonna want them all in one place, and yeah, it makes more
We talked
sense.
to the guy out at
Is your company here in town, or where is your company?
No, we're based in Austin, but I work remotely from
Oh, yeah,
here.
can you work remotely?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna move on. We asked you a lot of questions unless someone else has a specific
Thank you,
question.
expert.
He was a great asset on the committee.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, understanding from a third-party perspective, it doesn't really have skin in the game here. I mean, you're not selling the solar panels to Dale's company, are you?
Correct, no, we'd be competitors with Dale.
Right, okay.
So,
And you're being nice to him.
no, he seems like a good guy, so.
All right.
Thank you.
You're funny, thank you,
Okay,
Matt.
Dale, man, you're up. But I don't know if you had something you wanted to say, or you want questions or what, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Just want to start off by thanking y'all for your time. I am here with Infinity Global in support of moving these ordinances forward, as well as working with the community throughout this process. We're not trying to push these things down anybody's throats without going through the proper vetting process. We want to develop these projects and own them long-term, which means it's important for us to be community members, which is why we're here to address some of the community concerns. We plan to be submitting a lot of information to y'all throughout this process about our projects and the industry as a whole, and we would ask that you guys review this information with an open mind. Unfortunately, we do deal with a lot of misinformation out there, and people end up in echo chambers, and they develop these opinions based off of that echo chamber that they're in. And I would like for y'all to approach this with an open mind and look at the facts. There are some of the specific facts that I would like to address that have already been talked about today and in previous hearings. One of which is that these projects are new and that are not well tested. This technology was first developed in 1950. The first utility scale solar project was commissioned in early 1980s. And the reason why these are considered to be new for some people is because this technology has hit economies of scale to where it's become cheap enough for us to do it on a very large scale. And you'll see when you do the research into the levelized cost of electricity that these alternative energy systems provide some of the cheapest levelized cost of electricity. Also, the studies will show that these projects, while they do have environmental impacts and community impacts, which is why we have ordinances in place to address them, they are considered to have the lowest environmental and community impacts out of any other utility scale energy generation system. There's another comment that I continue to hear about ag land and how we're going to starve ourselves by allowing these projects to come in our communities. And I love ag land, and America independence and having enough land to be able to produce our own food is extremely important. It's American independence is one of the reasons we fight for these projects, is they enhance our national security and American energy independence. I want to give you guys some facts here on ag land. From 2012 to 2017, based off the census data, ag land in Pennington County increased by 7%. From 2017 to 2022, it increased by 2%, bringing it to a total of about 1.16 million acres of ag land. If we look at the demand for solar, we're going to see conservatively about maybe 10,000 acres worth of land used for solar in this county. That is less than 1% of the total ag land, which is less than the growth rate of agricultural land in the county. And I know my time is up, and I will end. Now, if you guys have any questions, please let me know.
Well, Commissioner Roskinek has a whole list.
I've assumed that you've read the ordinance. I'm only talking about solar, not wind turbines. Any concerns or comments on the way that ordinance is written, currently written?
I mean, like multiple people had already stated, this was more restrictive than what we prefer. I'd say that, one of the bigger concerns is there is a subjective nature that is added to this ordinance, allowing for it to go in front of the board, and they can deny the projects with no substantial merit, just based off of community opinion, which is not great for business because that subjective nature is not great for us. So there's definitely.
Can you repeat that, because that's important for me to understand. So, and Commissioner Roskinek, I won't take your time, but I want to understand, that question was good, and he had alluded to an answer, and it said it was subjective to. I mean, once we make an ordinance, that's the rules.
Yes, but the ordinance now allow for the conditional use permits to be voted on by the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, but they have rules that are set out in the conditional use permit that have to be met. If you meet those rules, why would you be denied?
Well, it's because the board has the ability to deny conditional use permits based off of subjective.
I would say you're wrong.
What he's saying is it went from all the planning commissioners got to do the CUP and the ordinance would have been done. Now it has to go to the board.
He's not talking about the ordinance. He's talking about what's within the ordinance, saying that because it's a.
No, he's talking about the ordinance, am I correct?
Can you come forward here, because this is the point of contention for me.
So-
If you're gonna make an ordinance, and then somebody comes in and says, I met all of your ordinance requirements, and then we're gonna sit up here and tell them you can't do that. That's what he's suggesting could happen.
I believe you'll have the right to do so.
What you believe and what's reality could be two different things, so we're gonna find out.
So I can just speak from just generally. So when an ordinance is put into place, staff gets an application, we look at all of the merits of the application, if they meet the criteria that's within the ordinance. So then it goes into two public hearings, one in front of the Planning Commission and one in front of the Board of Commissioners. At that time, because we just look at administrative stuff within the ordinance, those hearings are held in order for the public to bring other information. So the Planning Commission and the board could take that other information and make a decision that's different than the recommendation from, but that information would have to be somewhat substantial and objective in order to deny.
It couldn't be subjective. If it was subjective, Supreme Court versus, the state of South, what was it? Chances Casinos versus Rapid City, South Dakota. State Supreme Court ruling that says you can't be subjective when you have an ordinance. Once you have this ordinance written and it's use on review, is that what you're saying it was? Or I guess go back, what did you call it?
So the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, who makes the final decision.
Yeah, but there's criteria that's met, and we're making a decision based on that criteria. We can't be subjective in our criteria and say.
That's still what he meant. I don't think he's saying.
Yeah, correct. And also, there could be other evidence that could be presented during the public hearing that you could utilize to make your decision. That's the point of the public
I
hearings.
guess but I'm glad you brought it up, because I'm gonna relook at it, because I think that what you're alluding to is something that we can't do.
Well, ask Dale I think he's different what you're thinking.
So you were just asking for a specific part in the ordinance that, we were not, we didn't necessarily prefer, but are willing to work with, which is that instead of it just going to the Planning and Zoning Board and them approving it based off the requirements being met, it now does go to the board, which adds an additional public hearing. And I'll remove the word subjective, since you didn't like that.
I don't like that.
But understood, yes, sir. Yes. So it just adds an additional, public hearing that, based off of the information that's brought, could go in a direction that we might not necessarily want it to go.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that, because what I heard you say subjective, and then you followed up on that, what you really meant to say, I believe anyway, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but is that you had another hoop to jump through, and this time it's with the elected officials. Right. So this is what I asked for, when the previous ordinance was out there that Eurotech was able to go, they were able to go to an unelected board appointed by the commission that was able to have an impact and approve the Eurotech project without coming, and as far as Wild Springs as well, without coming to the Board of Commissioners. And so that was one of the things that came out of that discussion, was the one that should have final say on these things that are impactful. And so the ordinance was crafted to have some of the same language and process as the mining ordinance. And so the mining ordinance years ago, was a big issue in the county, and you don't want the appointed board that is not elected by the commission having those impactful decisions in the county. They could be a recommending body and then come to the commission. And so saying, anyway, when it comes to the commission, that what I'm hearing is you would rather have one-step process with the planning commission not coming to the Board of Commissioners, but this is what we're here for. We are elected. And I think what I'm hearing and you're not saying is that politics could get involved when you get to this level. So if you want to
summed it up correctly.
if you want to call that subjective, I'm okay with that. So anyway, but that's one thing that we did want, was to have this extra process. And more so, to be frank, now that the planning commission, in my mind, punted and threw this up to the Board of County Commissioners, now we have the opportunity to have this discussion that previously we wouldn't have had, so.
And second.
I would like to say, Commissioner Durr, you summed that up correctly. And just in general, as a business, any additional hoops we have to jump through is not preferred. This is a business, we like to get things.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I answer him on
But
something?
we are willing to support these ordinances as they stand, even though we're not happy with every single aspect.
No, I didn't.
So Dale.
We asked you a question, you answered it. Commissioner Hadcock
It
has
took
it.
us about 2 years on a vacation home rental. They vetted it through the process. They vetted it through the process. And if we didn't come to the Board of Commissioners, you should have seen what you would have had to jump through. We ended up, asked Brittany, with 5 things that you had to go through for a business? And they had 3 pages. So it was government overreach. So that process can be good for you, or it might be bad for you, just depending on what's going on, and it hopefully goes through a process through public hearings and stuff. So, sorry, but that goes both ways, like I said, because a lot of us, asked Ron, it became government overreach. They were counting babies and everything else for land or for people in the rooms and all that stuff. We just said, stop. They already have a state ordinance, a state rule on some of this stuff. So that subjective or whatever, you're never going to lose that word now, could go both ways. And hopefully through the process, because 1 out of 5 says, and it's his district. I get it, and you have to understand that. It's his district, and most of his district is in here. He's going to fight, and he's going to say, I don't want it, my district doesn't want it, and he has good enough reasons that he doesn't want it. That's just normal. Now you've got to deal with 4 others that are going, okay, you have to give us some good reasons why we should move this forward, and there's other areas that doesn't have to be setbacks or other places, that comprehensive plans and other things were made in these areas that make a difference for these citizens. So maybe subjectively, people need to look at the comprehensive plan and what they have decided for the future of Pennington County. It's not just about a wind and solar ordinance. It's about what is the plan for Pennington County in the future. So I'm looking at some of that as well, just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
Thank you. All righty.
I appreciate that you're being sincere about it, because the last thing
I do too.
that I think is fair to anybody is to have them come in. And I sat on, and the reason I know the Chance versus the City of Rapid City Supreme Court decision says that the council in their decision was arbitrary and capricious because they were subjective. They just came up with criteria. And this would be a concern that I would have if I was sitting in your shoes. I'd go through all your check marks, and then the commission decides, we don't want it. Well, that's not legal, not real, and I'm hoping, as long as I'm sitting here, that it'll, if it does come up, that it'll be addressed, because you can't have an ordinance and it says this guy meets all these criteria and then say, we don't care about the criteria, you're done. And I think that's part of looking at this ordinance, and that the county and the city have 2 different ways of approaching their planning commissions, which at some point we're gonna have to iron out, because there's some of the planning or things that come through, in my mind, elected officials that have the final decision. And I'm not sure if that is sufficient enough for the state, but at some point, you should have the opportunity to petition your commission and say, if you go to the planning commission and they deny you, you should have the opportunity to say, you know, really what, I want my elected official to hear that. Because the planning commission, their job is a lot of consent stuff that they run with on a daily basis. Honestly, and like I said, I think that they did the right thing by shooting this out to us right now, because it's been a long time. They spent some time on it, and they probably realized that, you know, whether they could get a consensus on a vote or not, maybe they couldn't. But in the end, we'll have these conversations with the people, then there's no questions when you leave here in your mind about our approach and the questions in their minds. If they leave here with questions in their mind, then that's on them. We'll make a final decision in the end, but hope to never have that happen where somebody comes through and meets all the criteria and then we say, hey, you're done. It's been vetted, there's a law that states that can't happen. We would adhere to that, so. Any other questions?
Sure, I guess my question is, what's it gonna take for us to approve ordinance 317? We can have 5 more meetings.
Yep.
What's gonna be different than the last year? What's gonna change?
Ron, I agree with you, and that's why I think the timelines are important, and I don't think I could make an answer today, but at some point I would think that the expectation would be for the people that don't want this and the people that do want this or want the modifications or whatever that is that we give them some level of a timeline that says we're capable to make that decision. And I'm thinking, you know, we have a couple meetings set up, we come back in December. I think we should be pretty well prepared to have that thing pretty close if we have. The only thing that would stop me from making it, you know, an ordinance would be to have considered what the legal ramifications of that ordinance may be. You know, like he said, with having, you know, if we have this on this particular, what is it, Brittany, what's it called? I'm sorry, use on review or, what'd you call it, Drew?
Conditional use permit.
Conditional use permit. So if it's conditional use permit allowed in that, which probably makes the most sense. But we have criteria that have to be met on a conditional use permit. But I don't think it's fair to somebody to meet that criteria and then us come back subjectively and say, oh, we just don't agree with you. I mean, is that reality for you, Brittany? Have you seen that happen here?
We have seen it go both ways. It just depends. Those hearings, if new evidence has been brought forward or information has been brought forward that wasn't considered in the writing of the staff report and the recommendation,
Okay.
the planning commission or the board can utilize that evidence or that information to make a different
And
decision.
hopefully we vetted that
Or
out.
change the conditions.
And hopefully on these use on reviews, we vetted that out. Conditional use permits, we vetted that through the process. And they'll still we're not gonna make a subjective thing, just, we don't like that. Here's why, here's the reasoning, okay.
You aren't gonna let me live down that word.
Yeah, no, I don't wanna go down that road, I guarantee you I'm not gonna go down that road. But I think Commissioner Roskinek brings a valuable point. At what point do we make a decision? So I guess that's up to the commission to decide when they make a decision. I can be prepared after having the meetings and reviewing the information. You know,
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So just like the planning commission and if your district's affected and there's a lot of things to consider, there's no way, what's the hurry? That's what I gotta say. What was the hurry at the planning commission? What is the hurry today? People want to vet this through the process. I don't care if it's the business people or the other. If I was the business people, I let them vet it through the process. Let them see I want to see what they have to say. I'm be up straight. I'm gonna go to the meetings and if you guys speak, I'm gonna take what you say and I'm gonna look it up.
That's why we're here.
When I go to the meeting and I go to these other meetings, I want to know what they say. And then if I know the people, I'll bring it back and tell them this is what I heard. You guys always hear it from me all the time anyway. Just like the mining ordinance, just like the vacation home rental stuff. If it's nonsense, it becomes nonsense. If it's good stuff and it's going to make some sense for Pennington County or both sides and it's not going to kill a business, it's not going to hurt then it's a little bit different. But it all comes to the process in which, and I've been here 11 years, the process of people just wanting to hurry it up and get it done and we can just amend it later. Well, we didn't do that with the mining and hardly anybody comes back. because of that mining ordinance. When we had the final say, maybe a couple people on vacation home rental, but it's taken off in Pennington County, vacation home rentals in a certain way for the businesses and for the people, so they have some kind of process. So they became good through that process, and it sucks when you have to wait. I know it does, but I like the due diligence. I like hearing both sides until we're done vetting it out. This ordinance has only been, to your credit, you guys have been through it for 6 months. The general public has been, what, 1 meeting, 2 meetings? That's not calling your due diligence. That's not even doing your constituents a due diligence to let them vet that process. Like I said, there might be more information that comes from these guys. They might be at the meeting with what you guys have to say at the meetings. I'd feel free to say, if people are saying stuff, get up there and speak too. I've never have been to counteract people and say, I appreciate what you guys have to say, but here's the facts. We had a meeting in New Underwood on Yarrow Tech. Don't send an engineer that doesn't read his own stuff and then come back and not want to get beat up a little bit. I'll just tell you up straight, if anybody went there, he brought lots of food. It was wonderful food, I'll just tell you. But he had a paper and he didn't read from it. So if you don't want the public to basically not listen to you, tell the facts. And then when you got those facts, don't change them from meeting to meeting, which kept happening. And that's, I think, my bottom line, why New Underwood and this area got riled up on solar panels and different areas of wind and stuff, because there was never a consistent line of what was going on or what was really going to happen and what was going to take place and how it was going to take place. And as you know from the numbers, till Shannon ran them, they weren't the real numbers either. So all that comes into play for you guys to tell the facts when you're out in the public as well, like you're saying. And then when you come back, you just say, well, we heard this stuff too, but this is what we found out. That's a conducive meeting. That's a meeting that when we listen to, we go, holy cow, it sounds pretty awesome. You're not going to find that solution maybe, but maybe you might settle a few people by telling facts in these areas that they're freaking out on. So, just
Mr.
saying.
Chair, I'm just saying, when are we going to stop kicking the can down the road? Sooner or later, we got to make a decision, and I think as a commission that we need to set a date. Go ahead, have some more meetings, but let's just set a date and have some time for the deadline that we can sit there and move on.
Said that December 16th after the other meetings were done, Ron.
Oh, well,
Then let's make a motion and set the date.
we just,
Well, we're listening to the public still.
yeah, we got, I think, I got one left,
Thanks, Dave.
so let's
Sorry,
let's move to that one.
And this
But I know
gentleman
that
also came to a
Commissioner
couple of
Greer had
our, yeah, I'm just going to say, came to a couple of our 2 or maybe 3, I'm not sure, of our committee meetings, and he had, great input, good conversation, so, and what I got out of that when I met you is you should have been the one representing Eurotech.
Well,
Whoops.
I'm not here to defend other companies.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so I had another speaker
Any
request
other
from her
questions?
for sure.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Not on purpose. Just to tell you
Kirsten
the
Mitzel, I
issues.
think, was sure was on here.
She's
Kirsten,
coming
are you here? Okay, yeah. And I might have had one more after you.
Just ask if anybody.
For some reason, Deb got me all riled up here and I lost my way.
You always
but
blame me for your
Kirsten,
stuff. That is
Oh.
not.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
yes.
I just got here because I didn't have time to hang out all morning, but I did listen online. So there's a few things that I would like to correct, if you would say fact check, maybe. There were 2 meetings, one last year prior to the 1-year moratorium at the New Underwood Community Center, and that was after the CUPs were already passed. So that didn't affect Yarrow Tech one bit, but they did attend and give some input. Then there was one this year for Meade County, which is completely irrelevant to what's currently going on, although we may see some more intertwining than we would like very soon. Another thing, the meetings were never held at a bar. The bar being referred to is a bar and grill frequented by many families since there's limited options for dining out in New Underwood, and the meeting was at the community center. I'm sure there was plenty of discussion at the bar and grill because this is very important to the entire community, and that's where community gathers, is in community gathering places. So to the proponents, I'd like to ask you, what's wrong with public hearings? The CUPs on this project are already passed. So what does another month or 2 make for a difference? If we wait and do this December 16th or sometime in January after the holidays are over and people can actually attend, because keep in mind, December 16th is right before Christmas. It's their favorite time typically for governments to do work like this, when people aren't able to attend. So as far as the ordinance itself, I have a lot of concerns, but only a minute and 30 seconds left. So I will just say that I think there definitely needs to be changes to the setbacks. I want to see these environmental studies as they're performed by Yarrow Tech as they go through the conditional use permit process. I'm concerned about leaching, runoff, endangered species, and fellow landowners because they have rights too. Once we pass an ordinance, it's set in stone pretty much because it's extremely hard to change, especially if projects are approved in the interim because of ex post facto law. You cannot make changes to things that are already approved. And that is where we are at right now with the conditional use permits for Yarrow Tech. So I will say, we are having public meetings. I am on the board of South Dakota Citizens for Liberty. We will be hosting one of these public meetings on November 20th at 6 p.m. at the Canyon Lake Activity Center, 2900 Canyon Lake Drive in Rapid City. We would love all of you, everyone in the audience as well, to attend and give your input. I think it is important to have this conversation. There will also be another one December 10th at the Community Center in New Underwood at 6 p.m. So, thank you guys.
Thank you, Kirsten. Is there a way that you could, I couldn't write as fast as you can speak.
You're
But
good.
I'm willing to ask those questions because I think Mr. Harris alluded to some environmental impacts earlier, and I forgot to ask him that question. So at some point, I want to ask him that question about what they consider by environmental impacts and what they consider, how they mitigate those environmental impacts. And I definitely would, I'd like to know somebody, and that's why we're having the meetings, and I think that the commission should maybe, we've got so much room in our new concourse building over there that we can hold some commission meetings in there. I'm not sure that inviting people to someone else's meeting is probably what we should do, but
Well, Citizens for Liberty is going to just do a public forum, so it'll be open to the public. Everyone can come and comment. You all are welcome. But I would love to see you guys actually host some
And
meetings
I think we're
too.
gonna, I think we mentioned earlier that we would notice those meetings
Mm-hmm.
so that we could attend, but we should probably have some of our own meetings that are, if you're representing the Citizens for Liberty and you obviously oppose this to a certain level, I think that we should have something more neutral meeting points.
Well, the organization itself is not opposing. We're simply hosting the meeting,
Okay,
so.
okay.
But I do think that you guys should certainly host your own meetings. Sheriff Mueller, I'm sure, would be happy to help you guys coordinate that. He did a great job with the jail tower expansion meetings. There's some good rooms down in the Civic Center that aren't being used, so.
We got plenty of room over there.
Yeah, we got a conference room for everybody over there. Just kidding, not really that many, but we got a lot. So, Kirsten, thank you. There is one more I found here, Mr. Richard Williams. If you just want to state your name for, you're the lawyer. Oh, Lord, someone, you should have wrote that on there.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission,
Not
thanks for
helping
having me today. Richard Williams with Gunderson Palmer Law Firm, and working with Infinity Global on a project that they'd like to get started near New Underwood. So I wanted to, kind of circulating back in my mind through some of the comments that we've had, we did submit on page 335 of the materials that you have in your packet. It is a Department of Revenue's two-pager on the tax issue in a summary that Shannon expanded upon today. And looking at that, what did we have? We doubled the property tax on that one project that we talked about. You've got the distribution of 50% to the school districts and 50% to the county when there's not a organized township within that area. We did talk about that, the state aid formula and the local effort. So we've got, the local effort for 50% of that going to the school districts. The 50% that goes back to the county, that is probably a different analysis on how that works. I can't tell you how the state aid formula works because it's really complicated and it's long. And in fact, when I was trying the school funding case, the only way I could explain it was to have the Commissioner of Bureau and Finance Management come to do it. So I can't tell you how that works, but there is money coming back to the county here, and we've got to, if you want to dig into that, there's probably that state aid formula needs to be looked into a little bit more on the 50% to the county. There might be more in there for the county than it looks like. Moving on to sort of what we got here today, I keep going back to, there is a term in the industry. I did permitting at the state level when I was with the AG's office for DNR. And now I'm doing permitting for industry folks on the other side of the table. And there's a term in the industry, it's called death by delay. And
I'm sorry, what?
It's called death by delay.
Right, okay.
And of course, the thought is that if you can delay a project long enough in any given area, then you'll kill it, because your investors get tired of doing it, you're spending money on it, and it's going nowhere. So in terms of where we're at here, I think that we've got some good comments, Mr. Chair. I know that you're looking forward to expediting this, and I would like to see that move forward. And again, it was also mentioned, like, what are we talking about here specifically? And it's problem with that death by delay is, anybody can throw something out there and just say, well, we think this is going to harm this or it's going to harm that. And without any evidence to support that, I don't know how much weight you can give something like that. And this ordinance is interesting because it's a two-level conditional use process, which is a little different than some of the county's conditional uses. And what we're doing here is that it says the minimum standard. So if you can't, I don't think you can come up with all these different scenarios and say, well, what about in this scenario? Shouldn't we amend the ordinance to fit that? Well, that's not what the conditional uses are for. Once you submit your application and that specific site location might have various, attributes to land, water, wildlife, that additional concerns need to be brought forward. And those of course, can be addressed with conditional use and additional criteria at both levels, in front of the planning and zoning and again at the county commission. So I think in my mind, I think we need to be careful here to say, not think about every parade of horribles that could come down the road. Just get a set of rules that make sense in general. And for specific sites, both planning and zoning and this commission can look at those individual areas and see what needs to be done. I see my time's up, but if you have any questions,
I'll let you go a little bit longer because it helped.
Yeah, and so.
And I just know that I just want to address everybody's, I think Commissioner Durham made it very evident, and I echoed that in the fact that we don't want to go down that rabbit hole. If you don't have a serious situation or a serious concern, state your concern. And then we get that. If you just don't like solar panels, we get that. But that's not what we're here to do. So I hope you understand that, your fellow down there said there is environmental impacts. We didn't expand upon that yet, but I would like to get that information from him. What does your organization or your I want to say the solar industry look at as environmental impacts, and how does that impact us, and how do we, are we mitigated? Is that mitigated somehow? What is it? What can we agree upon, not what we don't agree upon, so.
Right, and so I'm not sure that there's going to be a one-size-fits-all for that. It's going to be probably.
I know that's kind of where you talk about the minimum requirement, because the minimum requirement is, okay, to say the least, you're going to be here, to just get in the door, you're going to be here and get your conditional use permit. If you don't even meet these minimum requirements, there's no sense of even moving forward. So I get that part. I understand that, so.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, there is a subsection D in here, number 8, that says the commission can ask for any other relevant studies, reports, certifications, and approvals that may be reasonably required by the county to ensure compliance with this section. So I think that gives a lot of broad leeway within this ordinance itself to ask for these various reports. If a site has some unique attributes to it, hey, go out and tell us how this is going to affect that as part of the CUP process. One more thing I might add, since I'm exercising a little bit more of your generosity, we also, for facilities the size of Infinity Global's, they're also going to go through the PUC permitting process because they're over 100 megawatts. And if you go through that, you look at what they've got there too, and you've got a whole set of statutes and a whole set of rules that cover permitting at the PUC level, which also go into environmental, wildlife, the types of land that was there. All this stuff is also examined there, and the opportunity for public hearing, public comment, written and in front of the board itself. And they actually basically have, if you're probably familiar with it, basically it ends up in a trial. And experts are called and they take testimony and they do cross-examination. And all this stuff is sorted out with expert testimony, reports, and the like. So, we think that this is a really good ordinance. I know that Matt Haswold, he was here earlier, talked about it and thought that it was a good piece of work that came out of the committee. And we would just like to see forward if there are specific things that need to be addressed. Obviously, let's take a look at those, but the tactic of death by delay shouldn't be utilized at this to just throw anything at the wall that might stick.
No, and I agree with you. I think that Commissioner Durr pointed that out earlier, and I reiterated it, that we don't want to go down that road because, and I think that was some of the, what could happen to the non-elected officials' positions is that they're put in a rock and a hard spot. Moving it to this committee and getting on with it and making the solid decisions that we need. We will take the time we need to make the decision. I just don't think we need to take eternity. I just don't agree with that. I think that's arbitrary when you do that. Like you said, it's, so I think that, I mean, I would entertain a motion. I mean, we're done with public comments, so I would entertain a motion if anybody had a motion to continue till the next
So,
meeting.
Mr. Chair, I mentioned this earlier. Death by delay, that, to me, that's a regulatory taking. You're depriving a landowner the opportunity for economic benefit if they follow all the rules. And I think that's exactly what you're trying to do. You got all these conditions that you got to meet once you even get the entitlement.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
death by delay. So due process is not death by delay unless you're playing a game. And they asked for night meetings. They asked for night meetings beforehand. This has just been through the planning commission. If you see death by delay, the mining people would be death by delay, and they weren't taken out of business. The vacation home rental, they didn't get taken out of business. None of them they were 2 years and a year. Are we going to carry this on for a year? No. I want to hear from the public. I think it's our due process and their due process. And if you call it death by delay, I could see if we're 6 months down the road, it's death by delay. But this is an important area. This is an industrial area where people think so or not. These are turbines. These are wind and solar issues that I still believe are part industrial. It's important to the public to know what they are. If you have the fear factor out there, that's worse, like we said in the mining. They went through PUC. They have to go through all those processes. In fact, their books are huge. But they still waited for the public to do their due process. So using the term death by delay, I get it might hurt the business in a sense if you're saying that, but it's not. If you knew you were doing an ordinance, if you knew you're going through an ordinance and it has to be done right, I'm sorry. They got to look at Pennington County when we're done. The vacation home rental is kicking butt. The mining ordinance has taken care of the industry and the people, and that's all we're trying to do here, sir, is make sure the industry and the people are both getting their due diligence.
Commissioner Hadcock, I don't think there's been any innuendo.
It just was here, and it just was here.
No,
but
no,
We're
no,
trying
no,
to delay it because
No,
we're going to hurt the
we
business.
just voted to extend the moratorium that had been on for a year
Right,
for another year, correct?
right.
Okay.
Up to a year.
And if you're talking about the moratorium delay for a year, I get it, but I
I'm
don't
just saying,
think
I
that's
mean,
what it's
I
about.
don't think that was his innuendo whatsoever. I just think he was pointing out the fact that someone could use that tactic, not that we would, and I don't think that that's a consider. So just, unless you got that, I don't know, unless that's what you meant. I don't.
He wants it passed today like it is because of the CUP. If I'm correct, I listened to you at the planning. Because the CUP in this process through the PUC, the CUP that's coming up, any changes you can make through the amendments can be done already if we pass it today.
He's talking about PUC, you're talking about the state PUC.
Are you listening to what I'm saying,
Yep.
Mr. Weifenbach?
He's talking about the
He's
state
saying that this
PUC.
could be passed, and he said this at the planning, this could be passed through amendment, through other places, same with Ross Connect. We could pass it today, and we could amend it later, and we just said, once you amend it,
I didn't hear him say that, so.
Okay, I did. So I'm saying, he said there's a process through the planning, we have to do that. Then we have to go through this commission. Then we have to go through PUC. There's a process through the state. He's saying we're delaying it and it
No.
shouldn't have to go through, no, he said it there.
We were talking about, and I don't want to argue with you
Well, this
about it. We were
is-
talking about the environmental issues here, and I specifically asked him because the fellow that works with him.
That's not where we're going, Mr. Weifenbach.
I'm just telling you, in my explanation, I can't sit here and listen to you berate this guy when that isn't what he said.
It's not, I didn't berate him, I told the
Did-
truth.
All right.
He's making it sound
he's
like there
big enough to
shouldn't be
answer
a
his own
process
question.
and we
Go
should
ahead.
pass this based on this
That's
ordinance,
not what he
sir.
said.
He said it at the planning.
I don't think any,
He said it at the planning too, sir.
I get that part, but that's why it's here in front of us today. We're not talking about
Ask the
yesterday.
public, they're saying the same.
I'm not asking anybody anything but myself
Well,
about what I
it's
actually
the
witnessed,
truth.
what I actually heard.
Well, I heard it twice, and then when I heard it the second time, now I really got it.
Well, the people don't come forward here to get berated. I'm telling you that.
Well,
I mean,
if you
he's
call it
making a
berating,
com-
then you shouldn't say death by delay twice and then put your explanation like we're gonna
If
pass
you
it
would,
without
I
our due
listened to,
diligence.
I'm the one that reiterated it because I've been through these things.
Well, I'm the
And
one
it's
that
the
told you what he
reality of
said
it.
twice.
All right, I'm not here to argue with you, so
Sure.
I'm overruling whatever you got to say. We're moving forward. Go
Yep.
ahead.
Just for, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hancock.
I'll let you respond.
I wasn't suggesting that this commission or this process is trying to engage in death by delay to kill these projects. I'm just saying that is something we should be wary of when we go through the review process, making sure that we're addressing things that make sense with regard to the ordinance. And yes, I think the ordinance could pass now the way it is, but I'm not suggesting that other people shouldn't have comment on it. I'm just suggesting let's just be wary of the time frame in which we do that, because there is a tactic out there called death by delay that does utilize that to kill projects of this nature. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner.
we pick
Rossi.
a date in December that we can sit there and decide that
I
we're
think
gonna.
I'm just entertaining a motion that could give us a continuation. Otherwise, I'm going to make a motion to vote on it.
I'm ready to vote.
Well,
But we're missing one
If we want to
commissioner.
continue it, let's
Move
continue
for a
it.
continuance to December 16th.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Durr. We had a motion from Hadcock, second from Durr. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. I was talking about right here, right now.
Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Okay.
I ain't worried about this. Look, till she gets in. Walter,
Walter.
how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hey, I've read everything. Next.
Yeah. Pennington County Risk, thank you, Commissioner. Pennington County Risk Manager bringing to you today, as in my memo, I stated that when the Threat Management Group was created, and you guys gave us full reign to come up with training.
Excuse me? I mean, if you guys want to visit, you want to go outside? Thanks.
Let's go.
Hold on a second, Walter. We're going to take a little 2-minute break here.
Okay.
Take a 5-minute break.
We'll be right back. Jerry likes egg too, but it never rains on his farms. We're ready to roll, so you guys are hot, so.
All right.
You're ready to go, Walter, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Pennington County Risk Manager Walter McDuff. What I bring to you guys today is active shooter training. Back in March of '24, you guys, well, not you, the prior board established the Threat Management Group, gave us full reign on creating training that's going to help through any incident that comes through Pennington County. The only obligation that you guys made for me was that once that training is done, I bring it to you for informational purposes only. That way, if there's any questions, et cetera, that I can answer. Obviously, as I put in my memo, if we want to discuss this, I'd rather go into executive session to discuss it.
Appreciate that, so. Do anybody have any questions for Walter on that? I mean, yeah, I think I missed it too, I was gone, but, Jerry, did you have any
And then I
questions?
forgot that I told him, so I apologize.
And we all have the memos, so we appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
And
Walter.
just, I got one question. As we move into the new building, are we gonna have another plan for something that happens in that building, you know?
That's been in the works since I started here, sir,
Right.
in July of '23.
Okay, so,
Yes, sir.
okay, perfect.
Thank you.
It's a big building, there's a lot of doors and a lot of,
There's a good maze in there.
yeah.
Be a good Halloween spot.
Items from
Commission office,
the
Library.
commission office,
library contracts.
that's Mr. Jordan.
All right. Okay, so for this item, after a conversation with the state's attorney's office, they would like a little bit more time to review contract language before presenting anything publicly. And so essentially what I'd ask for right now from the board is direction on how we want to proceed with the negotiations so that we can still try to accomplish it before the end of the year, so that we don't have any fear of a gap, because the funding has already been budgeted. It just, we need the contracts in place with those library services to make sure that those services continue.
So Chair, can I ask Jordan a question?
Yes.
So Jordan, you had something written up that you're ready to move forward. What did that say on the contracts? Because we have to get it done before the end of the year in this case, and we still can negotiate and do anything that wouldn't be illegal or otherwise, because we don't have to. Can you tell me what you wrote, Jordan?
I have a memo here that kind of goes through some of that information, if it'll load.
I think it'd be conducive for the board to listen to what you're thinking, and I thought it was a good idea. That was one of 5 people that listened to, so.
Yeah, so essentially right here, under the section of notable items recommended for revision, in the current contract, if you read through it, there's a little bit of clunky language in certain places, and there's also some issues we've got with setting automatic increases to where it's just an elevator. It always goes up by either the CPI or whatever, 3% automatically. And so if we start to remove some of those things, it would be better for the county, but those can also just be points of negotiation with the library boards. If they say, no, we absolutely want something in there, we still want probably a better review period, because these have not, to my knowledge, and I may be wrong here, but they have not been evaluated since they were passed in late 2015 and 2016. And so that's 10 years to go without a review, basically, on the language within those contracts to make sure that it still works for both organizations. And I'll clarify, because I know a lot of people started freaking out when we started talking about these cancellations and terminations of the contracts. There is no intention of the county to cancel the library services at all. It's just the level at which we fund them and how these contracts are structured is what we're talking about here.
Can you
So,
share with your request action that made sense?
sorry, I was going to run through the items real quick here. And so essentially, we're going to clean up the language. That's my first bullet point. What I would recommend, at least at the onset and maybe in perpetuity, is to limit it to just an annual contract, similar to what we do with Dakota Plains Legal Services. We have an annual contract with them, and we actually have an agreement to amend it every year with the amount that's going to be and an extension of those terms.
Yes.
And so we need to simplify our termination clause, because we have too many weird clauses in there that trigger automatically but still require action, even though they're already triggered. So we'll just clean some of that stuff up. We need to remove the provisions, I think, related to the proration or refund of payments, because that's not ever going to be anticipated with this. We're levying for library funds. We're going to be giving this to libraries. So we shouldn't anticipate a mid-year termination of the contract. We would complete the contract term of a year and then maybe not renew it in a future year. That would be the way that we'd handle, I think, the proration and refunds. We just would eliminate that language entirely. We would exclude specific funding amounts in the contract itself and just include that in whatever we'd have as an amended agreement every year and say, this is how much you're getting based on what the county can fund through the budget process. And so that it's not a guarantee of what the amount is going to be within the contract itself. That would be what we would negotiate essentially every year in amending and extending the agreement. And then we would want to reduce the reporting requirements from the library, which was nice to have, but it seemed a little bit cumbersome for them, especially the smaller libraries, to have to give us a quarterly report on all this usage, when really what we'd want to do is evaluate it annually and say, okay, so how many non-city, how many county residents are using all of your services? What services are you providing? What are your financials? And so I think an annual report would suffice there, so that would be my recommendation with all that. And then as a requested action, Essentially, it's kind of up to you guys to determine who you want to sit down with the boards. And I'd really like to start to schedule this stuff as soon as possible with the library boards. And so does a commissioner want to sit in on it? Do two want to sit in on it? I'll obviously be involved because we'll have individual negotiations with each of the 4 libraries. And then we will take all of their comments, compile them, and then present essentially unified contract language for everyone that will incorporate all of their concerns, incorporate the county's concerns, and present it to each of them for signature. And again, hopefully, we can get that done by the second meeting in December. Fingers crossed.
So the requested action, that's the motion you want, is the board should review the current, that one?
I don't have specific language because I wasn't sure exactly how you guys wanted to proceed with negotiations. So you don't necessarily even specifically need a motion for this. I just need direction from the board as to who's going to be sitting in on some of these negotiations, and if I'm allowed to start the process right now to schedule this.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
No, I meant Chair, what do you think?
I think that there's a recommended motion here. It says move direct staff to commence negotiations with Hill City, Keystone, Rapid City, and Wall, and to provide library services to rural residents of Pennington County. And obviously, some of these touch in each person's district a little bit, and I understand what we're trying to do is standardize our agreements, and understanding some of our conversations with the Rapid City Library is, we cut a big chunk, so they're gonna want to reduce what we're gonna get from them, and so I wanted Jordan to expand a little bit on what he might get out of Wall or Hill City or some of these other surrounding libraries if they had some of the same network service like that. People could go online and get that, like books on whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever, fill some of those gaps that we may miss. So I'm comfortable with Jordan personally negotiating a lot of this for us and coming back and saying, here's what I've come up with. And with the one thing that's hard is for him to sit there and he can't give an answer unless we have a 5-member vote anyway. So if one of us wants to step up and do that, I'm good with that. I personally am comfortable with, the understanding what we have. We've approved some budgets, so we assume what we have, but seeing if there's a room for other opportunity if our negotiations fail at the city, so.
Yeah, I guess to elaborate on the point that you're making there.
If you want to do it, Jerry, you can, but I'll do it.
So, yeah, Wall falls in my district. I'm fine with Jordan handling the negotiations.
Okay.
I'll be in there if you
So
want.
Commissioner Hadcock said she would negotiate with you.
Okay.
And I think she understands what we're trying to accomplish with getting some, understanding what we're getting, having a consistent contract across the county.
Jordan lays it out pretty easy for us to understand too, so that makes it, with negotiations, he kind of lays it out. Remember when we were talking with them, meeting the Rapid City Library, he kind of knows the numbers and knows the stuff. So what we do is just make sure that everybody's on the same page is the bottom line with working with Jordan.
And Commissioner Ruskinek has also asked that he just be made
Commissioner
informed.
Ruskinek, would you like to be in on some of those negotiations?
I think so.
Okay. So there you go. You got 2 people to help you with that and.
Not a problem. I'll get those scheduled as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair, I've just looking
Commissioner
at
Ruskinek, sir. Yep.
just looking at the draft for Rapid City, and I'm got some concerns with number 3, the payment. I just think we're gonna have to work on that a little bit. And I think once you get the library boards involved, they're gonna have concerns with that too, so I'm just.
Right, and I agree. I think they're definitely, we had one meeting with them. They've established the fact that they have some concerns with that on what level of service they can provide for that number. We get that. We understand it. I think that any of the people that voted for it at the time probably realized that there would be some substantial negotiation that would have to take place.
And visiting with Jordan, I don't really understand how this works, but is it the library board fund or I think you said there was $197,000 in that fund?
We
dedicated
anticipate.
for libraries?
We anticipate about 197,000 left in the restricted library fund at the end of this year. Some of that it's just automatic because we're retaining the 5% essentially by budget standards and then never going back and spending that back down. So it's just been accruing basically over the last decade. And so there's 197,000, I don't want to say of money to play with, but of potential money that you could do outside of the regular budgeted funding that we have in the 2026 budget for these.
To negotiate the services that we would look to receive for the people. And we still won't have a firm number of how many we are even talking about. I've heard the number 4,000, I don't know.
Today on the radio, they said 44,000 people go to the library.
And so.
That's Rapid City people and us.
And we do have access to those quarterly library reports from Rapid City. I think I was just sent Hill Cities. And so they're trickling in of all that data, all that information that our contract.
That was total Rapid City or anybody that they put out there for the news. So I thought it was a lot higher. For some reason, it's 44,000 people.
Right.
And maybe they'll listen to this and.
When's the last time anybody here has been to the library?
Anybody up here?
Mm-hmm.
So I believe I've got pretty clear direction then of how to head forward. You guys don't have to make a motion if you don't want to.
Okay.
We can move on with this.
Let's do
Okay, we'll
hours.
move on to the next item. Hours of operation resolution.
Okay, as discussed at the last meeting, per SDCL 772, the Board of Commissioners, by resolution, shall establish the hours of operation for each county government office, except for sheriff and state's attorney. Our current resolution dates to 2022 and contains our 4-day work week, Monday through Thursday, for a lot of the departments. That means the resolution it needs to be updated. And so I have a draft resolution that I've crafted there that really simplifies things, strips things back so that we're not talking about specific buildings or just saying standard business hours are this, and this is when the public can expect to be able to contact these departments. And so it was asked to be pushed to this meeting so that we could get a little bit more information on a potential addition or amendment to this, which would be to allow for some seasonal hours of operation for departments like Natural Resources and Highway that could benefit from that. And so I believe Commissioner Hadcock has been asking for input from the Highway Department, and they have some extra information that they've provided in the last couple of days here to show a little bit of the numbers, and I can let Joe speak to those numbers if he would like to, if you guys are interested in hearing them.
I'd say good morning, but I think it's afternoon now, finally. Good afternoon, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Again, we looked into it after the last commission meeting that Commissioner Hadcock brought up, looking at our seasonal hours. So just a little bit of history. So prior to 2021, the Highway Department, from the months of November to March generally, went with the standard time instead of daylight savings time. Had switched back and forth. Our records date at least back to 2008. Our accountant in our office that's been with our office since 1986 stated that they had done that clear back when she started. So it's been a long-standing operation of the Highway Department to switch back and forth. 2021 came around, and there was some asks or some questions asking if we could stay on 410s from the crew. So we brought that forward in 2021 as a trial period, and then reported back to the commission in August of 2022 that we felt that was a success at the time. We are now 5 years into that. So we went back and looked at the last 5 years of data that I've sent to Jordan, and we've pulled that up here. So essentially the thought process behind the hours of operation going from Monday through Thursday, 6 to 4:30, was that, especially during the snow months, November to March, there's a possibility that we could actually save some money in overtime. And actually, it turns out that is true. So Monday through Thursday, 6 to 4:30, from 21 to current, we looked back and clock clock-in times. So basically, we looked at all the data that we created, and I've got Jordan this data, and I've asked him to take a look at it to make sure we're not necessarily missing anything. So our office, Kira and Chris, our lovely accountants, compiled all this data for us. So that extra hour, so our operations start at 4 a.m. if we start snow removal. And then we go till generally the commute gets home 5:30, 6 o'clock, depending on the snow, depending on the storm. Obviously, that changes
Bill,
with Mother
one second.
Nature.
Is this on Diligent?
Not the Excel file, no.
This you just received?
Yes, yep, we just got this.
That's why I can't, okay, all right.
I apologize. And then it took a lot of, as you can tell, there's about 20,000 lines of data to try and sift through and make sure we're presenting accurate information. That hour from 6 to 7 on a 10-hour schedule isn't overtime, but on an 8-hour day, it is overtime. So that's where we saw the savings Monday through Thursday. That is offset by the hours that we worked on Friday, right? That if we had been on a five-day work week, the hours from 7 to 3:30 would not have been overtime. So that number is $52,000 that we spent on Fridays that we wouldn't have spent. So our net savings overall over the last 5 years, we feel is $65,000 we've saved in overtime just in the months of November to March. We didn't look outside of that because those are our normal seasonal hours. And we can go outside of that if you'd like. But with that, I'll get into our hauling efficiency and just the efficiency and startup and shutdown. So we compared a 4-10 schedule versus a 5-8 schedule. So with that, right now we're hauling gravel down in Commissioner Durr's district north of Wall there. Our pit is Paulson Pit. It's about an hour and 15-minute drive from Rapid City, which our truck crew is out of Rapid City, and then the local division there provides the motor grader and the water truck and the roller to apply the gravel. So there's 5 people coming out of Rapid, and that takes them a little over about an hour and 15 minutes to get there. Have a half hour of doing a walk around, getting everything, making sure everything's up and running. So there's five trucks there. So you get about 3.5 hours of downtime, or dead time, I would call it, start up and shut down time. With either way you go, 4 10-hour day or a 5 8-hour days. Breaks and lunch, you have a half-hour break in there with 2 15-minute breaks. So on a 10-hour day, we get about 6 hours of productive hauling time, and on a 5 8-hour day, we get about 4 hours. So right now, they're averaging about 6 rounds a day if everything goes right. We think on a 8-hour shift, we'll probably cut that in half. When I started here, Mark Schock told me that we needed to get gravelled to stay on getting 2 inches of gravel on all our gravel roads, which we have approximately 475 miles of. We had to do about 65 miles of gravel at 2 inches every year. And with the mining ordinance and the moratorium that was placed on that, we fell behind on that, and we're currently trying to get caught back up. So with that, you can see the tonnage difference here. On a 4 10-hour day, we net about 1,000 tons difference for the entire fleet per week, which averages out to about a half a mile a week. So over the course of the year, that adds up. So per season, we figured we got about 40 weeks of hauling with mowing and snow removal and all the other stuff that Mother Nature throws at us. We figure we got about 40 weeks of good hauling. So the difference between the 4 10-hour shift and the 5 8-hour shift is about 40,000 tons or 25 miles. And we save about 200 hours on startup and shutdown time. Now, we calculated the startup and shutdown time at a 42 an hour burden rate, so that's retirement, healthcare, all that stuff, and that's just an average rate. I didn't have a whole lot of time to go back and get to the exact, but I feel that's a pretty conservative estimate. So that's for our trucks. we save about $130,000 to $210,000 annually, just with our gravel operations. And that's not including the rest of our crews, which we've got asphalt patching, mowing, what am I missing? Guardrail, chip seal, all of those things wrapped up in there. We've got that startup and shutdown time. And an extra day of that for 38 employees that are our maintenance workers adds up very quickly, if you can imagine. So, Sean, did I miss anything? With that, I guess I will stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair, I guess,
Commissioner
Joe,
Roskinet?
that's a lot of information. I mean, a lot of information. So in summary, you're just saying that county would be better off economically with a 4-day work week relative to the highway department, opposed to a 5-day.
I think
Just
we
basically
would,
based on what you were telling us.
that is correct. I think we would be much more efficient staying on our 4 10-hour schedule for the crews with that startup and shutdown time with the large size and large travel time of our county.
So, Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
when do we have to make the decision? Because I didn't go through any of that information, and you didn't get any of that information to run anything. So, do we just make the hours 7 to 4, Monday through Friday, until we decide that we want to change something different on Joe's? Because I talked to, Mr. Guffey called me last night, in full disclosure, and I didn't have time with Joe, because I had to go through his stuff, and I was like, there's no way at 10 o'clock at night I was going to. So he said he was fine with it, 7 to 5, because his hours are, they work at 5:30 in the morning sometimes, that kind of thing, so that's not going to really affect him on his overtime or anything else. But on Joe's, it's a little bit different. So how do we do it if we're just thinking that, everybody else is okay at 7 to 5, except we want to look at Joe's?
I see. Okay, so
7 to 4, sorry.
the issue we would have is I would recommend against passing a resolution and then passing another resolution once we get something corrected. And so, because of the publishing costs more than anything.
Do it on November 18th?
We
or-
could continue this. We're already kind of in quote-unquote non-compliance with our old resolution because of the fact that at Concourse, those offices that were previously listed in the 2022 resolution are now Monday through Friday as opposed to Monday through Thursday. So
Okay.
it'd be fine to get more information and do it right as opposed to trying to pass something immediately and then having to correct that. So if you'd like to continue that, we can
I'd like
just
to
continue
continue till November 18th. I don't know if anybody else ran the numbers or anything, but
Second.
that. Oh, that was a motion.
Okay, so what's the motion?
to bring it back on November 18th on the hours of operation resolution.
So we have a motion to bring it to February, February.
Wow, you fast forwarded a long ways.
November
December.
18th.
November
18th.
November 18th.
It's a long day.
I'm gonna take Walter up on that idea. November 18th meeting, and they had a motion by Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So
Thank you.
we're bringing it back up on November 18th. It'll give us some time to read what you sent
Okay, and
last
we'll
night.
work with Jordan, and if you guys see anything that you have questions on, we'll be
That way we
available
have
for
time to call you,
questions.
Joe.
What's that?
That way we have time to call you, Joe.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Where's our buildings and grounds guy?
Oh, yeah. This is the one I was attempting to put together, so, and I went here I had this is about, considering a wage increase for the buildings and grounds director. I did some research on how we pay him, where he should be classified, all that type of stuff, and Sandra put it together for me and sent it to me, and then I can't get it off my email, because I can't open my email here, and I unfortunately didn't get it to you guys on diligent.
Here you go.
Okay. How'd you get it? My email won't come up
I'm your
here.
vice chair, brother.
Oh,
I have to
okay.
blow that up.
But here's the other consideration too, because I know some of you will have questions about the methodology of the budget and whatever, so some of this stuff don't really want to talk about in the
Well,
public arena, so if we want to take an executive session to have that conversation, you guys just let me know. Okay. Currently, Davis is paid at P 5.176, which is $53.40 per hour. $111,198.80 annually.
You want me to explain all this?
Yeah, you want
Okay.
to read it?
So current, he's at P5, step 6, 53.46 an hour. He makes annually 196.80. If you decided to go a P5, step 12, which sounds like for the 122,86640 would be 59.08 an hour, or it can be called a P5-2. That would be 122,86640. Now, what was in consideration when we talked about this, Mr. Weifenbach, is that he will be getting an increase in 2.9% increase, if I'm right, Sandra, in 2026, which would bring him to 59.08 an hour. It also, no, $60.78 per hour, which would bring him up to 126,443.20. Am I correct? So, main thing we're going to go in executive session for is to discuss, because we always say, where are we getting the money? How's he going to afford to do it in 2026 or 25? Meaning Mr. Davis, how's that going to work for his increase? Because we did not budget it for 25. He did not budget it for 26. And he has the reasoning behind it, but he's not going to say it out front because it involves some personnel stuff. So that's why we wanted to go in executive session. We don't have to talk about his wage in executive session, but we should talk about the personnel and the other issues that go with it in executive session, so we don't,
That's
yeah.
up to you guys. I'm comfortable. But I don't know, Jerry, are you comfortable making a decision one way or the other?
So, yeah, today I'm not ready to make a decision on it, even if we were to go to the executive and talk about what a great guy is. Because I'd like to see the information on the agenda with the, the wages and the comparisons and all the information on the agenda. And it's not a 2.9% increase for next year. It's a 4.4% increase for next year that is budgeted for.
So Sandra, you want to explain that? The step doesn't happen till later.
No, it's still correct, but it's still next year. I'm not saying in January 1st, I'm saying next year it's a 4.4% pay increase. That's with all employees that are on an average of a 1.5% step increase and getting a 2.9% COLA. So what we budgeted for is a 4.4% increase across the board for employees whenever that falls on their anniversary date.
So what you're having issue is the 1.1 that might be added to that salary? Or just basically?
My issue would be that there's no information on the agenda other than, discuss a pay increase. And just like anybody else that comes forward, I want the information preferably from HR and a memorandum and, all the financials and the data on the agenda before I make a decision just based on discussions.
I can respect that, but we did that to the state's attorney and we didn't have all that information. And we gave her an increase back in the day and we didn't run those numbers.
You guys, does somebody want to make a motion?
So I'd like to go in executive session and talk to Mr. Davis a little bit, if anybody would like to know, because I'd like to know where that money is coming from in order to make that increase, because before it was absorbed, and I don't want to find out later that Mr. Davis just absorbed it.
Okay, and where the money is coming from is not a executive session discussion, that's a public discussion.
It is if it involves personnel.
That's fine. It's coming from a.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so you have a motion?
Yeah.
For executive session?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
So 3-1. What does that mean? You have to have it. So we exodus that executive session. Nothing was discussed, only.
Come out of, move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Now go ahead,
We have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Basically, we just talked about, we wanted to make sure we were covered in the fact that we weren't talking about any personnel. The funding will be provided through attrition, people leaving at some point. So that we decided that didn't rise to the level of an executive session meeting.
And I thought it was
So we got a motion on the floor for,
in my case, I thought it was a personnel, like a person's name, so that's why we came back out, because we just said it was attrition.
I'm fine with that, so if I could get a motion, we could move on.
I'll make the motion to reclassify, is it called reclassify, Jordan? What's it called?
Yeah,
Reclassify or not?
If it's just going to be a pay increase, it wouldn't be a reclassification.
So it's just a pay increase?
That would,
The reclassification can be later, because that's what we were thinking about at one time, because these are facilities and grounds instead of a
and I think
buildings and
that'll,
grounds.
yeah, and I
Okay.
think that'll come into play too, and as
Okay.
we talk to Jordan about all the
Okay.
job descriptions and all that stuff, that we decided that would make the most sense to
Okay.
handle that at that situation at
And
that
after
time,
we
so.
make a motion, I'd like to speak on this, but
Yep, you
the
go right
motion would be 122-866-40 P5, step 12,
and
59,
make sure you specify the effective date as well. Payroll's going to need
November
that.
9th is the effective date based on the HR, and it'd be P5, step 12, 5908 per hour.
122,866 yearly, is that what you said?
.540, yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Can you just repeat those figures so I make sure to get it? 122,866
40,
40.
P5, step 12, 50.1,
P5.1, step 12.
yes, sorry, P5.1,
Step 12.
step 12,
Okay.
and that's 5908 an hour.
Effective November 9th.
Yes, ma'am.
Seconded by
Weifenbach.
Dave.
So, motion on the floor. Did you want to talk about that motion, Deb?
Yes, and why I'm saying that is I did look it up. And when you look at it, if you're looking at facilities and grounds, he took over facilities, not just the buildings and grounds, and that I believe he needs to be reclassified, but at this time, he's doing above and beyond where a buildings and grounds person, director should be going. I get where Jerry's going, but I also see that this probably should have happened a while ago, and we should have brought this before. But I also, in full disclosure, I wanted to see what our budget looked like. I also wanted to see what Buildings and Grounds in the end was going to bring forward. So I didn't bring it up during budget because I needed to see where that budget was going, where the Buildings and Grounds or anybody's budget was going in the future. And then also, when I started looking this up, facility and grounds is a lot different than buildings and grounds. Buildings and grounds, if you look up the job description, if you look up his job description where he put different things down or what was put on his job description, it's actually a facilities person and grounds. It's not a buildings and grounds. And people might think that's different, but look up the median in the different areas. He's doing the job that Kevin Burton did for $100,000. He's also doing his job and the buildings and grounds and the budgets and everything else with that. So he's taken over another job description plus his own. Look what engineers or people that what Kevin Burton was just the construction manager at that time. He wasn't even under the engineer part. So for me, this was a no-brainer at 122,866. Go out there and look what people are paid, what our buildings and grounds person at this point, which I believe is a facilities person, is paid. I did my due diligence. Some people, like I said, at this point, didn't have all the information or whatever, but yeah, I'm ready to move forward on it.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Yep, I see it on the agenda, and I'm going to say I'm glad that, Commissioner Adcock has done her research, because obviously, there was insight that this was coming on the agenda, but there is no information on the agenda. And for me, it has nothing to do with Mr. Purcell. It's the fact that the information is not on the agenda so that we can have an open dialogue and talk about how we got to that number of 122, where other departments are at. We don't have the wage scale on there. We don't have a memorandum from HR. We have nothing. And if Mr. Purcell were to come forward and say that he wanted to give somebody in his office a pay increase, and this was all that was on the agenda, my position would be the same. And so for me, it's the lack of information that is on the agenda to have full disclosure for the rest of the board and the public. And therefore, I'm an absolute no. Not that I wouldn't do it in the future with the information presented.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So we got 3-1, motion carries, and we'll move on to the next item. Now this is meetings, items from chair, commission members, a time for, we'll start with Commissioner Durr, a time for individual members to bring forth ideas and concerns to the full board. Official action will not be taken. So do you guys want to run this all together, or do you want to run it as one item and then the next? Go ahead.
This actually brings me to a really good point. We talked about it internally. We're probably, if you guys are fine with it, going to combine these two items, 20 and 21, of the reports that you give typically from your committees with anything else that a commissioner wants to talk through. That way you can go down the line once, have everyone discuss anything they want to discuss and give updates that they want to give.
I like it that way,
So-
but I'm open to whatever the commission wants to do, so.
Okay.
I'll shut this off, I just need
What,
to.
we'll
I'd
just-
rather combine it.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just start with Commissioner Durr then. He had no committee meetings, but
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up an issue that I've talked to. We've heard it, starting right off the first of the year in January, and that's about nuisance complaints that come to the county and how they're handled. And so my district, I've been inundated with complaints on Rapid Valley, unlicensed vehicles, equipment parked in county right-of-way on our streets, junk vehicles. We had an individual come in March, talk about, a neighbor living in a camper, the other individual that had hundreds of tubs on his front yard, his backyard, all over the place. And, I'm finding anyway through calls from the citizens that are repetitive. And in the last month, this is not an understatement, I've had about a dozen phone calls from concerned citizens in Rapid Valley about the junk, the debris, abandoned properties. We have a property that is burnt down years ago under a county nuisance. And the property owner is left and vacated, the taxes are delinquent, and the property is sitting there at a house that is burned and more debris being set there. And we have not done anything to mitigate that. It's in the process. A 2-year process is not feasible. We have other nuisances that are sitting out there. The citizens feel like they're not getting resolution. And so mid-September, I met with Brittany and her staff and with Joe to talk about the 2 ordinances we have related to the nuisances and how to abate those. And so anyway, I believe that will be on the next agenda to have a conversation about that. So, vehicles in our right-of-way, and then there's a conversation as to whether or not our code enforcement officer has the right to deal with those, and whether it's, I can't touch anything on private property. I happen to disagree, but those will be a public discussion that we'll have at the next commission meeting. It was actually supposed to be on this commission meeting, and it didn't happen, and so anyway, we have a big issue in Rapid Valley, along with some other areas across the county, but our ordinance needs to be a little bit clarified. And these vehicles that are in our right-of-way, getting back to the highway department, going out, they've actually done projects in the valley where they've taken a project and got around the vehicles in the road when you're doing an overlay. And snow removal, and we're talking construction and businesses that are leaving trailers and campers and motorhomes on these streets. And if you drive in the valley on some of those streets, you can only get one vehicle through when you've got vehicles lined up on both sides of the road. And then some of the residents out there, because of these basically abandoned, unlicensed vehicles, they can't even, have people come over to their home because there's no place to park. But it creates many issues, and I think we need to address those. And I brought up that, when I was a deputy, decades ago, when there was those vehicles in the valley, it was a tag and tow. And so what I'm finding is we have things in place to mitigate these things, and I believe that we are talking about, delaying something and killing it. I think inaction is something that we're good at, and I think we need to get a little more proactive on some of these nuisances, and not even go through a nuisance process, but having the ordinance that you have an unlicensed vehicle, you're blocking our right-of-way. We have a snow removal policy that if we have this much snow on the ground, that your vehicle has to be moved. And then I believe coordinating with that, then we have a big PR campaign and put out there countywide. Here's a process. We've got a lot of public complaints. They're valid. We need to follow through. And we have one code enforcement officer that, and I believe to a certain degree feels like there's not a lot that he can do on some of these complaints. And the more you put complaints on a spreadsheet and you don't act on that stuff, then you just keep building a spreadsheet and then you just go, I have a lot of complaints, but we're not mitigating these complaints. So in a timely manner, and it's tied to the state's attorney's office as well.
So Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Hancock.
So are you doing the ordinance through the planning commission or are you doing the ordinance through Joe's office? Because usually we do ordinances through planning.
That's what he's doing.
So the highway department has an ordinance. It's under a highway department has an ordinance and planning has an ordinance. And we're trying to tie the two together. One's on removing obstructions in our right-of-way with the highway department, and the other one is the nuisance ordinance through the planning department. So both of those need to come forward.
And you got those two together and
Correct.
at this time, and they were supposed to bring something forward together at this
Correct.
meeting. So who dropped the ball then?
Not the communication, I'm just going to say, but it's going to be on the next meeting.
Okay, so usually when you're doing something, you want to communicate to both sides that they're bringing it forward, and then maybe you did, and then make sure they're all on the same page, because I think one area a little bit is confused with the other, so just.
In this
just
case,
putting it
I
out
can
there.
tell you there was no confusion.
I'll make a comment on this too. I just got a call yesterday and then today, Commissioner Durd brought it up to me on, this fellow is selling his house and his neighbor's a giant hoarder. And I haven't got the address yet, but I'm gonna call him back because had some things going on. But so this plays into the fact of what's going on with, we need to make a commitment to clean it up. We don't want to become the junk capital of the world. I know Commissioner Ross Connect has gotten complaints in his area too. And so, we can take it, if we could get a copy of the, Jordan, if you could send an email to the street department and to the planning department that we'd like to get a copy of that ordinance, or maybe you have it, and that we can study it, so when it comes through next week, we can take this challenge on. It's not a little deal when it becomes a big deal for a neighbor. I mean, we should be taking care of some of these issues, so I'm looking for, just to segue off of what you're saying, I've got the same thing sitting on my phone probably today that I have to address. Because didn't we just have a conversation about, where was that, in a court or something where the guy was a hoarder? Is that
Hamlin
and that
Court.
was all supposed to be taken care of? Is that taken care of?
No, it's not resolved.
So that's still unresolved, and how long that's been? 6 months?
Correct.
So we have a process that we need to look at also to say,
Put some teeth in.
we all had a conversation up here and thought we came up with a conclusion, but I guess, I don't know.
Has no teeth in it.
Anybody can buddy somebody and then nobody, or is there no teeth?
No teeth.
We don't have a process to,
Got to be able to tag and do stuff with people and.
this is gonna be a good conversation, but I think it's an important conversation that shouldn't die by committee.
You should do the sheriff's office with the tagging and some other stuff, not just.
And that's simple.
Yeah. But it shouldn't just be two departments.
Well, and there is some times where the street department might have to use their equipment to move something, because I know that when I was at the city, they had worked with the street department to help clean up stuff that got, a burned down house. What's our process, I guess, and that's something we should know. If it's just sitting there burnt down, I can tell you right now that it used to be able that if you got a lien on your property or you didn't pay your taxes, they would sell that lien and then somebody could actually get title. Can't do that anymore. So
No.
there's no incentive for anybody to go
Correct.
buy that burnt down house.
No, and the conversation was when it comes down to some of these properties, the planning department says, I believe, like, I have $1,000 to spend to mitigate properties. And then when it came to the burned out house that has been sitting in the state's attorney's office and through our process for 2 years now, and I brought that one up because I continually get complaints about it. And then I'm told, and then I said, okay, Has the commission ever had the opportunity to have a conversation about this? Has it ever been presented to the Board of Commissioners to have input on funding, mitigation, resolution? No. Okay, bring it forward so we can have this conversation.
I think you got,
It has, but they didn't want to give any money for it.
I think you got 3 points there. If you would, funding, mitigation, and resolution, 3 simple points that we can address.
Yeah, but those three became contentious when you're trying to, as commissioners, back in the day, we did try. Actually, the planning department tried, and they didn't have the fortitude. That was before Ross Connect,
Right.
even those guys were here, to move that forward. So
Well, I get that, and there's going to be kickback to us, but I
felt
think
like it was harassing
if we're-
people or
we're
something.
doing something simple for our constituents that we need to resolve, so
Well,
that's,
People were complaining and more like they were getting harassed, even though it was their, like you said, stuff.
But on
was
another
snowmobile
point-
And other stuff was causing us issues.
yeah, I guess if you're done, Jerry, because I want to segue onto that one about, if we ask for information, I guess, we expect to get it, and I guess maybe I need to attend some of the department head meetings or some of the elected official meetings or something, because we can't keep asking for information for Jordan to create something, and he doesn't get it, and we're at the last minute, and we don't have that information. I'm over that part of it. I mean, I think we're moving forward in a great pace, and we're making some great changes, and with all the new Tyler software and all that stuff coming in, I think that's gonna be fantastic, but I mean, it changed my whole mindset when what Jerry brought up about the whole, addressing these, because it's crazy. I got a call yesterday, but I want to address the fact that, we need to have participation from everybody when we're sitting up here and we make requests. We need to make sure that they're getting processed in a timely manner so we can make good decisions. I mean, you can't make a good decision based upon no information. And then it has a tendency to, death by whatever he was saying earlier about just putting it off. And,
Well, and if
Because
we
we
want
get
the
busy, too.
process to be the same, whether it's an executive session or up front, then everybody has to be on the same page with that. We can't have different process in the back
Right.
for a position and then come out here thinking that this position needs to be a little bit different than the other position was in the past, which I'm finding seems to happen. So, happened last meeting, and this meeting seems to be that way, and people are offended by that, but you know what? I haven't seen anybody not do it on this commission dais yet, so don't get mad at others when it happens to you. Thank you.
so do we, Deb, do you have anything that you want to add to your meetings? Or, okay, Ron, how about you, sir?
Just don't forget that they have the Fire Service Board on Saturday. It's a wonderful event.
No committees per se, kind of like Jerry, just answering a lot of emails and phone calls on neighbors complaining.
Okay.
One involves an RV on a residential lot that looks like it's full-time occupancy. Dwayne is working with the property owner is in Arizona and just rents the house, and whoever lives in the house evidently subleasing to, we're navigating through that.
So Ron, I'm going to ask you a question. So is it our ordinance that doesn't allow the RV to park there, or is it
You can park an RV, but you can't put a family in there, living there.
You can park it, but you can't actually live in it.
Right.
So our ordinance says you can't live in it.
Same with the cities.
Okay, so we should address that. We got a priority here, Jordan, that,
You want to live in our.
You know, they're not hooked up to sanitary sewer. They don't have water. It's very unsafe environment. You can't, it's a cheap way to live, but it doesn't fit the county profile.
right, and if that's the case, that we feel that we're gonna let people live that way, then we should change the law. Otherwise, we should address it and find out funding, mediation, what was the other one? Implementation?
Resolution.
Yeah. So,
Then I get a lot of phone calls and emails on the Rapid City Library, and I told them, if you want to come in front of the commission, get on the agenda, make sure you got your facts put together and come in front of us, and that's what we're here for, to listen, so.
Appreciate that, Ron. And then Brian talked a little bit about the opioid committee on my behalf and his behalf, so.
And tomorrow I'll head up around Rochford. I got a gentleman that he's trying to build a garage, and so he's going to, in a dilemma whether to ask for a vacation of a section line or a variance on setback. So I'll know more tomorrow when I do that site inspection.
So there's a process for vacation of a section line, if that, it's probably his best bet.
I want to do the site inspection, then I'll see which route would be best for him.
And bring it back
I just
to-
want to see if there's some kind of a
Help him.
physical impairment with topography and stuff that he's got a legitimate request.
Planning Commission's been very good at helping with those types of things. They can find solutions, so I don't have anything else. I will when I leave here, I'm sure. It looks like we have an executive session, so can we get a motion to go into executive session
We have to go into executive session.
for an annual review for Jay Miller?
Second.
We have a motion and a
Or
second.
personnel.
We have a motion and a second for a review, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will.
Who's Matt Bruner?
He is.
There. Move to come out of executive session?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So our next motion would be to adjourn.
To adjourn?
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Jerry, have a good day. Don't let the door hit you.